Era is about to enter its 5th year, and that's all thanks to you. If you're new here, let me fill you in. XboxEra is a platform for the Xbox community with best-in-class forums, a kick-ass Discord server, and of course XboxEra.com, chock full of the latest news, reviews and more, all focused on your favourite platform, Xbox. It's every Xbox fan's gateway to the best of XboxEra. Our incredible podcast listened to in over 50 countries across the planet, our own digital store for games and codes, our merch store for the coolest of Xbox threads, and of course Day One, where you can track, rate and discuss your favourite games on Xbox Game Pass. XboxEra is built for you, and it's completely funded by you. If you value having a publication truly focused on your preferred place to play, you can support us directly via Patreon. Just head to patreon.com/XboxEra. You get cool swag and awesome perks, and we get to keep doing what we do. Become a part of the best Xbox community on the internet and help us build the next 5 years of XboxEra. Thank you for your support. Despite the fact that the team running XboxEra haven't been to journalism school, we're still lucky enough to be supported by some incredible people. While we adore all of our patrons, we have to give a very special shout out to our executive producers who are above and beyond the team, allowing us to achieve so much more than we could without them. Peter B, Top, Not Jack, Mohammed Sherez, Kevin S, Korkenstein, Jordan White, Jordan Landau, Frankie C, Devin H, Britt, Assassin Entertainment, and our grand benefactors, Torn Raptor and Crowd56. You guys are awesome, and we love you. If you want to become legend like this lot, head to patreon.com/XboxEra. Hello friends, and we're all back, and it's all back to normal because it's episode 226 of the XboxEra podcast, and we're not all here. We're all there and here and over there. So it's good to be back. As always, I'm joined by the wonderful special Nick.
What's going on?
We have Jesse here, as per usual as well.
Hello.
Feeling fresh and 4K, I might add.
Oh, I'm feeling like shit. The moment I got home, I got a friggin' chest cold from my loving family, and then I'm immediately going out again the next week for a thing that I can talk about once I'm at it and doing it. So keep your eyes out.
Ooh, and of course, it wouldn't be the return of the boys that have travelled unless Aarsal was here as well. So welcome back to another episode, Aarsal.
Good to be on. A lot to talk about, not just Gamescom-wise. This week has been insane.
We've got a small amount of time with Aarsal, not the whole show, sadly.
Yes, I have a wedding to go to in a couple hours, hour and a half-ish. So I'm going to head out.
That's
around
right, short show.
80.
No problem.
It's Father's Day here.
Easy,
I said I wouldn't do these. I said I wouldn't do these anymore. Remember?
Oh,
Here I am.
It's too special of one to not do it.
If you've never watched the XboxEra podcast before,
what are you doing?
We're focused on your favorite platform, Xbox. If you love what we do, you can support us directly by heading to patreon.com/XboxEra. And as always, keep your eyes peeled on XboxEra.com for all the latest and greatest in Xbox news. Before we go any further, we do have to call out two very special individuals, two kings among men, two gentlemen and scholars that are the grand benefactors, Torn Raptor and Crowd56. We had the pleasure of meeting Torn Raptor at Gamescom because he came along. What a lovely bloke. Isn't he? Yeah. I just want to give him a big cuddle. I did give him a big cuddle. Cuddle implies like lingering. It was a hug. It was a manly hug full of manliness.
Yeah, a cuddle is like you're lying down and you're chillaxing with each other, as the youth would say.
in my imagination. Anyways, we're back. Gamescom was fun. Hey, it was all fun.
Yeah.
Where do we start? Where do we start with this? Hi, chat. Hi, everyone. I don't know where do we start. Where do you want to start? Nick, how did you feel about your journey? Because it got elongated for you a little bit.
Ooh,
I think that's a good place to
did.
start.
Yeah. So as most would realize, I did the most flying, given where I came from. I came from the butt end of the planet. And luckily, I'll add a little bit more to this story. So I met...
I just read Tom Henderson's chat message.
Surprised Aarsal knew where his PC setup was if he used Google Maps.
I'll interrupt for a brief tangent. The night that you guys didn't come out and Tom Henderson got everybody a bit hammered.
He tried to bribe me to come out.
Really?
Of course he did. That's his style. But he got the booth babes very, very drunk on Jack Daniels. But he met up with Aarsal, and Aarsal was trying to find his way with Google Maps.
Like I usually do.
Tell us how you use Google Maps.
Okay,
as an expert.
When you use Google Maps and you're walking, right? Like I know when you're driving, there's an arrow, and the arrow points in the direction you're driving. That makes perfect sense, of course. When you're walking, I didn't know the arrow did anything. Okay, whenever I walk and use Google Maps, I just kind of walk a little bit, and then I realize, okay, I'm moving in this direction based on the map updating. Okay, I know where I am now, and I get my bearings. While I'm doing that, Tom's like, dude, you know that like it follows you, right? I turned my phone and the arrow turned with it.
Yeah.
I was like, what? Blew my mind. They thought I was joking. I was not joking. That literally blew my mind.
So you can imagine Ursula walking along 10 steps. Am I in the right? Yeah. Walk along a little bit more. 10 steps.
And I was navigating everyone the whole time too. And that was the last day I was there.
Mhm.
Oh.
Your navigating was good overall, though. We kept using the tram and absolutely decimating the idiots who kept Ubering everywhere, spending no money
you
ourselves.
Decimated us once. You decimated us one time. One time.
We were already back when you had got on your Uber.
Yeah, it was the
That was
one
such
time
a-
the Uber was like, we know we said we'd book 2 minutes, but it's actually going to be 15.
Ooh.
For fuck's sake.
We got
Anyway,
off
sorry,
that
Nick.
train, and the next train was
Tangent.
immediately right there. I had to like jump like a little gate thing. That was fun.
Wow.
That was fun.
Heroes.
Wow.
Anyway, Nick did a lot of flying. Sorry, Nick. That was
sorry.
a little interrupted tangent, which I think is going to happen a lot tonight.
Yeah. So MVG, I met with MVG when I came back.
Nice. Yeah, I saw the picture.
And we went out for dinner to that place that I take Jason to, Easy's, the burger joint in Collingwood. And MVG and his partner liked it very much. And we were talking about the whole business class thing, and I discovered that Qantas has like a business class bidding system, which I intend to use next time.
Mm.
And he was saying that was the first time he had ever flown business class. And he said to me, now you guys will now understand. First thing MVG said was, I can't go back. He goes, once you've done business class, he goes, that's it. It's impossible to go back. I'm like, I know. Why do you think I forked over $5,500 for both flights? So luckily I had business class on the way over, which made the flight very, very bearable. And, we did what we did. Now on the way back, so my flight from London to Doha was delayed by an hour. But the problem is my layover in Doha was only meant to be an hour.
Ooh.
So I'm like, am I going to miss my plane home? They're like, no. So what happened was as we got closer to Doha, I think they realized we were probably going to be late. So they're like rushing. They're like, all the people that are going to Melbourne, they're like rushing us off the plane. They got us into the airport, pulled us over to a corner. So we're thinking, oh, cool, they're going to get us on. And we were there for a good 5 minutes. I'm like, oh, God, we're not going to get on, are we?
Oh, man.
So then a representative from Qatar's come over and he's like, oh, we've missed the plane. And now this is 3 a.m. Doha time. It's 3 a.m. in Doha. Still 31 degrees, mind you. And we get off the plane. I'm like, fuck. I had that sense of dread. I'm like, oh, God. Like, I'm all alone in this fucking country.
And you don't
like,
have your check-in bag either, right?
My bag was still like a checked-in bag.
Yeah.
Which I've since discovered I didn't have to check in. I could have carried it with me because it was under 15 kilos.
Oh.
And they're like, the next flight that we could get you all on was 8:15 p.m. I'm like, oh. So I was spending the entire day in Doha. I'm like, And if I had my luggage, it wouldn't have bothered me because I would have made the most of it, done a few things, whatever. But I didn't have anything on me except my Switch and the laptop, thank God. So my next concern was, are they going to be able to get me a business class flight? Because what if the next flight had the business class was full? Because the way they were talking to me, it's like they weren't going to be able to get me that business class flight. I'm like, oh God. Luckily, they said, nah, they had 2 spare, so I got one of those. So I spent the day in Doha. 41 degrees. Like, I'm looking outside and there's guys walking around in jeans and shirts. I'm like, it's 41. How are you guys not dying of heat exhaustion out there? Played a lot of Switch because there was just nothing else to do.
Your hotel didn't pick you out at 3 o'clock? Like, it let you stay until...
Qatar paid for the hotel for the day. They paid for the taxi to and from the hotel.
Oh, nice,
they gave us like 170 of their dollars worth of food to get.
Oh, that's cool. Okay.
That's nifty.
So I ordered. I ordered myself some food. Again, I would have enjoyed it if I had my stuff with me. I would have enjoyed it. It was a very nice hotel that they kept us in. And then eventually got the flight home. Very long flight home. Again, business class, and had the HDMI cable on me this time. So I was playing Balatro most of the flight home. I have re-unlocked almost everything in Balatro, both on Switch and Xbox. I've been playing it that much.
Have you seen this? Can you see this?
On your phone?
This is native.
Oh, did it come out?
No. Can't do this with an Apple.
Android, you
You can do it with an Apple, but I don't know if you can
not as
sideload. You
easy.
can create an iOS version, but you have to own it on Steam.
Yeah, you buy
Oh,
it.
you have to own it on
It
Steam.
is. It works brilliantly with touch.
Touch?
Yeah, and it's very addictive and dangerous to have on a mobile device.
Well, it's coming out officially anyway, so I can
It
wait.
is. Yeah.
I too had my flight delayed going from Germany to England for 1 hour. I got to stare at the back of Jeff Keighley's head for an extra hour. And then we were out, but that meant I was not going to risk trying the trains and learning them because it would have left me with like 20 minutes to get to the flight.
Yeah.
So there's 190 something pound Uber later. Got there and got home, but thankfully, thanks to wonderful people like John and others, was able to upgrade my flight. So on the way home, I wasn't in a seat this wide. I was in a seat about as wide as me. And it was pretty comfy. And no one in the seat next to me. So I had 2 seats.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
Beautiful. There's nothing better than you get on the plane and you're like, don't want to sit here. No one.
Yeah, when I did check when I did check in, I wanted a window seat because I hadn't had one. And so I chose window seat that had no one next to me. And a couple more got filled throughout the day, but none of them chose to be next to me. They chose their own seats off to the side. It was nice. I don't think there's any, I'm just on a very economy thing this week when I go to said thing.
Yes.
So it probably won't be great, but it's an American airline, so it will be wider. Yeah.
You'll be able to choose your seat when you check in. You have that much control, but that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it's only a 5-hour flight for the thing you're going to this.
Yeah, but it's twice in 30 hours. So
Yeah.
And they don't provide any food or drinks. You have to pay for them.
But hey, plus side, we've made it. We're getting invited to the cool exclusive fly you out to places things, which is always a nice moment. So we've heard about Jess's flight.
Americans.
We've heard about we don't. I mean, I did. They did.
There was
invite me
one
to
thing.
they did invite me to one thing first, but then I was like, nah, Jesse, take it. It's fine. But we heard about your flights. Aarsal, yours was pretty uneventful. Apart from the fact that you flew to Dusseldorf before you came to London.
Yes. I had this. So I booked my ticket before we really figured out what we were doing. And my initial plan was, okay, Gamescom's on Tuesday. I'll spend the weekend in Dusseldorf, Germany, maybe go to Brussels or something, explore a bit. So my flight was to Dusseldorf. And then it turns out, no, let's meet up in London. And John's like, okay, so I booked another flight the next morning from Dusseldorf back to London. So getting to London was a bit of a pain. Flying back was fine. Okay, did you guys notice this? The taxis, the Ubers in Germany are insane with the speeds they drive at. Actually, John, you told me this.
There's no speed limit in Germany.
And every road, I thought it was only like 1 or 2 roads.
There's no speed limit. It's beautiful.
Dude,
it's
It's amazing.
Don't be an idiot.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. Don't
Go
get
as
me
fast
wrong.
as you can.
But my taxi was going.
And all the taxis are mercs. I was like, How good is this? They're all Mercedes. They're just so nice. Compared to our shitty
like-
taxis.
Mine was going 160 for a while, so I'm just like, okay, I'm getting here sooner than I thought. Pretty uneventful flight. Got back. Issue was the day after I got back, I had to drive to Toronto for I think a wedding, no, a birthday party for like a niece or nephew or something like that. And I had to drive back. Had a bad headache that day. That kind of sucked. And I've kind of pushed off some of the Gamescom stuff that I need to do to this weekend and early next week. I'm going to do that. We'll talk about that when we talk about Gamescom. But overall, no. Pretty good time. Not the end of the world. Yeah.
The XboxEra podcast would like to issue a clarification for all Germans. Is that Germany is the only country where some motorways do not have a maximum speed limit. However, there are
They've got like the autobahn
default
and stuff.
default speed limits, one being 50 kilometers per hour inside built up areas and 100 kilometers an hour, which is 62 mph outside built up areas. And I think it's safe to say that every German cab / Uber we got in ignored that shit.
Yeah,
Right? Like,
absolutely.
It was great.
100%.
But you know, it was all of yours first Gamescom, right?
Mhm.
Yes.
How did you find it?
It's good. It was, I mean, Aarsal and I, like,
Being the one that
Fucking-
was press, that actually got
Yeah.
to use, being the only person on the team that
God.
was both press and got to use it a bunch. It was amazing.
yeah.
When I just walked into the Xbox booth at 9 a.m. on the first morning and just walked into everything I wanted to see with no delay, and then came back after one and everything had an hour-long line, I was like, oh,
Crazy, isn't it?
this is the best
Yeah.
4 hours of Gamescom, and these two guys didn't get to experience it. I feel bad.
Yeah.
Predrag
That
did,
was
though.
cool.
He deserved it.
Because we weren't press, apparently. We
Yeah,
weren't
but-
press.
Well, we didn't know at the time, but Gamescom has a limit. I don't know if they have a limit for other organisations.
Yeah,
but
I doubt
certainly
it.
for us,
But yeah,
it was a limit of 4, which was a bit rubbish. But yeah, it was. I only got to experience that. Like, I went to the press booth first day, and then I was like, I felt really guilty because everyone was running the booth. So I kind of was like, everyone else can play stuff, and I think Predrag got to go in as well and experience it too.
Yeah,
and it's
Predrag
worth
played a
saying,
lot.
Predrag couldn't be here because he's actually on holiday with his family. He kind of ducked out, came to Gamescom, visited us, you know, and you'll see him in the travel log, the wonderful travel log that I think is playing right now.
Yeah.
He couldn't be here tonight because it would be very late for him. And obviously he's got his family and everybody there, and they're in a smaller place, so it wasn't suitable. But it was lovely to meet Predrag, without a shadow of a doubt. Like, what an absolute
Way taller
dude.
than I thought he was.
And turns out the grandfather of the group.
Yes. Yes.
You know,
Yeah, he's
it's
older
rude
than
to
me.
It's rude to disclose someone's age, and I won't, but it's the grandfather of the team without a shadow
He's
of a
older
doubt.
than me.
So there you go.
Yeah. Which was funny, given he and I were the most immature.
As evidenced, everyone's been asking, what were you laughing about in the
Oh, I forgot. I had to
It
keep
was-
getting reminded.
It's you were trying to say hammer time in German.
Yeah, we were sort of putting spins on German words and words we were reading, and like, you know, Stab, Hammerstein and stuff like that instead of hammer time, and just random shit like that. It was 12 o'clock at night. So we had just Jason Ronald, the amazing Jason Ronald, had come out to meet us like late at night. Like, he came to meet us at like 9 o'clock at night. And me being me, after like 2 hours or so, I'm thinking, my God, he's got a flight in the morning and he's still here. So I was like, I'm not trying to get rid of him. I could have spent all night with him, but I was thinking of him. I'm like, man, sure is getting late. Like, aren't you worried about your flight? It's like, nah.
Sleep on the flight. You
He
can tell
stayed with us till like,
he's someone that's traveled a
12
lot.
midnight. Yeah.
He's used to sleeping on planes.
And he
Yeah.
probably
He-
probably gets business class, you know.
Oh
Like,
yeah. Yeah.
Jason
probably.
Ronald stayed later than John did.
Yeah.
Like,
We were
John left
were
and Jason
fucked.
Ronald stayed with us.
Yeah.
I'm like-
we were fucked. We went.
I'm like, okay. So he was there till like 11:30. So we were all, it was quite late. So we were, you know, taking the trains and stuff at midnight.
Thankfully, they ran at like midnight, 1
Yeah.
a.m.
Predrag and I just got the giggles up, and that was it, and we couldn't stop. Once we started, that was it. Oh God.
It was the Airbnb was fun as well.
It was
And,
we
like,
lucked out. That was a really nice Airbnb.
Yeah, it was. But there was a story that we heard towards the end of our time there, because obviously when we got back, Nick was there by himself.
Oh, I can say exactly what it was.
Wait, you already know the story?
Yeah,
Nick,
Nick told him.
We had
insider.
no freaking idea. Like,
That's why it was so funny, because you guys had no
I
clue.
kept it to myself all week.
The very first night we were there.
The Brits were dying about
yeah.
this. This was like classic American.
It was not that. I know how it works. So there was a hot water kettle.
My lungs would say otherwise.
There were pots. I was going to heat up a pot. Then I noticed a hot water kettle. I forgot I hadn't. I was so tired. I just completely forgot I had not turned off the burner. Put the kettle down. Was waiting for Nick to finish his cleaning of the sink so I could fill it up with water, and it just started melting.
Oh, man.
I suspect.
Are you two still coughing?
No, I'm good. I didn't.
That's the what version?
Well,
I'm still
the
coughing.
way Nick kind of explained it, there was nothing about a pot. It was more like,
well, no,
you put the kettle on the burner to heat the water, and that's what killed us. We were like, what?
Okay, did you notice at all, John, that like on the stove, anything? Did you even notice that we changed the entire friggin' kettle with like a digital meter?
Zero idea. And like there was a couple of like, why is there now a kettle box? Like, why is there a new kettle in here?
There,
Yeah, so I melted the bottom of the kettle on the stove because I forgot the burner was on, is the gist of it. And then we're
panicking a little.
We were breathing in melted
lot of melted
plastic
plastic
fumes.
in us,
a lot of it.
So,
We had
I've been
idea.
coughing all week.
Wow.
Oh man.
I'm gonna go to the doctor and get checked out.
I know how an electric kettle works. I had dinner later by literally boiling water in the pot I was going to use before.
Then we went. We got like these things to like clean the stove and like, oh man.
Well, we were scraping it off with the metal spatula to get all the plastic off. Yeah.
Airbnb gave us 5 stars. 5-star.
All right,
review,
nice.
So
well, they got a better kettle out of it. What do they care?
Yeah.
We just dropped her a note at the end when we left. It was like, oh hey, the kettle broke, so we just got you a new one.
Okay, good.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
I did
thank you.
Hey, we burned the kettle into a plasticky pulp of mess.
Yeah,
and
What about the
melted
garbage,
the kettle.
by the way, that the kettle was in? Who took that
Threw it
out?
out.
When you guys take that
I
out, or?
did.
You did. Okay,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
We threw the garbage
I
out
was
a few
doing
times because it was small garbage.
all the cleaning all week.
Mhm.
I was doing all the cleaning.
Oh, that's so funny.
Oh man, that was funny. What a way to start. What a way to start the trip.
Yeah, like and
Oh
the
my
fact that we
God.
had no idea for literally 4 days or whatever.
I was, and that night
Didn't
I
say
was so
anything.
tired. I just wanted to
Didn't
sleep,
hint at
and
it.
then that happened. I was like, "Oh my fucking god!" I just wanted to eat
Didn't
dinner and
hint
go
at
to
it.
sleep.
Yeah.
Didn't
Yeah.
anything. And then we went for a walk to Macca's. We're like, you know what? Let's let
Yep.
this place air out a little bit. So we just opened up all the windows and just left.
Oh, it was that night. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally.
And we went
hour
to
after
Macca's.
It was right after
I
we
made
got
everyone
back from
walk to
the
Macca's.
right after we got back from the grocery store the first time.
Yeah. Wow.
Mac was just good. They had like waffle fries.
Oh, the Macca's was so nice there.
It
I
was just a
surprised. The
regular
Macca's was
burger.
nice.
It was a regular burger with the Mac, Big Mac stuff. But other than that, it was just an actual nice beef patty. It was like, oh,
Fries were good too.
Yeah. And then we caught an Uber home because we didn't want to walk that late at night through those weird,
Yeah.
quiet.
yeah. We went through a
forest
death alley.
paths.
Yeah, so like around the highway, going alongside it, there was just this wooded area where all the woods were kind of curled up over each other, and just walking through that and was like, I told Nick, "Is like, we are not walking back this. We are going to Uber."
I was happy
And he's
to
like, "Yeah."
catch an Uber. Yeah, Amanda, he didn't tell you about the kettle. So he went, see, Jesse's very stubborn, right? And I said to Jesse after he melted the kettle, I said, it's all right. You had a smart guy dumb moment. It's okay. You had a brain fade. He's like, nah, I had a smart guy tired moment. I was like, it's okay, man. You can admit it. It's okay.
There's always an Airbnb story. Always. Something that happens.
Oh man, it was so good. It was and I think it was really nice to, for the first time, and that's the crazy thing. The community that's watching right now, you guys enabled that for the first time in 5 years of most of us all working together, knowing each other, to actually get together like that and have that great of a time doing what we want to do. And outside of the coverage, like you would have seen, like Jesse's Claire Obscure Expedition 33 preview go up. You would have seen a really lengthy, probably won't get clicked on more than like 50 times, fucking half hour
60.
Splitgate. Oh, great. Splitgate 2 interview, which took an absolute age, like literally like 5 hours or something to transcribe from a very bad audio file. But all of this sort of stuff, there's more stuff to come in next week.
Yeah, we
as well.
forgot to bring our microphones. That would have made all that audio a lot better.
Yeah. Oh, I did have it. But
I forgot to use it. Like I wanted to
use
use it for the travel vlog and have us actually talking and stuff. And I was just like, it's so busy, I forgot.
What about my Reanimal preview that I did for you? Did you use it?
No, because I've actually played the game, so I need to write a load more, and I've actually got B-roll like beyond just the what they sent me. So I've got.
It was good practice, Nick. Now,
it was good practice, good video practice.
I'll have more. The one thing I can say, I'll have more coverage whenever it comes up. You might get an email. I might get an email. The world tech of Assassin's Creed. I got to watch a presentation on that. I've got 700 notes in my phone. Whenever they get that over, and whenever that embargo ends up being, I will have something for that. We also played the Jackbox Naughty Pack, which we can talk about. We didn't do a preview or anything because it's coming out soon, so we're going to try and have an actual get together, play, and review. Very funny. It is sex humor, but it's not weird sex humor. It's just stupid. It's really dumb, funny sex humor, which is hard to pull off. Yeah,
it's drawing knobs.
I kept winning by drawing boobs and dicks, and it was fun. It was really fun.
Yeah,
it's only 3 games, so it's only $20. So it's again a nice cheap thing. One person can buy it. Nice. Yeah. And again, it's Jackbox. Only one person needs to own it, and you can all play on your phones or your computers. So it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it.
The whole trip was good.
It was amazing. Like
a lot of lessons learned. Now that we've done that, we would do various things differently next year.
Yeah, I think it would just be go to Germany straight off for everybody. Right, there's a lot less faffing
probably
involved in that.
It was cool being at your place, but I don't think we have to do that every time because it was.
I mean, yeah, the cool bit was doing the podcast, right? That was the really cool bit, like being actually be able to get the card game as well, where we did the live stream with that was really smart. I loved watching like the handy cam go around.
I was so tired. It was crazy.
It was amazing you didn't trip up over that cable.
I know, because every time I would go to Aarsal's cards, I had to walk over the cable that was going to the main thing. I'll put that freaking stream on. That stream did all right. We've been doing okay as a channel. It's been nice to see now that I've got my good internet back to focusing on making everything look as pretty as I can. But yeah, I do think that this came out pretty well. Had the camera that was up looking at the table the whole time. It was a little too far away to actually tell what any of the cards were, but it gave you an idea of how much someone had, like Nick having jack shit the entire game until he came back and won.
That's what I love about that game, man.
At the last minute.
I should have used that gimbal while we were for the vlog too. It would have made things smoother, but whatevs. Tis what it is.
It was cool. Got to meet a lot of cool people. Like it was good to finally meet Kay Asante. Absolutely fell in love with Tony.
Yep.
Me
and Tony became best mates very fast.
Gamescom Tony, which is his name in my phone. We met him last year, and he works for Microsoft. He doesn't work in the Xbox department, but he would like to. He works more on the Azure kind of sales side of things, but he's such an absolutely lovely bloke.
Yeah.
Like he was just like, everyone was like, Tony. It's like the guy.
He just kept running into him.
He came up to me and he's like the infamous Nick. I'm like, I don't know who you are. Who are you? But we were besties by the end of it. He was messaging me, let's catch up. We spent like almost the whole day at Gamescom together.
Right, that last meal we had together at the restaurant was so nice.
Oh my god, that strudel, man.
We all got a dessert. Myself, Nick, and Predrag all got the apple strudel at whatever that little restaurant was next to the Dom.
There was a little dessert cafe thing near the massive cathedral, which apparently is the third tallest cathedral in the world.
It's huge. I get that.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Massive. And I said to the boys, I'm like, at some point we have to go in there. And they're all like, oh, it looks real expensive and fancy. I'm like, that's why I want to go in there. And we didn't go in at first, but then last day I made them because we went to this other restaurant for dinner, which was also very nice. And it was the hostel had that hostel-style toilet where you didn't know what was going to happen when you went down
You
there.
go down the stairs and you're like,
Oh
I'm
my
gonna
God.
die.
Like pitch black and a spiral staircase.
Did you see that toilet when you went, Aarsal? Did you see what I was talking about? It's all dark, and you see these stairs, and you don't know where those stairs go. And you're like, what the fuck's going to happen to me down there? And then you start walking, and all the lights come on.
Oh man.
So we went to that really, really nice restaurant where they call a calzone a panini for some reason. But that calzone was so nice.
You
And
could tell
then-
it was fresh bread. The Germans know their bread.
Yeah,
Oh,
Germans,
it was so
Germans have got
nice.
bread nailed.
Yes, not cake. And then I made them all go to that
Dessert
Rykart,
place.
the Rykart it's called, the Rykart, which was this really nice dessert place. So we all sit down, and I had messaged, they didn't know, I had messaged Tony in advance, like when we were walking, saying, hey, we're going to be at the Rykart, why don't you come past? Within like 2 minutes of sitting down, there was Tony.
His
Yeah, he
hotel
was
was
staying
right,
near
right
the
next
Dom,
to it.
so-
Yeah.
Yes. So we sat down, we looked at the menu. The menu was kind of meh, because we had looked inside and there was really nice desserts in there. And Predrag ordered first. He's like, can I order something from inside? They're like, yeah. So he's looking through the window. He's like, is there anything apple? Because you couldn't see anything apple.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, we do an apple strudel. It's not on the menu. You can't see it inside. And Predrag's like, I'll have an apple strudel. And then Jesse straight away is like, 2. And then I'm like, 3. So we ordered 3 apple strudels straight away.
man.
This apple strudel came out and we were all like, what the fuck is this? We were like, oh my God, this is unbelievable. It was like one of the greatest desserts I've ever had in my life. And then when Tony came, I took my clean spoon. I'm like, Tony, have this custard. So he's tried this custard. He's like, oh my God. He couldn't believe it. It was so fucking nice. This strudel was
It was
amazing.
really, the custard was fantastic.
Oh my God. I was dying on my ass.
I linked it in the group chat, John, hoping one of you guys would go and try it if you had time.
Well, that's the thing. Like, I had messages from
Hot
folks
fruit,
Don't do-
mate. Trust
mate.
me. You know that fruit
Hey.
doesn't. You know that when fruit grows, it doesn't grow in a fridge yet.
Yeah, I'm aware.
I don't think I took a picture of it. Damn.
It's
Yeah, I
out-
haven't put my
I
hot
took a
pocket.
picture. I took a
Picture of
picture.
that.
I took a picture. Let me find it while you guys talk. But you know that
Well-
fruit is grown out in the sun, in the
Yes,
heat.
I'm
it's
aware.
not grown in a fridge.
I'm aware, mate. I'm
Yeah.
aware. It's just a personal thing. Oh, that's
Get over
gone small.
But you're missing out on
Oh, why am I
like,
so zoomed out? What the heck?
you're missing out on like life-changing desserts
Mm-hmm.
by not having hot fruit.
Bro, I couldn't get you to have some like nice broccoli with a bit of like chili oil. You were like, nah, don't do broccoli.
That's
you know, we all
broccoli.
have
No
our,
one eats vegetables.
we all have our, you know, our
Okay.
foibles.
There's-
You know.
There's the photo. All right, let me send it to Jesse.
I've got another fun story while you're digging out the photo of the strudel. You might remember, dear viewers, and by the way, while you're watching, do hit that like button. It does help us out. You might remember in the video log there was a cable car that we took over the Rhine River.
Yeah.
And the funny story for me was we had a conversation before we all got on the cable car, and we got on. We were like, we'll get off the other side, and then we'll have something like a drink or find somewhere to eat, and then we'll come back because all the really good stuff is on this side of the river anyway. And then we get off, and the guys are in the cable car behind us. We get off, we come out, we're sitting in the grass, like I think Bart and Foxy are already over at the bar, like ordering a drink. And I get this text message from Aarsal goes, did you guys get off the cable car? And we're
I
like,
told you they did.
I said too.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they got out.
I was like, where are you guys? And he was like, about that. And then I got a classic mummy, Benny, guess who's on the wrong side of the river? And I was like, well, no, that's technically you're on the wrong side of the river,
Yes,
bro.
that's true.
So literally we got a return and they just went,
The guy
Great.
looked at
and
us.
then we just walked around. It was great.
The guy looked at us so
It was
weird.
so
and
much
he's like,
fun.
"Do you want to just stay on?" We're like, "Yeah." It's like, "Okay, all right." Freaking
We
go.
want to see all the naked people in the pool again.
See the strudel? That's the Jesse had the strudel up.
Yeah, it's up.
Man, look at that. It was
that
my
was
god.
the best dessert I've ever had in my life.
It might be mine too. It,
Now I
it
regret
actually
not
could be
ordering one,
mine.
Man, I was so full.
Well,
I
you
didn't
got
want to.
that. This is the hot chocolate that Aarsal got.
my hot chocolate.
Looked amazing.
look at the hot
like
chocolate.
everything there just looked amazing.
Yes.
But like that
Yeah.
strudel, that custard that was on the strudel, like
Oh.
every part of it, the dough, the apples,
Oh my
the
gosh.
custard. 10 out of 10. They were all perfect.
That's
Like, I-
unbelievable.
yeah.
Lucky
It
I
was-
made you go. I forced you to go there.
Yeah.
Mhm. I wasn't like,
times.
no. I was just...
It's
We
it's
were-
lovely to
you
go
were
off the
always-
beaten path.
Nick walks anywhere, the first thing he sees, let's go there. Very first thing, every time. And we're like, no, let's just walk around a little
Literally.
bit and then decide.
Oh my god.
Like, Predrag
I'm
was ready
navigating-
to strangle you.
I'm navigating to one specific place, and as we're getting there, it's like, hey, let's go here instead. Let's go here instead. I'm like, dude, it's 5 minutes away. Please, can we just make it there?
But yeah, that strudel
Oh,
was
dear.
amazing.
Yes, it was the place.
Yes,
facing
Tom.
here.
That was the place facing the cathedral.
hmm
It was so nice.
Yeah, and
We
you,
were
like,
there
You go
when-
inside and they have the chocolates and everything.
On the corner.
So on the last day, when everyone wanted to catch up, like everyone who was at Gamescom, it was like 8 p.m. and we were at that Rykart. And John and them were finishing up at the booth. And the others wanted to catch up and they're like, oh, we've booked a restaurant for 9:30.
Oh, that
I'm
night,
like,
yeah.
man, I'm not going to piss fart around for 1.5 hours waiting for them to finish. We're all lying in bed and Tom Henderson's DMing me, come out. I'm like, bro, I'm not coming out at this late.
Listen, the reason they booked it for 9:30, and it was sweet, but we had no idea. Like, we were so busy, like the booth crew, we didn't check our phones until we were kind of like on our way out, and we got to the Hallmarks, which is the nice square where we kept going.
The Hoe Market.
Yeah, and we saw this the hose where you get some hose, and we saw these messages, and it was like the table's booked for 9:30. We literally just sat down. We were exhausted, and we were like, no, we can't. We're going to eat now. And we just can't. I just literally said in the chat, it's too late for us. We're knackered. We want to eat now. And then we sat down, and then they were like, okay, we're coming now. We've cancelled it. And we're like, oh, for fun. Now we got to. So we got up from this place because it was so busy. There was only 4 seats, and they were like really cross with us for leaving and not ordering food. And then we were like looking around, and they were like, come back, we'll make you a big table. And they made us a big table, and they sat us in someone else's restaurant, the shisha bar.
Yeah.
But they was going to serve us the food, and the drinks were going to be with the shisha bar. And then we just kept adding tables to it, and everybody rocked up. And we still didn't eat till 9:30 because everyone was just like, "Hey," it was nuts. But we were just absolutely.
And myself, Aarsal, and Predrag, we all had to leave super early in the morning. I was up at 2:45 to leave.
Yeah.
So that's why I was like, I'm not going out.
I kind of knew I wasn't gonna get sleep that night, so I'm like, whatever, it's my last night here, I'll stay. And then Tom Henderson just grabs my hand and says, hey, Aarsal, what the heck, yeah. And then from there we go to where John is. I remember actually having to call John, like, John, read the messages, bro. Like, they have something booked for 9:30.
No.
We were like,
Tom
what?
Henderson.
Why?
Tom Henderson tried to bribe me and Predrag to come out.
Oh man, it was
Tom
fun.
Henderson got the entire booth crew very, very drunk on Jack Daniels.
And
I will tell you, Mr. Henderson, they suffered. They suffered so bad the next day. They were in such poor shape.
Really?
And I was just like, "What's up, guys? Like, come on!" And they were just,
Wait, so were they drunk in that taxi ride back home too?
yeah, they were like they're
But
British,
sobering,
so they
sobering.
could handle it.
Okay.
But they woke up with very, very bad hangovers.
It's the British binge drinking that you guys do that Europates.
Well, yes, yeah. Europe does hate the British,
And
for that.
Tom did over the bill too.
So
Yeah.
do.
But
many thanks to Mr. Henderson, who also paid for it all.
I know.
So,
Yeah.
like,
yeah.
fair shout, bro.
I said he bribed me to come out. He's like, come out. I said, nah. He's like, I'll give you money. I was like, no, I'm not going to come out. We were lying in bed. We were like exhausted. He's like, come on. I'll give you money. Come out.
Wow.
That was fun.
Oh, shit.
Both
that
nights
was
were a
fun.
lot of fun.
It was so good. It was such a great time.
Yeah.
We should probably talk a little bit more about games as well. So,
Yeah.
I just want
Played a lot of Balatro. Played a lot of Balatro.
You got some
your
Balatro
son
tutoring from us
last
didn't you?
night. I got a party invite, and I'm like,
Oh, it's fucking my kid, isn't it?
I'm like, is that Jacob? I'm like,
Are you serious?
so I accepted the invite. I'm like, hello? He's like, hello. And I'm like, hi, Jacob. How are you? He's like, good. What? Do you have any multiplayer games? I'm like, yeah, I've got like, I got like Fortnite and stuff like that. He's like, do you want to play something? I said, well, I was just playing Fortnite for like ages with Jason, and now I'm playing something else.
Can,
He's like,
can I give you some advice?
What other multiplayer games have you got? I'm like, I've got a few. He's like, have you got Minecraft? I'm like, yeah, I don't. I don't have Minecraft or Roblox because he was playing Roblox at the time the thing was saying.
Anyone of Nick's age that goes into Roblox is immediately put on a list.
Yeah, straight up.
Any what? What was
Nick,
that?
I wouldn't feel too bad if you just like maybe just lost Jacob on your friends list. He will spam you whenever you're online all the time.
I don't think I added him. He just invited me in.
Well, he's added you.
Yeah.
Oh, he might have added me. hadn't added
that's
him
why I
back.
do that
I just
Neil
saw it
spam.
pop up.
That follower
Spam
system.
you.
Right? Yeah.
But yeah, it was good. Like I said, I'd like to do that again, as in just a holiday, as opposed to Gamescom, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'd like to
Con
do
is
just
great.
a holiday.
I think you would like Gamescom more if you were on the press side of it.
Yeah, maybe.
You
We'll-
would.
we'll
No,
sort
you,
that out
you definitely
properly for
would
next time.
because getting in that first day, especially, everything's empty. You could just go and play almost anything, especially at the Xbox booth where they had 50 friggin' games to go through, see the things. Like I got to see Sarah and Phil introduce Indiana Jones and Starfield, which, by the way, should be on the list now. I didn't tell you, John, but I'm pretty sure I'm on the list for it, for Shattered Space.
Nice.
But when you are there, and especially when you get to go into the press areas more often, like Ubisoft's press area was all built out like
Yeah,
a
the
Japanese
business
tea
areas are
house,
awesome.
and
I know. I snuck in.
yeah, you
when I
stuck
wasn't
into
meant to.
Xboxes. But when you're
I stuck
actually
into
there,
the Xbox business
yeah,
area.
like the cakes and the free drinks and the free energy
I
drinks
ate
and
the
the free
cake.
coffees, and it's like it's crazy.
So I took Predrag's press pass and I just walked into the press area, and then I'm looking
feel like
at
I should mute
Xbox.
you.
I'm looking at Xbox and I'm messaging Jesse. I'm like, can we just walk in here? And Jesse's like, you're not meant to go in there unless you've got an appointment. I'm like, I don't know. So I just walked in. No one stopped me.
It's
I
the
just
make
walked
it
in.
look like you belong there thing. As long as you catch it at the right time, because sometimes the security guard was really paying attention.
All nightclubs want good-looking people in there. So I just walked on in, and I'm looking around, and I saw that Ecstasis guy. He was in there. I recognized him.
Peter?
I saw
Really?
him in there.
He was there for multiple things.
Yeah.
I didn't know
I
that.
saw him in there. And I saw this green cake, like an Xbox cake. It was like pistachio and all that sort of stuff. So I'm like, I walked up. I'm like, can I have some of this cake? And the girl's like, yep. So I just ate some of the cake.
It's all just walk up and ask for stuff, and they give it to you. I had a cappuccino, I had a water, I had a sandwich. Like
I was looking for famous people. I didn't see anyone. So then I snuck into the other side business Xbox area as well. No one stopped me. I just walked on in, looked around. A couple of people gave me funny looks. So I'm like, looking around. There was no one famous in there. So
It was a little
out.
too late. A lot of the bigger sites were there at the beginning.
Yeah.
Everybody
So I started,
buggers off on the Thursday, Friday time.
so I started walking around the whole media press area, which I had done earlier, and I saw Dan Reichert. And he was talking to someone, and when he was done, I went up to him. I said, Dan Reichert, right? He's like, yeah. I was like, oh, I introduced myself. I said, I'm good mates with Jeff and Mike, and I just saw Mike just earlier. I caught up with Mike Minotti. I was so excited to catch up with Mike Minotti. And we took our little photo giving the finger to Jeff.
That was the theme of the show.
Yeah. It was so good. And for those watching that don't know, so Predrag and I spent some time just walking around the Xbox booth and stuff, and we felt like a coffee and a bite to eat. So we did. We got some food and a coffee. And I sit down, and at the table next to us, there's some Xbox media people that had their press badges and their cameras and mics, this, that, the other. And some guy sits down with them and starts talking to them. And I'm like, because I'm great with faces, not great with names, but I'm amazing with faces.
Yeah.
And I'm looking, I'm like, is that Marios Gavrilis? I'm like, I swear that's him. Now, for those of you who don't know the name, Marios Gavrilis is the voice of the bad guy in Indiana Jones. And I had reached out to him before on Twitter, hoping we could get him on the show. But I saw him at Gamescom, and I went up to him and I said, are you sorry to bother you, Marios? You're Marios Gavrilis, right? He's like, yep. And I started talking to him in Greek, because I know he's half Greek, half German. And I started talking to him in Greek. He started talking back, and he's like, so are you UK Greek? You know how a lot of people just mix UK and Australian. I said, no, I'm actually Greek Australian. And he goes, so you must be from Melbourne then. Okay, yes, that's right. Because all the Greeks in Australia are in Melbourne. So we started having a chat. And I said, I'm sorry to bother you. I'd love to have you on our show. And he goes, look, send me a message on Instagram. DM me on Instagram. Don't DM me on X or Twitter or whatever the fuck it's called. That's actually what he said. They're the words he used. He goes, don't DM me on Twitter or X or whatever the fuck it's called these days. He goes, send me a message on Instagram. Make sure you label it this way, blah, 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 blah. And we'll organize something. So I did. So I messaged him on Instagram and explained who we were and that we'd love to have him on the show and this, that, the other. And he said, yeah, sweet. Got you. I was like, oh.
That's sick.
So good.
That's awesome.
See, I was working. Even when I wasn't working, I was working.
Mm-hmm. Working your magic, mate. Working your magic.
As we say
Jason
all the
Ronald
time,
said to me.
Your superpower is talking to people.
Yeah, Jason Ronald said to me, he's like, I can't believe the network you've amassed. He actually said that to me. I was like, oh, thanks. Like, I'm good at stalking and harassing people. And he goes, do you say that publicly? I go, yep. I stalk and harass people. That's what I do. He's like, oh, okay.
What else?
Yeah.
What else? I'm just looking at our list. Oh, Indiana Jones. I want to talk a little bit about Indiana Jones. Because,
Looks great.
Looks
can we
good.
talk about the comedy that we were all having? So, Indiana Jones, just as an FYI, we all got, I got invited to a preview on August 15th, right?
Yep.
And,
Which I was in the other room for. I didn't watch it.
Yeah, and people were coming up with all these theories about everything about Indy and what it would look like, and rumors being posted before the presentation.
It's not going to be on Game Pass. It's delayed to 2025.
Yeah,
What
no
do you-
date,
what
it's
people?
delayed,
You mean,
and
people-
we're just we're sitting there watching them spread, and obviously they didn't actually tell us the date during the preview. They were like, we're saving that for opening it live, but it's this year, don't worry. And we were looking, and it's probably going to be December 9th or something like that. I think that was the guess, and indeed it was. But can I just wax lyrical for a moment about how freaking awesome Indiana Jones the game looks?
Looks very
Genuinely excited for this one, and so pleased that it's not a mass murderer simulator like Lara Croft or Uncharted. There's actually seems to be some brain power needed to get through this one and actually solving some mysteries. But looks great. But then we obviously do have the weird decision to do the one more thing.
Super weird. Super weird.
Not great.
Who at Xbox still
Holy
that one
crap.
out? Come on, lads.
I still think that was a favor to Jeff for sure.
Yeah, I'm really.
I
well,
reckon
I mean,
Keely
letting
wanted
him,
that.
yeah,
That
letting him
was
show
Keely,
it
mate.
off. I think definitely him, but the way they did it, just whoever came up with that. Because if you watch the travelogue when Phil's talking, before introducing Indiana Jones, he's like, we always appreciate your feedback. We heard it about last night, and that had been the thing. The opening night live had been the night before. I was like, I think they definitely know whoever had the idea of just people love a one more thing. It's like, sure, but not when it's a game you have coming out, going to a different platform that people are going to be annoyed about in there. Because I
I have no issue with it going to PlayStation. That's not a problem. I understand everything. Blah blah blah.
Jeff was so happy.
This almost celebratory thing. That was.
He was-
that's
I could
weird.
see
So excited.
I could see his pants tightening
I'd
so
wait.
much on stage.
we get
one
one
more
more
thing.
thing.
It started as look at Indiana Jones. Oh wow, how good does it look? And it's coming to PS5. Wow,
Look at it.
one more thing. Have a look. Wow.
I can't, man. I
He
can't.
was so excited.
It's weird because it makes it seem like it's something worth celebrating, which in a way it is for sure. But at the same time, it is also to Xbox fans, hey, we're now celebrating the fact.
You
that
look
we're
at it from the
releasing
outside, most people are like, oh, cool, it's coming in more things. But when it's a first-party game, it is a really weird way to make it seem like, look, it's also coming here. Woo! It's like
the same thing everyone does. Put a blog post out afterwards or a trailer on the PlayStation channel. That's it, right? Come on.
It's a bit silly.
So funny.
they have had a constant issue with. Generally, their messaging hasn't been terrible, but they haven't been able to say it first. And now they kind of were able to say it first, and it was really bad. This was the one time where their messaging missed the mark, just flat out, and had nothing to do with leaks. It was just them or maybe someone at Bethesda, who knows, just completely misreading how their core audience would take it. Because like most people aren't going to give a shit. They're just like, oh, cool, it's coming to that too.
Yeah.
The end.
Yeah.
The
And Nick, Phil had an interview with IGN, was it? I'm not sure who.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But it was pretty good. I thought his answer made perfect sense. Sustainability, whatnot.
It does. And then at the same time, we've done this discussion to death. It
You know my
does
thoughts.
from a pure business point of view, but like, you know how Microsoft are always first for a lot of stuff,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. That's
Like-
their MO.
And like even when it comes to the card game, like we did a tweet for the PR blunder card, and it was taking the Mickey out of the Xbox One launch, like,
Yep.
Mhm.
and someone, a friend at Microsoft, pinged me and was like, "Ow." Right, and then was like, can we add that, hey, actually the world did end up that way, right? Like, and it's
Yeah.
true.
Yep.
All of the stuff that everyone whinged about on the Xbox One, yeah, we know, Nick, we know, right? But it is how the world ended up. Alexa's everywhere and voice recognition and blah 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 blah. And the one guide has been ripped off by everybody.
Yeah.
But it was like they keep they're going first again. It's just too soon still. The old guard, the people around them, they're just not ready. And I think it's gonna end up biting them in the arse in ways. Like, they'll make loads of money, but the brand itself will just
I think it's going to end. I think the whole thing's going to end very badly.
it'll end up with them being the biggest publisher in the world, which they already are. But I don't think it will end well for the Xbox.
You know what it's
brand
going to
as
end
a
up
brand.
being? And I've said this before. They're just going to be Activision with an Xbox label. That's all they're going to be. They're just going to be ABK. But
Activision
Xbox,
releases
not ABK.
one game a year, right? So they're not going to be Activision. They're releasing like 6-7 games a year. So it's not
That's
going to be
now. That's now. I'm
Even in
saying
the
down the
future.
down the road, they're just going to be ABK. That's all they're going to become.
I don't see it. I think they have too many first-party studios releasing too many games too often to be just
Gonna have this time stamped
Yeah.
for many
Yeah,
many
or
years down the
For anyone
line.
watching, I disagree. I don't think this is them going too early. Maybe a little too early, but I don't think it's early enough to hamper everything. The way I look at it is Satya Nadella, he, for the most part, he's had one major miss, right? Which he acknowledges, which was Windows Phone and how they handled that. But even then, they had friggin' Google like trying their hardest to kill the platform, right? That entire time. So that doesn't help. In this case, I honestly fully believe in 10, 15 years from now, platform exclusives will be a thing of the past. Be it PlayStation, Nintendo might still keep up with it because they're Nintendo, they can get away with a lot. But even Nintendo's next console, I think, is not a surefire success, as we've seen from Nintendo many times. Succeed, not succeed, blah, blah, blah. But in this
It doesn't
case,
matter. Nintendo still keeps the look at the Wii U. It's not like after the Wii U, they're like, oh, we better start putting our games everywhere.
yeah, but that's because of their legacy. That's because of their 100-year plus history, right?
And they scrunch their two main platforms into one. They did
Exactly.
I think Sony will fully embrace PC.
Yeah.
100%
Oh, 100%.
they will. They will completely and utterly embrace PC, but not any other platforms.
Yeah.
No.
I agree with Nick here. It pains me to say it, but I do agree with Nick. I don't
I
think-
personally don't give a shit. I'm so
I
sick
get
and
it.
tired of talking about it.
As long as I have
people
an
always take
Xbox to
that.
play, I'm happy.
Yeah, people always take that as being defensive when it is literally I like playing and reviewing games. I'm so sick of the business side of it, especially after talking to people in the business about it and how much they laugh at how wrong everyone is from the outside, how they don't understand how any of it works. I'm like, yeah, I don't know how any of this works, and I don't actually care. As long as I have things to play and review, I'm fine.
Yeah. And speaking of things you played and reviewed, Star Wars Outlaws.
Yeah, I played a
Yeah,
lot
we're
of
going
it.
to talk about what we've been playing.
Yeah, I didn't get to play
Yeah,
all
we should
of
probably
it.
talk about. We can
Yeah.
include Gamescom games into
Yeah.
this, so feel free.
Outlaws will be short for me because I didn't get to play all of it. What I have played, I do quite enjoy. It's a solid game, especially if you like Ubisoft open world map games. It's a good one of those. It's not a giant map full of a billion icons. It's going to take you 80 hours to beat. It's not Valhalla. It is much more in that you can probably beat this in like 15, 20 hours if you really want.
Jesse, isn't it just Uncharted in space?
God, it hurts my brain. It is made by the people who made The Division. They know everything. The stealth mechanics are kind of weak, but a lot of that is because you're very weak at the beginning and you do want to do side stuff and power yourself up. And it's got a cool skill system where it's not a tree. It's you have to do specific things to have people teach you essentially how to do various things. You make yourself stronger. It's got an interesting story. It looks gorgeous, especially if you do the 40 FPS VRR mode on Xbox. I think it looks fantastic. And thankfully, the issue I had that made it a review in progress is not a part of the public build. That door is now open. The instant I went to the public build, it worked fine. So I will try and get back to it at some point this month to give it a final score. Probably be in around 8. Things I played at Gamescom: Atomfall, number 1. Space Marine 2, also up there, but I'm currently reviewing that, so I'm not going to really talk about it. Review that game, I think, comes out in like the 5th for early access, so expect a review sometime around then. I will say, freaking stunning looking while I was playing it at Gamescom. Just that Swarm engine is really something. But Atomfall is not what you think. It is not British Fallout. It is a like post-apocalyptic, almost detective survival game with no survival mechanics. So if you're like, I hate survival mechanics, don't worry, there wasn't chop a tree and get wood and shit. It just felt really brutal and scary, kind of like a horror game almost does. Enjoyed the shit out of it. It was gorgeous, running on a PC at the time. It's from Rebellion, who also announced another Sniper Elite game that's coming to Game Pass next year. Resistance, I think it was called. Yeah. But for the things I played and saw, I can't talk about Assassin's Creed because I didn't see the public stuff for that. So Atomfall was my most intrigued. That's coming out in March on Game Pass. Was really cool looking, was much more focused on trying to figure out what the hell's going on while being like super brutal. Whether it's melee or just punching people, weapons, like gunshots, like just one big heavy revolver shot and a guy's head and he's down. That is the one that hit me the most. Reviewing Warhammer and Space Trucker. Space Trucker hits Game Pass the 3rd, I think. So
September?
Yeah, in a couple days. So expect a review on that one soon.
You saw something else there too that you already have a video out for too.
Yeah, and the big one, I didn't get to play it, but I got to watch it, was Claire Obscure Expedition 33. They just call it Expedition 33 every time. Also, there is now a picture of the team that was at Gamescom on Twitter. So if you want to see the impossibly handsome man, he is in there with his incredible hair.
I did print them out when I saw the picture, and I'm like, which one is Jesse talking about? I'm like, is it this one? And I'm like, oh, no, it's definitely this guy.
The moment you see me, like, oh, wow. Yeah, no, that's a... And fantastic at video games because he was the one playing the game. Nick feels threatened. But yeah, no, Expedition 33.
Who is this guy?
Friggin' gorgeous Unreal Engine 5
I think
game.
Jesse pointed him out.
If you like the music, it was like that big orchestral feel, but instead of the singing, it just had piano and strings during combat and stuff. It was awesome. Looks amazing. And unlike Baldur's Gate 3, which was amazing in every way except for the combat, you're always doing something here. So you're either dodging, parrying, timing attacks. You're always doing something. You're not just sitting there watching for a minute or 3. Really intriguing setting. There's a preview up. Looked amazing. I cannot wait for it. It's next year. When? Next year? Don't know. But that's it.
And coming to Game Pass, of course. Right?
Mm-hmm. Game Pass day one.
Ben Starr is not voicing Gustav, which I found kind of interesting. Right? Curious who he is.
Gustav looks a lot like Robert Pattinson. So I was almost curious if it was him, but it's not. Yeah. You want me to point him out to you, Nick? Hold on, I'll find the tweet.
Yeah. What have you been playing, Aarsal?
Yeah, so on my own, some Halo. I started playing that again. Headhunter's back. It's pretty fun. For those who don't know, the mode is you kill people, you collect their skulls, you put them in, you get first to, I think, 30 wins. Or if you collect 10 at once, you instantly win. So I think most people go for like that high risk, high reward thing where you hold all 10 at the same time. Almost won, lost there. At Gamescom, I played a couple things. I had the embargoes out for both of them, so I can talk about them. So the issue was me and Nick didn't have press passes, right? And honestly, I think I'm okay with it because one thing Jason told us was you got to experience Gamescom public day at least once first, so then you can appreciate what you're not going through. The next
you guys don't know. Saturday.
Yeah, dude, you were there the whole weekend.
There you go. He's right in the
I'm gonna
middle
ask you
now.
about that soon.
We are on an almost 20-second delay now to make this look so good. So my
Yes, I kinda
apologies.
figured.
But yeah.
Yeah.
So who's the guy?
Right, middle now, yeah.
That guy there.
With the
Yeah, with the big
tan
poofy hair.
brown hair.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I got it right on him right
Maybe
now.
that's just not a great photo of him.
Yeah. In person, I was like, wow.
Okay.
Maybe in person. But
So once we got in, one of the issues is that even
based
though
on that photo,
You'll be okay, Nick.
come on.
Wednesday, what Gamescom did this year is I think Wednesday's usually a full press day. What they did this year was they sold tickets for half the day for the public called wildcard tickets. That's what me and Nick got. We're like, we'll still be there for some of the press day. It'll be less people. Yes, it was less people compared to Thursday, Friday, and I'm sure Saturday and Sunday. But that
Still
doesn't
a
mean it
lot of
was a
people.
small amount of people. Yes. They had us do a friggin' run around the entire
The
thing
line
to get in.
to get in, we walked. I reckon we had to have walked at least a kilometer
Minimum.
Yeah.
to just get in the place.
We saw that line when we were coming in. We just walked right past it right in the front doors. It was so nice.
Yeah.
Because it was
And,
press
like,
only.
It wasn't
was
even that
great.
organized. That's my issue. It was like a giant
was.
crowd. At one point, we're just walking past people lined up because
It
like,
was
why
so
are they lined up?
disorganized. The whole thing. It was just
Yeah.
nuts.
But
You'd think
we-
after 20 years they'd be like a well-oiled machine and they'd full on have it down pat, but
Yes.
nope.
But anyways, we make it in. And one thing I didn't realize at the time, I wish I did, was that really was the best time to line up for things you wanted to do. Wednesday evening, less people were there. So I really wanted to
Yeah.
play Monster Hunter, Assassin's Creed, Last Berserker. But like the next day, all those lines were minimum 2.5, 3 hours.
Yeah, Monster Hunter's line was ridiculous.
And
Yeah.
so, anyways, while I was waiting, actually we met him too, Marcel.
Oh yeah, Marcel. I wanted to like just the whole Gamescom holiday part. We could talk about the whole podcast for
Yes,
that. But
yeah, we could. But we met
Yes,
Marcel. He gave me a little fast pass for the Indiana Jones and Starfield presentation, and he gave us super cool dim. Oh, I didn't put mine on.
He gave me the
Ooh.
Doom pin, and then I went for a walk, and Marcel messaged me. He's like, "Quick, come back!" And he gave me like 5 more pins, so all the guys got a
Yeah, thank you for the
Stargaze's pin.
Wee! This thing's great.
The pin is so
Can't find
fucking
mine.
cool.
Okay, Jesse's got his. All right, it's so cool. I'm gonna put it on for his
Yeah.
wedding.
And we stole a bunch of these, the Game Pass casino chips.
And I didn't get one because I didn't do any of the Xbox stuff.
Yeah, I got one of those.
Nice.
So cool.
Oh, my wife
So-
laminated my
Ooh, that's
press
cool.
pass.
Nice. Yeah, you start the collection. Start the collection because
This was the
keeping
big
all the
one.
lanyards.
The most important one. When you got into the Xbox press thing, they gave you this to let you know you could be there and just go play everything without a line.
I just went in there.
It
Well,
was
no,
good.
this is
It
for
was
the
good.
floor. Day one
Oh,
at
the
9
floor.
a.m. to go in and just
Guys,
play
bring
everything.
bring the fedora back.
What?
Did you guys bring the fedora back that they give?
Oh
when you
yeah, they
watch,
gave a real
No.
cheap little fedora for
No,
Yeah.
the
I
Indiana
had no
Jones
way of
thing.
getting it into my luggage.
Same here. I had no space.
I
at all.
handed mine away to Lex Luddy because
Nice.
her dad really wanted one, so I was like, "You can have it."
Anyways, so I go to the presentation and it's like, hey, it just started me 40 minutes. I'm like, okay. And then like the lines for everything are huge, but there's some cool stuff. There was like a World of Warcraft VR experience, which Jesse got to
It
experience.
was amazing.
So it was really cool.
You were on like a bike with, and I was the first person to wear it. Is the only reason I did it. VR goggles. They were cleaning them, but I was the first person, so it was okay. And you're on the whole thing doing it, and it moves with you. It was amazing.
There was that, and then I saw a line for Fortnite. What's the Guitar Hero thing called in Fortnite?
Yeah, the festival, Fortnite
Festival, right? And I'm like, you know what? It's been a while since I played Guitar Hero. The only place that still has it are friggin' the places in America that's like Chuck E. Cheese, but isn't.
Yeah.
Dave and Buster's.
Dave and Buster's, exactly. So I did that for a bit. It was fun. I could kind of tell it just wasn't as good as like Guitar Hero was for some reason. I don't know. Maybe it's nostalgia.
Was from the maker of Guitar Hero.
Exactly, it's harmonics,
They
right?
bought harmonics just for
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, I don't know. But anyways, and then I watched the presentation and I felt like such a boss. Because okay, there's a fast lane for like skipping the line, but people gotta pay for it. So they'll pay extra money just to see a friggin' presentation, whatever. I give them the card.
Microtransactions.
Literally,
Gamescom.
literally. I give him the little card that says Fast Pass, and the guy's like, he's like never seen it before, and he's like, you know what? Okay, yeah, sure, go. And I'm like, yeah, that's how we roll.
Good shit.
It was a great presentation. It's not online yet. I'm not sure if it will be, but for all those kind of wondering, why aren't they showing more gameplay of Indiana Jones? They showed a fair bit there, and it looks good. I mean, John talked about it in his preview. They showed, like, the
I'm
melee
pretty sure
system.
it was the preview footage just recut for us, and it was nice and long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The preview footage
Looks
that John watched
amazing.
at his house, but I was in the other room, not
Shut up,
watching
you watched it.
No, because I wasn't allowed.
Doesn't
So I
matter.
was
You
in
didn't
the
spill the
other
beans.
room.
It's fine.
We stick to the rules.
That's right.
100%.
Especially Nick.
I didn't tell John to message Rand to say hi. I didn't do that because we realized that we probably shouldn't do that.
Yeah, I did tell you afterwards. There was a lot of
That's
Xbox
funny.
folks in that chat.
Yeah, there was a lot of Xbox people in that chat.
I always
apparently,
take those
allegedly.
when you're agreeing to those embargoes.
Yeah.
It's
It's
your
the
site.
company.
It is your site agreeing
I
to
kind of
those
assumed that too.
embargoes. It's fine. So, like, I have signed an NDA for something coming up soon. It's the site agreeing to that, because if any of you spoil it, it goes right back at me. It's like, it's all of us.
Yeah, but the
So-
watermark,
That's why I never told
watermark
Nick.
the watermark didn't say Xboxera.
Oh yeah, it says your
said-
email.
His name. It said John's
On the
name.
footage? Yeah.
I mean, I
automated
only
for
know
your
that because
email.
John told me. I didn't see it. John told me his
You're
watermark was on
hurting me. You're
there.
hurting everything. I actually
God.
I didn't play anything on the first day. For the most
You played
part,
a lot
because-
of Console Wars, the card game.
I played-
Kickstarter.
I
Got a
played-
few days left. You go right now.
Yes, that's true. I suppose I'll talk briefly about that. A big thank you to Kat and Foxy and Bart, aka the Booth
Yeah.
Babes, for their hard work for a
Ooh,
week.
we just got 2 more
working
backers.
for free.
522.
Oh, nice. To help promote Kickstarters, the Console Wars Kickstarter. It was incredible.
They were
the fan
great at it, too.
reaction in the booth was fucking brilliant. Like, everybody loved it.
People were coming
had-
back to play
They
it.
loved being able to cut through to get through to the other side.
No, we blocked that. We didn't have
after
any
the first
walls.
day. Yeah.
Yeah. It was
After our €60 tape.
that's ridiculous. €60 for a roll of tape. Get the
Gamescom
fuck
is
out
there,
of here,
as we
Gamescom.
found out. It is there mostly to sell merch. Our merch obviously isn't going to be made until next year. So if we were to go back and do a booth again, it would be we would have
Why
many
didn't
copies
we
of the
sell
game.
those T-shirts?
Why didn't we sell them?
Yes. It'll cost a lot to make, I think.
Because there's rules for doing it. You have to have a card machine. We'd have to pay VAT, which is why we gave them away as gifts.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So,
Next time, if we've got cards
Stock.
and shirts and everything, and it's really worth it, absolutely.
I think we're definitely going to do the UK Games Expo because
Nice.
June next
Nice.
year it's in the UK. We will have stock. It will be here. We can get it in a van. We don't have to ship it overseas. There's definitely some considerations there, but overall, like, we had so many developers pop by. We had I won't mention their names, but we had a guy from Avalanche.
Really?
Working on Contraband.
Nice.
And I was
Ooh.
like, "Tell us about Contraband." He was like, "I was like, ah."
He
But
told you
was
enough.
like-
He told you it exists.
yeah, he was looking at it and he was like, "How do you guys know so much about the industry?" And I explained to XboxEra and he was like, "This is brilliant." Like, we had a CEO of some big indie publisher, and he literally came by. It was like first thing in the morning on, like, before the days got crazy, because the merch halls where we were situated were very quiet until people had kind of gone in, run to play whatever they wanted to play, and then they'd come out. And he was just perusing through, and we chatted, and he gave me his card, and he said, absolute dude, he was like, "Drop this email over to this email address at Kickstarter. Like, it's not a public one, and I'm not going to repeat it. So just drop my name and tell them, like, to check your project out, because this is exceptional work. Getting a party game funded, because a lot of Kickstarter, as we've discovered, board games are typically RPGs that get a lot of love.
Yeah.
Really complicated, detailed, lengthy,
And really
loads of
expensive
pieces.
too.
Really expensive too. He said the fact that you've got this funded is brilliant, and he gave us some advice on retail partnerships and stuff like that we can pursue. But it's really great. We're 3 days out from closing that Kickstarter off, so if you want to get in, get in. It's effectively a pre-order at this point. Like, we are getting to make this game.
Yeah.
But now's the really exciting stuff, and I have to give a big shout out to Bart at Plot Twist, who came down. He gave us he dropped off a bunch of t-shirts for the team, like absolute dude. He chatted to me extensively about what it would take to turn this into an actual video game. And he's been an enormous help in kind of looking at what that path forward would look like for that.
So annoyed I didn't get to meet him.
Yeah, he came back as well. He was there for like an hour
know.
just chatting to me and stuff. It was just such a great experience. We learned a lot about like how to run a booth. But the fact that the tables were constantly full from 10 a.m. every day, and we had people coming back and trying it again and seeing their names, people backing it like right there on the table.
Yeah.
It was brilliant.
Like the way I looked at it is, if they're physical boxes ready to sell,
we would have made an
sold
absolute
heaps.
fortune. We would have made. People were just like, "Can I buy it now?" And we were like,
literally.
And I think that's the frustration: is there's such a barrier to doing a Kickstarter. You have to have a type of card. You can't do PayPal. You have to log in and sign up. And human beings suck, and they don't want to do that stuff. And I get it. But look, we get to make it, and this is just the beginning of that journey. So if you want to get a copy, links in the chat.
You know what, John?
Pre-order.
You say that, right? And I think that's what really stuck out to me the most on this trip, was that this is just the beginning. It really felt like this was just like the first of many things that we'll do as a site, as a publication.
It would be really fun to get to Summer Games Fest together.
That would be amazing.
As a team.
Be amazing.
Because we had a couple of slots last year. If we could get them to give us at least 3 this year, we'd actually do some coverage for a change.
Then I'd head over to Vegas.
Yeah, it's like a 5-hour drive north.
And MVG said I can stay with him in Vegas.
Nice.
But
in terms of what I actually got to play, I finally got to play Returnal after my miss at SGF.
I was about to say, you did not play Returnal.
I did play Returnal.
You did not play Returnal.
I did play Returnal.
God damn it, John.
Reanimal.
Well,
Reanimal.
I'm not talking about Reanimal because I don't know what embargo there may or may not be on if I had played that game or not.
You played Returnal, the PlayStation 5 exclusive that came out like a year and a half ago?
What are you talking about?
You keep saying the word Returnal.
You keep saying Returnal.
Replaced. Yeah, sorry. I am tired. It's been a long day.
I played Replaced.
I played too. It's great.
I played Replaced.
Yeah.
It's really great.
Visually, one of the best looking games I've ever seen.
How deep it is. Like, I was expecting a side scroller, and it's not.
Really?
Yeah, it's way deeper. The combat, like they gave you 3 different scenarios. Did you play?
Yeah, I know. I only got the prologue. I only got the prologue.
Okay, so the prologue is just side scrolling, but the combat is like Arkham style. Like they'll flash up, and you can suddenly parry, and you put it in a side scrolling format. It's
heavy. Like,
cool.
Fair warning for anyone wanting to get into Replaced. If you've ever played the original Prince of Persia, Flashback, all those old games, it feels a bit heavier and a bit more like that.
Wrong thing. What am I doing? There we go.
Yeah, it wasn't it wasn't like snappy and fast. And I'm not trying to say that in a bad way. Yeah. I'm just trying to give fair warning. You could feel the weight of the character
you're saying.
It was very weighty, very heavy.
And stunning.
Visually, oh my god,
beautiful.
It was holy shit.
Beautiful. We were in a line for like the indie area, and like the line stopped at a certain point because everyone just wanted the one little booth playing Replaced. That's it.
Yeah, it was in the Indie Selects booth, and they had, obviously I had to try it, Squirrel with a gun.
Nice.
Reviewing terribly.
Is it reviewing terribly?
There's a 6 and a 3 out of 10 for it right now.
The controls were rough in the demo.
Oh, were they?
Yeah.
I was actually surprised how good looking that game was.
Yeah.
It was, but the performance was a bit shoddy.
And it's only PC right now.
Yeah. It was definitely funny. Like, I laughed at how ridiculous the notion was, but I don't know quite how that game's going to fully perform. But it is coming to Xbox. I think it's soon. So,
October.
We'll do a review in time for that. I also got to get a hands-on with some other stuff that I can't talk about yet. I got a hands-on with Cairn, which is a climbing game. Obviously, because I reviewed Jusant, I was intrigued.
We forced it on you.
Yeah, what'd you think?
I thoroughly enjoyed Jusant. Cairn is a different kettle of fish. This is a survival climbing game, but here's the unique part. And at first, I was like, this is silly. And I'm just giving genuine feedback here. I haven't written anything yet. At first, I was like, oh, God. In this climbing game, you control each limb individually.
Quap
So-
climbing.
But it's not. The way they've done the controls is it's really simple, right? So I hold up, I press X, hand goes up.
Okay.
Then the system automatically moves to the next
Limb.
least stable limb. And then the left stick controls that. I press X, it locks on. Then it moves on to the next limb, like my
Okay.
legs.
It's kind of
Then I'll move
intuitive.
that one up, but you can move your legs up and you start doing all sorts of silly stuff where your legs are like this, and she's like freaking out and shaking because she can't hold on. And at first I was like, but then something happens while you're playing it, and you're like, wait, I can do this well. And then you start deliberately placing each, and then suddenly you're scaling like really quickly, and you kind of get into this Zen mode. I was like, this is really smart.
Damn.
And I chatted at length to the team there, the game bakers. It's a surprisingly pretty game, and it's a really, really unique take. It suggests to me that there's a level of challenge available here that I was not expecting. And it's not like super chill like Jusant. It's a different kind of zone out and play. So I'll do a full write up on it when I'm allowed to. But I was quite impressed with Cairn in the end. And then what else? I think that's all my.
Didn't you play
big
Returnal?
ones. Yeah, I did play Returnal 3 years ago. It was
I was
all
gonna
right.
say.
It's a fun game. I wish it had better roguelike
Yes.
qualities,
Fully agreed.
but it's a
Great
very
Probably
fun
the
game
best
to play.
exclusive.
Yeah.
Before we move on, I did play a couple things.
Move on. I haven't even said
Yeah, I
what
was
I've
gonna
been
say-
playing.
Yeah, we've got quite a bit. Nick, you go first. You haven't spoken in a while.
I said I've played Replaced.
Yep.
What else did I play? I played Fatal Fury, the new
Oh,
one
yeah.
coming out. City of Wolves or whatever it's called that's coming out. Oh boy, that was good. They had a whole massive booth there,
Yeah.
SNK,
Yeah.
just for Fatal Fury. It was amazing. Sat down with my DualSense, because they had only DualSense controllers, unfortunately, which isn't as good for fighters as an Xbox controller. That's a fact. I don't give a fuck about your opinion.
Not a fan of the D-pad.
Sat down, started playing it. Played as Terry, of course, because I love my Terry. And I'm playing single player, getting everything down, learning the systems and everything. And then one of the dudes that was running the booth brought someone over and said, "Oh, hey, would you like to play against this person?" I was like, "Oh, okay." And this dude sat down, and I started playing the whole, "Oh, look, I've only just started playing it, card, blah 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 blah." And he started playing, and I just fucking mopped the floor with him like 4 or 5 matches in a row.
Just start yelling
my
"Power
fighters.
Naku" whenever you're hitting
And
them.
I started just fucking crack shoot, and just fucking destroying him with like super. I was just unrelenting on him, just
But like the combos
unleashing.
and stuff carried over from the previous games you've played. Like you knew how to play your character.
I haven't touched the Fatal Fury game for a long time, or even King of Fighters. But
Yeah,
it was
I
just,
did the last King of Fighters review.
So,
yeah,
like, what
I
do you
haven't.
look at the combo list or something? Like how? You know
No,
what I mean?
it's all it. So much of it is just transferred knowledge, like Street Fighter, Fatal Fury, Killer Instinct, Mortal Kombat. Less so. Mortal Kombat's kind of like the outlier. Like all of the other fighters, so many of the moves and the special systems and the parry systems and the combo systems are all so similar that if you're good at Street Fighter, you'll be fine in Fatal Fury. If you're
Capcom
good
and
at Fatal
SNK
Fury,
were very homogenous.
yeah. If you're good at Fatal Fury, you'll be fine in Killer Instinct. Like, yes, there's nuance to all of them that you'll need to like look into and
Like the same like
perfect and all that
joystick
sort of stuff.
rolling and then press a button to do like a.
But
move.
a lot of the skills are transferable. Mortal Kombat's the one that's different to all of them. Like I try my Street Fighter strategies and stuff in Mortal Kombat, and none of it works. Mortal Kombat's just totally different to all the others. So Fatal Fury, I found amazing, visually really nice.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it, and I wanted to go back again to that booth. It was I
Fatal
can't wait for
Fury
this game
looks
next
like
year.
what they were trying to do with Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, where it really gets
Yeah.
that shading down to feel like a
Yeah.
comic book in a way that is very
Yeah.
pretty.
So good. And Terry's coming to Street Fighter at the end of the month.
Yeah, that's the
Can't
first
wait.
time, right? Something that's happened to Street Fighter in terms of.
Mhm. Yeah, they don't normally do
Yes.
guest characters like that
Yes.
in the main line.
It's not like that.
It's not
Yeah,
Soul
yeah,
Calibur.
yeah.
No.
Yes, I was fortunate enough to get a code for Street Fighter Year 2 of Jesse.
Oh, nice.
So I have got Terry waiting for me soon. I played Replaced, I said that. What else did I play? I've been playing the Black Ops 6 beta.
Oh yeah, that just started. What do you
Installed
think?
that yesterday and started playing that. It was getting my ass handed to me, like I do in all CODs.
You know Tom Henderson, who had a nuke.
He already had
was
a
it-
nuke.
Tom Henderson got the
crap.
nuke.
Yep.
That's insane.
It's like all
Really?
he played. It's what he used to. That's what he became big with.
Yeah, I know.
was
That's how he
streaming Call of
started. He
Duty.
started as a COD streamer. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I discovered that by accident.
Yeah, and the person he was with was a professional gamer for years, by the way, like decades. I talked to him for a while that night.
Really?
Yeah, they're good at games. Yeah.
Is that the Greek guy
Yes. Yeah.
that was with him? Yeah.
Yeah. He was
I'm
in the
spewing
CTL
that I didn't
for a
get to
while.
meet him. I would have
Yeah,
liked to
dude.
have met him.
Honestly, man, especially because you didn't have a flight the next morning, you really should have stayed.
I was already home and tired though.
Yeah, that's the issue. If I was home, I would not have left. That's a 40-minute like train.
That's what I mean. We're about to jump back on the trains again. That's like, man.
No.
Yes, I've been playing COD. I can't wait for hardcore. I can't wait for hardcore to come back. I need hardcore because the thing about COD is my reactions are fine, even as a 44-year-old. Like my react, I usually end up shooting first in COD. But I was playing last night with Jason and Carlos, and I'm like, why are your guns doing damage that my guns are not? I'm like, what is going on in this game? Like, so I think the way it's got the hit markers in Black Ops, and I stand to be corrected, Tom, if you're watching, the hit markers, I think if you've got like the double cross, you've hit him in the head. And I shot this guy in the head like 5 times, and he did not die. And then I just died straight away. I'm like, what is going on with this game? So I want hardcore back, because with hardcore, 1 bullet and they're dead. So I do well in hardcore because I usually
SWAT
shoot
almost,
first.
in a way.
Yeah, it is. It's SWAT. I usually shoot first, so I do okay in hardcore.
Nick shot first.
But with these standard modes, man, I'm always getting my ass handed to me.
How'd you feel about like
But
the
the
maps,
game-
gameplay, things like that?
I've downloaded this, but I haven't played it yet.
It's all. I mean, none of the maps are really. I haven't really found a map yet that I'm like, oh man, this is a really cool multiplayer map. None of them have done that, but I've only played on.
Did you see
3 or
their
something like that.
their stream yesterday, the day before? They had like this big like reveal stream, and they had a bunch of like like big streamers playing the game.
Is that the one with? Is that Call of Duty Next with Snowbike Mike hosting?
Yeah.
Was it? I mean, they had a panel of
Yes.
hosts. They had a couple
The
people out there.
Xbox On team were there. Benny Central was there.
Yeah, everyone was there. But like, did you see
Not
where they
us,
were
not
doing it?
us.
I know. Well, I mean, like the actual streamers. You see where they were doing it, like where they were playing.
Yeah, it was
They-
ridiculous.
Took a museum, like a giant museum auditorium, took out all the friggin' exhibits, and set themselves up in like the circle around it. It was
Really?
really cool. Also a little dystopian, but really cool.
It's
Oh
very
wow!
cool. You
Side
just
note-
reminded me of something
Oh.
that I also played that I completely forgot to mention, which is Delta Force
Oh yeah, you played that.
Horde Mobs
Yeah,
on
yeah.
PC. And it doesn't support pads, so I had to break out these aging
Ooh,
mouse and keyboard skills.
get the strafe WAD strafe.
But you know what? It's kind of like COD meets Battlefield and I mean that in a very complimentary way. Great destruction.
Keep complimenting them to help maybe pay for some trips if we're going to go cover it.
Great destruction. Surprisingly gorgeous. Like genuinely, like I was playing it, I'm like, holy shit, this is a very pretty game. And fun. Like it's got the classic Battlefield. Oh, I'm dead from a sniper that I didn't know was there fucking miles away who just headshotted me.
Yeah.
But they've got these operators and they've got these like one guy's got like a rocket launcher you can fire from his wrist. Right? There's like 3 rockets just go and one lady's got a bow and arrow you can shoot it above the battlefield and scan. It's just got these kind of cool little perks. It was quite cool. Yeah. Would recommend trying it out when it comes.
It's a Chinese game, right?
I think it's NetEase. Yeah.
That is, yeah.
I think. But yeah, surprisingly good.
I remember
And-
seeing the trailer for that.
Yeah, and obviously, I bought because Jesse was like, "It looks amazing, and you should get it." So I just bought Cyberpunk 2077 Ultimate Edition on PC.
Oh damn!
And I've started playing it again on my rig, and holy fuck! Oh my god, it's so beautiful.
Are you modding it up at all, or just default?
I was playing in vanilla. Like I haven't thought about modding it at all. Like I want to actually complete it.
Yeah.
But I might start doing some streams on it because one, I find it just stupidly gorgeous to look at, and two,
They will immediately
quite
get
enjoying it.
demonetized.
Because of all the
really,
music.
Anything Cyberpunk gets demonetized because there are dicks and boobs and stuff in it potentially. So they just flat out demonetize you
Maybe
every
just
time.
do Discord streaming then for anyone who.
Well,
who's curious.
I was actually thinking we should bring the Twitch channel back because they don't care, and people can use Twitch Primes over there and whatnot.
I mean, restream is
But
working.
also,
right?
you only make like $3 on a stream anyway, so it's fine if it's demonetized.
Yeah.
But you will want to
exactly.
turn off the licensed music.
Okay.
Oh, they have an option.
Unlike
for that?
Nick, who played as much of it as he could during his stream, and I had to mute 20 things to get that stream to
Are
show
you
up
serious?
again. Yes, 20 things between Fortnite and Rocket
Oh, yeah,
League.
you were streaming. Yeah, Nick, that was your first time you streamed, right? For the site, or was it not? One of the first. I'm pretty sure.
I don't know. Maybe.
You're streaming Balatro, right?
I streamed again. Yeah, I streamed again. I streamed again after.
Oh, damn.
I streamed when I came back from
Yes,
when I
yes.
got back home. I streamed Balatro and
That's what I mean. Yeah, that was like
and
yesterday. day before.
Fortnite. Yeah, on Twitch. I was streaming on Twitch because I couldn't access the YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah.
So I streamed
YouTube's so
on Twitch. Total
weird.
bad.
YouTube's weird about friggin' notifications and shit. It's a pain in the ass. So
About 2 hours.
twitch.tv/the XboxEra. Maybe someday we'll beg them to just give us XboxEra because that account is not used. We're going to use that channel more, I think, because we can just stream on it whenever the hell we want without having to worry. It's very nice.
Back really quick. Wait, Nick, something else you played too?
Am I allowed to talk about Space Marine 2?
No.
No.
You could talk about the demo you played
Yeah,
at Gamescom, bro, and I can tell you that I thought it was fucking amazing demo.
So
Oh,
the
God.
demo that I played at Gamescom,
Yeah, just a
Not
short little
the
section
full
early on.
game.
Yeah, no.
yeah, no, I haven't played the full game yet. The demo I played was quite good. I played in performance mode.
Which
didn't
I
notice
get
enough
yelled at. I get yelled at by people on Reddit because they were flipping out
that
saying
was
it's just
funny.
going to be 30. It's just going to be 30. I was like, just calm down. They're going to talk about it later in the week. Just calm down. He's like, a nice cope, bro. I was like, I'm reviewing it right now. And I was getting massively downvoted, and then it came out. It was 60, and people all just upvoted me. He was like, yeah, I couldn't say it was 60 because they were about to the next day.
Yeah.
But yes, it has a 60 FPS mode that's 1080p base resolution upscaled.
Space Marines,
can't-
yeah.
But I couldn't tell that it was 1080.
At the demo? Yeah.
Construction, probably.
At the
Reconstruction
demo,
or-
they were the demo at Gamescom was probably on a PC. I don't remember.
Right? Yeah.
If
that's
you
what I'm
didn't
assuming.
see the dev kit in
okay.
front of you, it's probably on a PC.
Right, the demo. But yeah. So okay, so there's not too much I can say about Space Marine 2 then. If that's
That was
the
a
case.
short demo.
Wait a little bit. Game is coming out in like 9 days?
It's coming out
Obviously
on
been
September
playing-
5th if you pay for the expensive edition.
Okay.
Obviously been playing a shit ton of Balatro over the last 2 weeks. So much Balatro between John's place, between being stuck on the plane and all that. And then since I've gotten home as well, because now that I've sort of, because everyone at John sort of showed me how to play it properly, I've been playing it more. I still haven't got back to getting those massive scores again.
Yeah, 1.4 million.
If you do some
Yeah.
streams, if you get set up on our Twitch channel, I'll give you the code so you can just put that in and automatically stream to it. The community and us, and we can walk you through it. It's fun.
Because what I didn't, so John, I think John lied to me. John said to me, so I'm on the difficulty. I'm on the difficulty with Eternal cards, right?
Yes.
And I got that card with the knife that
That
cuts
eats
the card.
cards. Yeah.
Yes. And I put an Eternal card there, and it wasn't doing anything.
Yeah, because it can't kill the Eternal card.
That's right. You were telling me some trick where you feed a card to it and it keeps doing it or something.
No. The trick was, if you want to have the knife card, you put an Eternal card there so it can't keep killing Jokers. That's the trick.
And there are some
exactly-
jokers, and there are things.
But then it
where you
won't
can get
increase
them-
its multi.
There are also other jokers and other ways you can get so that they keep duplicating themselves, and you can have it keep
Yes.
killing the dupes and grow exponentially forever. Like it gets very deep.
It does get very deep.
I've seen somebody who had a hand
okay.
with 999 jokers in it because they got that many negative jokers. Like there's crazy shit
insane.
like that.
I gotta play this game more.
I saw the random deck.
No,
I saw
I
a
haven't
random
unlocked
deck.
that.
So the random deck it's just random. You might have like a random selection of cards, and this random deck was all 5s.
Oh
There you
wow.
go.
So you could just play 5 of a kind.
Fives of a kind
and over
nonstop.
and
Yeah.
over.
That's funny. That's funny.
And if you want to try out the really crazy stuff, there are seeds that you can get in Balatro. So if you want to see what crazy looks like, you can get a seed code and then follow the instructions to start the crazy run. And then just because it's the same, the seed is the same. So the results of every move you make are the same. And the way the cards get pulled are the same. So there
That's
are ways you can, but you don't get achievements if you do that. That's the only thing.
Okay.
And
Really quick.
Balatro got an update. Did you see
Yeah,
it?
it did. Yeah.
Got the cool update with all the crossovers with Among Us, Dave the Diver, Vampire Survivors, and The Witcher. So I just turned all of that on. It's so cool.
It should be in the
Okay,
running.
go Aarsal, sorry.
For like Game of the Year and stuff like that, which I'm
It
sure
should.
we'll talk about. But yeah, so in terms of what I played, the one press thing I went to was for a game called Eternal Strands. It looked interesting, so I figured why not. And I think I kind of learned my lesson where for future Gamescom or shows like this, I kind of want my entire day just scheduled out for like press things. Even if it's a game I'm not that interested in, it's still nice to have like, okay, I'm playing this
like
now.
if you have a thing at 9, have a thing at 10, have a thing at 11, have a
Exactly.
thing at 12, because you need time to get in between them because they are going to be far apart.
Yes,
If they're all
yes.
half an hour, always give yourself half an hour travel time because that place is fucking huge and not
But at the same
everything's
time,
in the same spot.
The big stuff are at least somewhat close to each other, like 4.4 and 3.3.
4 and 2 aren't too far, but even then, on the busier times, it can still take you a good 15 minutes to get places.
And
On the Saturday and Sunday, they implemented a full one-way system.
wow.
So if we wanted to get back to the console wars booth, we had to go kind of down and then up. You couldn't just dart in. It was like, what?
Interesting.
Very irritating.
But like even the press area, I brought someone fresh ass walked in, and it kind of felt like that was the expected thing to do. For one of the games I was scheduled for, I asked, hey, we're having some trouble with our press stuff, and they're like, you can maybe just borrow someone else's. And the way they said it made me seem like this is just what everyone does or did.
Yeah.
Right. Because at the door they were barely checking. In fact, when I walked by, the guy didn't even look at mine. And once I'm in, put it in my pocket.
Yeah, it's literally just seeing the
The lanyard, really.
Yeah.
It was seeing. I'm gonna cover up this part. It was seeing the P.
P. It
Yeah, as long as you had that P for press, you were good to go.
wasn't a
Yeah.
hard check or anything. It was kind of just
It-
come in, do your stuff.
It was funny as well because when we went to go in on the public days, they wouldn't let press in till 9 either, right? But exhibitors we were allowed in, and I went to go in, and she was like, "No, 9," and I just went, "Oh, whoop," and just flipped my pass over because I had them in a little envelope.
Yeah.
And she was like, "Oh, okay," and you
Exhibitor
got-
one, right?
It was
Yeah.
weird. Yeah, it was funny.
Anyways, I came in, and also it turns out Tom Henderson has still not found his luggage. That's insane. That's
Wow.
crazy.
The thing Nick was so scared of.
Oh, he made me so like I had never really ever worried about my luggage on trips, but then when I saw Ryanair, I'm like, oh, this airline has an air of
Cheapness.
I don't know, just something
They
about
are
it.
the
And then-
airline that is in the news right now for everyone having fistfights on it because they get too drunk.
Yeah, but that's Brits though. And then
Fair.
Tom Henderson's like, I lost my luggage. I was like, oh no, what airline? He's like, Ryanair. I'm like, oh no.
Oh, that's why you
I was
were
like,
worried.
That's
Oh,
why I was so nervous because we were flying back with Ryanair. So I was like, fuck.
Yeah, I got
Luckily,
Euro
my
wings
luggage
on the
was
way
there.
back, thankfully.
Yeah. Eurowings is
Oh
nice.
my
Air
God.
Baltic through Eurowings, was it? Or something like
It was
that.
just
Either
Euro
way.
wings, yeah.
Or just, oh, damn, nice.
was
But I
so
played a game
scared.
called Eternal Strands. What's interesting is something cool with the press side. It was either a developer or someone at the studio in PR, whatever, is sitting right next to you
Mhm.
as I'm playing. And they're talking to me and they're like, yeah, you can do this, or you can do that. Oh, we did this because of this. And it was just a really kind of surreal experience, I want to say.
That
I had a
was me
similar
with
one.
Towerborn, where I played
Yeah.
the game with the CEO of the company was our fourth because the fourth person didn't show up. She was the one I talked to about early access and all that stuff. And she was just playing with us and she was kicking ass, just fucking dominating because it's her game. And that was really cool.
Yeah, it gives like a different, I think, like element to the whole thing. And it makes you, one thing for sure, it makes us, XboxEra, it opens that like, oh, damn, we're here, right? Like we're speaking directly to developers now. I'm talking to them. Even at the preview event I went to LA for, one of the people playing with us, I guess I should, The King of Meat is the game I played. It's fun, looks pretty cool, I had the chance of blowing up. one of the guys I was playing with was also knew the game and was talking to me about it, and you're just asking questions while you're doing it. Eternal Strands is like this cartoony looking game. It looks a little bit like Fortnite, but it's like you're a scout and you go outside in like in a big open area for like 15-20 minutes, do a run, come back with resources, things like that. There's bosses, whatnot. What's cool though, and I think there are a couple things that made it stick out to me, was one, the physics system. One thing they did was they added temperature. So you have a fire ability that can set things on fire, you have an ice thing and you can free stuff, then you have kinetic that can push or pull things. And like everything in the game almost you can pick up and throw at stuff. The bosses have armor, and the goal is to honestly almost like Shadow of the Colossus, where there's these giant friggin' creatures, and the goal is to break the armor off. So one person's like, one thing you can try is freezing it first and then try shattering it with throwing something. I gave that a shot, blah, blah, blah. It was really fun. Something that makes it stick out was that when you die, you lose everything except like 3 things that you need to keep, the resources you collected. So it's very much not a Souls-like. It's like, don't die. Like, if you're too weak, leave, come back. Actually, remind me a little bit of RuneScape for any of the... Any of you guys ever play RuneScape? No one?
Mm-mm.
John, you'll know it from Rune Shape in Console Wars. You're also muted. But...
Like always.
We played that. I had a preview for Civ 7, which Bart from the Console Wars team took over for me because he plays Civilization a lot. I need to touch back with him, get his recordings, do it out. That's kind of my plan the next week, is get something out for Eternal Strands and Civ 7. I think he liked it. I have no idea, but he asked some questions with the people. Just looking forward to that in the chat. And then I played this. And one of the cool parts of Gamescom, especially the non-press stuff, is they give you crap. Like you wait 2 hours.
Swag.
Yeah, you get a lot of swag. You wait 2 hours in line to play Monster Hunter, and you come up with like a poster and like a bag and things like that. So in that sense, it's really cool. I played Metaphor Fantasio. It's fun. For anyone who's played the Persona games, it adds an element of real-time combat, which is pretty cool because that was not there in the previous ones. And then the last thing I did was I didn't play anything for this, but Genghis asked me to head over to this booth out here.
Ooh, woo, ay, ay, ay.
Yeah, to do some of the stuff there. It was a huge line to play a game that had no line when I was leaving Wednesday night. So I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna. That's like 2 hours. I'm not gonna do that. I only did like one thing in like the checklist, but I gotta. Again, guys, if you're watching, I will ship this over to you because you wanted it. Other than that, no, it's just. But one thing, John, I want to say is, holy crap, the money that's put into this event.
Yeah.
Like, if you saw the Splitgate booth, right?
Yeah.
What the hell was that thing?
That is a part of Gamescom. Like when I was talking like about the costs, like that is something they help provide. It is a big thing of it for like, because Xbox's booth was 100,000 square feet, all of it full of enormous things. You'd think
Doom Guy statue? Holy crap.
Made by a couple guys in Poland and shipped over in parts.
Designed to be taken apart, put back together. But
like just Xbox's booth and then their size and the business thing alone, like and the amount of people they brought over, if that was 25 million for that event, I wouldn't be shocked with how much they had.
Going into Gamescom was right after the PS5 announcement, right, for Indy. So online, everyone was like, oh, Xbox is wrapping up, it's over, blah, blah, blah. But you get in there and you see the size of their booth and their investment, because this is a huge monetary investment into this. And you're like, okay, they're not going friggin' anywhere, guys.
I mean,
holy crap.
Chris String did a really decent piece about how European it was. And this is the kind of, like, having done SGF, which is kind of this replacement for E3.
Yeah.
Gamescom is so much bigger and broader and crazier. And it bugs me that it's not as big.
Like PlayStation doesn't go there.
You mean like
Nintendo
online,
doesn't
right?
go there. Like,
yeah, like
yes.
It's the biggest gaming consumer show, and it is nuts. And I just kind of wish, like don't get me wrong, I don't mind coming to America and doing this stuff.
Going to LA is not great.
I didn't like
Cologne
it.
was amazing.
Cologne's lovely.
It's amazing.
Like, what are you Americans doing? Come over here. It's great.
Yeah.
It's a lot of money.
Cologne's nice.
Yeah.
Cologne is really
They're already spending so much.
Like,
Food wasn't bad either.
There are places in America that would be great for it. I think more midwesterny areas that just have a lot of space because everything's set in areas of America that don't have that much space in the major cities, and they're really old and compact. West Coast generally has more. Midwest has a lot. Cologne feels like a city built to have something that big in it. And so if you could, if you could get a city in America that's got decent public transportation, because some do, it's such a big country that you really need to get an area that is essentially built up to hold conferences like this. And there are
I'm
some.
guessing PAX West is probably the Gamescom equivalent in USA, right?
Yeah, it's gotten there.
Phil was doing a talk, wasn't he? He did an interview at PAX West.
He did Andrea Renee and him went through his gaming history. So it wasn't like a hard-hitting thing. It was just him talking about his life as someone who plays video games a lot.
And we already did that on our show.
Been there, done that.
She had an hour, though. We didn't.
Yeah.
There's also
covered a fair bit in the 10 minutes that we had.
We covered a lot.
Efficient.
There is Gamescom Asia, which a friend of mine is like, hey, why don't you go to that too? And I'm like, let me check ticket prices to Singapore. $2,000. No, thank you.
It's like, and that's the thing, like, but it does feel like generally, thanks to the Patreon community, everybody watching right now, like, it can't be understated the difference you've made. It feels like the business, the Xboxera as an entity, has kind of taken a new step forward in terms of being
actual press.
To the point where, I'm expecting Jeff to ring us about, being a voting member on the Game Awards panel.
You're right.
Time now.
Can we just get? I'd
still vote for Astrobot anyway.
You don't even have to play the game first. No, he doesn't.
It's already a 10 out of 10.
But
Haven't even touched it.
One of the weirdest things was everyone knowing me and us. Like when I was in the Xbox area, when I was in the Ubisoft area, like people just knew us. It was really weird.
It's kind of scary, right?
Yeah, like
the amount of times I walk up to the Xbox booth and they were like, "Hey, John," and I'm like, "I've never met you before."
I was in the Xbox. I was in the Xbox press area, and one of the guys running it was like, "Oh, hey, Jesse." I was like, "Do I know you?" And he's like, "Hey, I love your stuff." I was listening to the show last week, and I was like, "Oh my god." And he's just one of the people who was running their entire friggin' press area. Like
they listen and they watch and they read.
I met Stein.
Did you meet Stein?
Nice.
Stein's
I did.
I met Greenberg.
Yeah, I don't think he likes me very much.
You make his job harder, I'm pretty sure. So
I distinctly got the impression that he did not like me very much at all.
He's got good instincts then.
Yeah.
Greenberg loved me.
Loves your character.
Well, he probably likes you better than Tassie, though. Not Tassie. What's that guy who leaked the Series S again?
Brad
Sams.
Brad Sams.
Yeah, Brad Sams. So he likes you better than Brad Sams, though.
I mean, I would argue that Brad Sams doing what he did, as much of it was like, come on, man. It was only like a week later or 2 days later.
A day. It was like a day.
Stein and his team's reaction was one of the best social media moments of the era. Like, it was perfection. Just the GIF and the emoji, and then just the it was just brilliant. And you can't organically come up with that. That has to be a reactive thing, and it was just the right way to do it. It was brilliant. So, swings and roundabouts. I think that was worth the hilarity of that moment coming down forever in history.
Yeah. Gamescom was great. Cologne is awesome. Cologne, interestingly, didn't feel that much like a tourist city in a lot of ways. You know what I mean?
No, it's not really.
Especially where our Airbnb was. It kind of felt that was just the locale of the area. I found this great coffee place right by our Airbnb with the AI paninis on the top.
God, that panini was amazing. That was one of the best sandwiches I've ever had.
The food in Germany was nice.
So much better than
England. Coffee was a struggle. I was surprised. I expected the coffee in Germany to be a little bit better.
It was in France where you really go for coffee.
Speaking of hot beverages, John's tea was awesome. I loved it. Those tomatoes you made at breakfast were great. I gotta do that. He toasted these tomatoes and they explode in your mouth and it's really hot. It was really great.
I had the roast tomatoes. Yeah.
I had a full English brekkie when I was on the airport leaving. It was amazing. No beans. I got a toast instead. It was great.
Didn't you have a breakfast when we went out to that place, Poppy's Cafe?
Oh, just an omelet. Like the full English breakfast is the eggs, sausage,
bacon,
the back bacon, that's not very good. The mushroom was the best part. Oh my god, that was one of the best tasting mushrooms I've ever had. And then the tomatoes and no beans. I had toast. That was very good. It was like 20 fucking pounds, so better than good.
End off by saying I'm actually looking for Golden Crunch here, and I'm not sure if I'll find it or not. But holy crap,
tier,
that
mate.
thing! S tier.
Yeah,
S tier for a dunk.
They are F tier
100%.
without T, and then you have the T, and they are S tier.
Yes. Yeah. I don't know if I
And-
agree with the F tier, but yeah.
I don't know. Without it, they just tasted like
And the
chalk.
Tim Tams ruled the roost, mate.
Yeah, they are a wonderful chocolate snack.
Didn't someone else bring Tim Tams for you too at Gamescom?
Yes. Torn Raptor
Yes.
dropped
Or
off
after it.
a selection of Australian bickies and a pack of Tim Tams as well.
That's
You
funny.
haven't.
Bless him. Love it.
Someone's
Okay.
like, you've been talking about food the whole show. I'm like, we just spent ages talking
Speak
about games
English?
and playing at
What?
Gamescom
Oh,
and stuff.
well,
What are
You
you
know
talking
Indiana
about?
Jones is coming to PlayStation 5? Can you believe that?
Hey, see you later, guys.
And it was Aarsal that brought it back.
It was
Oh,
me. I
hold on,
take
why'd
full
you delete
responsibility.
those?
Oh, he's just being a dick. I don't have any
I was
patience,
just trying
man.
to, I was trying to say to him in the chat that we had been talking about games for ages,
When
and then
you
bloody Aarsal
yell-
just brought it back to the food.
When
and
you
Gamescom.
yell the word boring for like 30 characters, I'm fine.
Yeah,
He
there's
has
a lot
power.
at Gamescom. Anyone watching who's in the area-ish, it's 100% worth attending at least once to get that feel, that experience. And this is gonna sound super weird, but way more German people than I expected. That sounds weird, I know, because it's in Germany, right? But I thought it'd be more of like a bigger international event in that sense, where I figured most
Which
people
it
attending.
is, but
Which it
there's
is, yeah.
so many people there that it's overwhelming.
sense.
There was
That makes sense,
350,000 people there.
Yeah, the most I think it was 20K more than last year too.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of, ONL also had higher viewership. There's a
Yeah.
reason these shows get the money they do, you know?
Yeah.
HOH.
I mean,
Penguins are greater than Tim Tams. Even John won't admit to that now.
yeah, it's not true, man. Sometimes penguins are just
Tim Tams
They've
fucking
got-
rule.
I
John's
wanna
kids
get-
went through like fucking a pack and a half of Tim Tams, and then when they were done, the kids are like, "Is there more Tim Tams?"
turns out you can just buy them in Tesco. So
Yeah.
Yeah, it turns out you could just buy them in the
they've
UK.
got three
I bought them
flavors.
on the plane for nothing.
Yeah, they've got 3
Yeah.
flavors at my local grocery store I go to. They've got regular, dark chocolate, and dark mint. Or no,
Man,
regular caramel
Tim
and
Tams
dark
are
chocolate
the
with mint.
best.
I want to buy them, but they're $6. Like, ugh.
Tim Tams are so good.
in terms of general gaming news, like I don't really want to go through all the headlines. I don't think we need to.
WuKong
this
is
week.
probably
All
one of
of
the
it.
biggest ones.
The
I'd
only
say.
one I wanted to talk about was the WuKong controversy.
Nick, did you see the picture that someone made in Era? Recent Era with you guys?
Yeah. The inside there's a Civil War one. So there's grub.
Oh, no. So I didn't see the Civil War. I did see that one, but yeah.
There's the Insiders one with
Yes.
everyone in suits and stuff.
I
I
think
saw that
Billionaire,
one, and
right?
I'm in that.
Yeah.
And then I saw the Civil War one, which was a take on Captain America Civil War. So there's Grub here, Jez here, and then the rest of us down underneath, like the Civil War poster. But before I do that, Magnum asked in the chat if I caught up with Gaz. And I did. I caught up with Gaz
yeah,
on
nice.
my last day back when I went back to London. Because remember, we were in Essex. And then on the way back, I went to London proper. So I caught the train and everything. Man, you don't realise how shitty Melbourne's transport is till you've caught transport in other countries.
Absolutely. That's the
I
first thing
always knew Melbourne's transport was bad. Like, even in the most livable city lists, Melbourne's knocks, when you look at the negatives of Melbourne, transport's always like one of the first things. And you don't truly realise it till you go to other countries and see how much better their transport is. So
First
I
thing
caught
I
this,
thought in England was this transit's great. Holy crap! I can go wherever I want to go.
and Germany's was good too.
yeah.
So I caught this amazing train from Stansted into Liverpool, London, Liverpool Street, London, or whatever it is. And, you know, the train was really big and roomy, and you could put your luggage up top, and there was power points underneath, so I could charge up my phone, and there was Wi-Fi on board. This train was great. Got to London, and of course, I am in London the one day it was cold and wet. So every day prior to that was warm. Every day after that was nice and warm. The one day I was there, it was like 15 degrees and showers, which sucked a fair bit. But Gaz took me, Gaz and I met for breakfast. And then we went
So
around
where'd Gaz
London.
meet you? Gaz met you in London, right?
He met me in London, yes.
Did he drive down?
No, he
Okay,
caught
he took you.
transport.
Okay, smart.
And we went around London, went to Piccadilly. For the gamers watching, that's the COD map, Piccadilly.
Yeah, why have I heard of
and
that?
They
Oh,
recreated.
Oh,
They recreated it quite well in Call of Duty. Spent $300 Australian in the M&M store
What?
for all the kids, like my nieces and
Oh, okay.
and goddaughters and all that sort of stuff, and kids, and just spent so much money at the M&M store. It was nice being. And we went to the Microsoft store in London, which has this
one of the
incredible Xbox section.
One
Oh
of the
my
only ones
god! Like
left.
Yeah.
you walk in and like that OG Xbox prototype, the big X,
Yeah,
is
that's
right
there?
there.
Did
No
they have
way.
the
Yeah.
drivable McLaren still?
No, they've got a Warthog.
Oh,
They have
okay,
the Warthog from Halo.
A few
Warthog
years
went?
back, they had a McLaren with
Interesting.
Forza set up, and you could get in the McLaren
Oh,
and
wow.
the wheel in the McLaren, and the
I think
windscreen was-
I think they moved that down to the Australian store
Oh, okay.
because when I went to Sydney, they had that there a couple of years ago. They had a Warthog there, but like if you go to the Xbox section, there's like a whole history thing, all the controllers, all the consoles that they've had, and then out the back there's this incredible LAN setup, which I would love to have in my house for when you have a LAN night. There's just all these Xboxes lined up,
That's cool.
front onto each other like an arcade cab.
Like when John and all his friends come over for their LAN parties.
Yeah. It was so nice. But
So you caught up with Gaz,
that-
though, right?
Yeah, I got
Okay,
it. It was,
so
it was good.
how
It was
much-
good catching up with Gaz.
How much of Gaz was Gaz? You know what I mean by that? Like, how Gaz was
Yeah,
it?
No, like it's kind of like with me, right? You guys have all met me now in person. I'm essentially the same guy I am here.
Yeah.
But here I'm a little more switched on, if that makes sense. I'm a little more.
You're trying to be
exaggerated, I
entertaining.
guess.
I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm still essentially this same person. Gaz is the same, but he's cranked up even more.
Okay, I see what you mean.
And things
On-
are
on
always
camera.
different in person. Like you're not gonna push and poke and prod the way you would online. It's just not normal.
But yeah, Jesse was surprised. I was perfectly normal to get along with.
Oh no, you're a weirdo, but you are you. You are weird in the ways you know you are weird. You're like I'm
Also,
very
yeah.
weird, and then you
A
are.
little shorter
But
than
outside of that,
expected.
you're fine.
Not gonna lie, just a little
I'm
bit.
still taller than you.
I know, but I'm not a tall man, so I'm okay with that. I'm tall.
But I've never claimed to be tall.
You just give
I've
off like
never
that feeling
ever
of being
claimed
taller,
to be
though.
tall.
You know what I mean? Like,
Nick is slightly above average height, thanks to Southeast Asia lowering the curve on us in the
average
West a
height,
bit.
Southeast Asia
Yeah.
wise. All right.
Yeah, you are average height on the world because there are more people in Southeast Asia.
Yeah,
than
I've
outside
always
of
thought
it,
I was
essentially.
bog average height. Bog average.
You're a little above average, and I'm a little above you, and then Tom Warren's just a hair above me.
Tom was tall. Holy crap.
Yeah, Tom Warren was tall, wasn't he?
Yeah.
That was nice, Tom. Turning
Mike
up.
Yeah,
Minotti's
that
also
was
tall.
fine
Yeah,
to
that
me,
was
Tom.
really
I
nice.
thought Mike Minotti wasn't going to be that tall, and then he was pretty much my height. I was like, oh,
Really? Mike
Yeah.
Minotti's your height?
mm-hmm.
Holy crap.
Yeah, he was
That
just
was
out-
my
he-
height.
No, he was. Well, he might be a little less than me, but I thought he would be a little shorter. But no, he's
Does Grub
he's a little
tall
above
too?
average.
I assume Grub is tall.
Huh.
Idle Sloth is very tall.
Oh my god. I didn't even realize Alan was Idle Sloth until like the next day. Someone told me. I'm like, what?
Oh, you didn't even realize it was me.
Yeah, I didn't know he was
Yeah.
friggin' Irish. And
I
lived
didn't know
in
he was
Mississauga,
Irish.
by the way. for a
Yeah,
while.
hold on, Jesse. There's a photo. I've got my photos with Mike Minotti. I'm taller than Mike.
Oh, well, maybe he was slouched with you because wait, we took a picture together too.
I'm taller
Yeah,
than
in
Mike.
fact, I hugged Mike Minotti, and I was like,
yeah.
he's about my height, I thought.
Oh, no,
I'm taller than
maybe he
Mike.
just moves. Maybe he's like
You know, I saw
he
Mike in the
varies
distance.
depending
He's
how-
my height. I'm just
Yeah.
saying.
Twitter.com.
Idle Sloth was real tall.
Yeah, so was Aaron. Like I was
Oh
super
yeah,
tall, too.
Kayasanti's friend. Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
That's a
yeah.
big
Yeah, he was massive.
Big,
massive.
tall Swede man.
Yeah. A lot
Very
of fun
nice.
to talk to, though.
Yeah,
That was a
cool
great
dude.
man, Nick. You missed out. That night was great. Had some great conversations.
I'm sure it would have been, but I was
yeah.
already home. I wasn't
I
going to
know.
take transport out there.
I'm thinking this is because of the angle, but yeah, I'm a little taller than Mike.
Yeah, I'm taller than Mike.
No,
Yeah, so-
I'm taller than Mike.
We're
Hytham makes a
all
good
taller
point,
than Mike.
where he's like, did you destroy your wallets at Gamescom? And here's the thing.
Yes.
If you go to Gamescom, pack an extra friggin' suitcase if you want to buy stuff. Because there is so much crap. to
Or a
buy.
backpack for stuff.
Yes, yeah, literally. Like,
Yeah.
I was telling Genghis, like,
But-
if he ever came, he'd need a second suitcase. Because of all the stuff he'd buy, 100% if he was here.
But yes.
Just the
we
hall
got
we were
sidetracked
in
there.
was, you could easily spend 10 grand in that hall that we were in.
Yeah.
Instantly. You see that Pointiff, the Dark Souls 3 statue, man? That thing is crazy.
They're amazing. I don't know how the hell we'd ever get them home, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Good luck
Yeah,
with that.
yeah. That could be-
You would have to take a trip to the local Staples or local friggin' UPS store equivalent and spend like $500 to ship it home.
How dare you say Staples? They're like our number 1 competitor.
All right. We've spoken about Gamescom a fairly
a lot.
lengthy period of time.
Yeah.
Let's talk about
How much time do you have left, Aarsal?
I'm gonna head out around 8:30
Okay.
at my time, which is in 40 minutes.
All right.
So I'm thinking as well. It is Father's Day for Nick, so like let's
Who cares about
let's
Nick?
not go crazy. The news is the news. We missed a load. We'll catch up. You know, there's headlines on Tuesday and Thursday, but the big controversy
Not-
this week is the Black
Wait.
Myth Wukong.
Before Wukong, really quick, Genshin Impact on Xbox is pretty big, John. That's something worth talking about. All right, it's finally here.
Yeah,
Not that
it's
people seemed to care
finally
once
here.
it was. They were more very upset that it wasn't, and then when it did get announced, they were like, "Yeah, it's too late."
It's only big for the list wars, mate.
Also, it wasn't
Yeah.
leaked. That's the one thing I thought was
Yeah.
surprising.
I mean,
just
and
gonna
it's
come out of
also
nowhere.
it is huge to finally get a couple of those gotcha games on Xbox. There was that. There was another one I forgot the name of, but like Genshin was the big one. If they get Genshin and that starts, and they get Honky Star Reel,
Yeah.
for all the honkies
Z.
out there, and they get Zenless Zone Zero, and they've got more of the uwu gotcha free to play stuff. That is a really big market to finally get on the platform, and they got it with Game Pass perks. We don't know what the hell they
Yeah.
are yet. Probably
For
be
those
cosmetic stuff.
thinking Genshin isn't as big anymore, maybe go to Gamescom and see every other cosplay was a Genshin cosplay, literally,
hmm
and B, they had signs friggin' everywhere.
Yeah,
bro.
that Hoyoverse one. It was funny.
Yeah.
Predrag was pointing out how pixelated it looked. It was like 80 feet long, but boy, it really was. It really was
Yeah.
rough when you looked at it from close. But it was amazing. But yeah, it is. I think overall, it's the thing they really needed to do is start getting stuff like this over.
I mean, coupled with this is the recent Nintendo Switch Direct, right? Which had a couple Japanese games come to Xbox for the first the first time ever in the series
Mhm.
on Xbox. Like, this stuff is clearly still happening. For people thinking, oh, it's over, they don't care anymore. No, they do. They do. It's just
Not
gotta
with
open your eyes.
Capcom's collection.
Not with Capcom's Fighting Collections.
Jez,
Pretty
Oh my
always
god, I was so excited. Power
Jez
Stone.
Power
keeps
Stone.
replying. They're working on it, so they get empty framework
I
done.
don't know about that.
They're definitely working
I don't
on it.
know
for
about
sure,
that.
Why wouldn't
for
they be
sure.
working? I know
They're
maybe they
100%
weren't
working on
going to. Saw the bad press and changed course, Nick.
Because there's a money aspect involved. And I don't think they want to spend the money.
No, but there's money aspect involved in bringing Genshin over too, and all these things. I'm sure Atlier.
I know.
If Jez
I know.
says they're
And that-
working on
they
it
saw that-
now, it could be that they were gonna not do it. Don't think it's enough. We're able to push back and say, "Look how pissed off people are," and maybe that was
Yeah.
enough.
I don't know.
That
Um,
fighting
I
collection
love the
too is
fighting
that
games.
good.
I want
That collection, though, it's just
yeah.
the Dreamcast collection.
Mhm.
It's literally just the Dreamcast collection. I couldn't believe it. I was so excited. I'm like, holy shit. Power Stone 1 and 2.
Project Rivals,
Capcom
versus
Project
SNK.
Rivals. Capcom versus SNK.
1 and 2, I
and
think.
it's that other one. It's in some countries it's called Capcom Fighting Jam. In others it's called something else. I had it on PS2. But this is I'm shocked. I'm almost shocked they didn't just call it the Capcom Dreamcast Fighting Collection. Like it was just that one I'm getting. That one I have to get. I was like,
there was
holy
that.
shit!
There
It's
was
got
the
Power Stone in it.
Suikoden Pixel remasters. Those are coming, which people didn't really expect.
Jez keeps hinting about Final Fantasy 16 and potentially more.
Yeah, we had a huge
which
articles about that.
will
yeah.
not. Very, very unlikely to be the 7 remakes. The Pixel
Oh, yeah,
remasters,
that's like-
maybe, along with 16.
Yes, yeah, 16 is definitely coming. Tales of Grace F is coming. Like a lot of these games, which people thought maybe wouldn't be coming. To
Yeah, I'm
Xbox
curious
are
if
very
we
much.
hear they're coming to TGS soon. and having a show
yeah,
again.
exactly.
Because we didn't hear about it until after Gamescom last time. It sounded like some people were gearing up to go to TGS that I was talking to at Gamescom. So hopefully they're doing another stream.
Like, if Capcom's okay with bringing over like the most niche Ace Attorney game friggin' ever, then I feel like they'd bring over the fighting games too if they were able to. So that's why I think, yeah, they are working on it.
Yeah,
Forget
those
the fighting games,
collections.
Mega Man.
All those
Yeah.
collections are about how cheap can we port this.
Yeah.
And the moment there's any cost added to it, they're out.
Okay,
Pretty
John,
much.
that was
That's what I'm
that's it.
saying. That's why when Jez says they're
No,
working
I
on it,
don't-
I don't know if they are.
I don't want to talk about the Black Myth Wukong controversy.
Now that's
now.
you got to talk about the Black Myth.
No, it's
Wukong.
too late. I don't want to. I've tried
Well,
to bring it
Aarsal
up 3
keeps
times.
fucking distracting us
Yeah,
it's
every
on the
single
screen.
time.
It's now on the screen.
Now
You must
I
talk
don't want
about
to
it.
talk about it.
I had
Apparently,
to
there's
skip-
controversy. That's it. That's all I've got to say.
I jumped into this clip and there was a naked lady, so I had to immediately skip away.
Black Myth Wukong, eh? The most important game of 2024 now.
It has-
I just, man. But as to what Aarsal was saying before, yes, I saw all the memes, like the insiders meme with the pictures of all of us, and everyone sitting there talking about an insider civil war, and it's like no one's fighting with anyone. Everyone's just.
People always think you and I hate each other and they're fighting. It's like that Hazardor guy who truly thinks we hate each other, and so he's picked you, and that means he has to hate me. And it's like, it's just video games, and in the end, it's just a bunch of people who had one person tell them something, or maybe a couple, and they're just passing it along. It's not some fight. You heard something. Other people heard something else. That's kind of it.
What camp are you guys sitting on?
Well, my camp is known. It's very well known. My camp is that there was no exclusivity deal. I got the DM back in June about it, and the only reason I never said anything was because there was no reason to say anything. Like the
In
devs
June, you
had come
said
out.
no exclusivity deals. What June said.
What?
What did they say to you in June?
They said that the reason it's delayed is not exclusivity. They
Mm.
said there was no money or anything. They said money changed hands, but it wasn't like an exclusivity deal, as if to say keep it off Xbox,
Yeah.
which is what's being alluded to.
The way I've read
But
it,
Xbox themselves are alluding, right?
yeah, Xbox
said-
has constantly hinted at deals made with partners with other platforms, and they can't talk about that.
But
To be
did they,
fair-
though? Everyone keeps bringing up Phil. Wasn't
No,
Phil
no,
No, not Phil.
asked?
The response from
It was a
They've
Jez,
had
statement.
2 written
Jez
statements. They've said it twice in written statements from Xbox
cannot
PR.
comment on deals made by our competitors.
Yeah, so they were asked about any deals, and they're like,
No,
we
no,
don't
no,
comment
They
on
were
Jez
it.
asked,
was
why
not
isn't it coming to
Yeah.
Xbox? And they said,
Yeah.
rather than we're working with, they said, we're looking forward to working with blah, blah, blah to bring it to Xbox. Instead of saying, we'll solve whatever problem or whatever, they said, we can't comment on deals made by our competitor or by our partners with other platforms.
And Jez
Specifically,
said he did not
that's what they
lead that
said.
question. He did not ask about a part. He did not
And they
ask
said
about
it
a
like-
deal.
I
And
was at
recently.
SDF when that news dropped, and
Yeah.
I chatted with Jez about it, and he was like, I've heard a thing. I was like, really? Yeah, and it was like, but you hear it, and then the fact that now Tassie's come out and said, hey, I've got someone I completely trust.
Yeah.
I've now heard that too.
Cat Bailey,
Microsoft can't, like, this is the funny thing about this is people are just going to work themselves into a tizzy about it, because unlike Microsoft, who do comment and come back and speak to the community, Sony ain't going to say shit.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
They're not going to confirm or deny. So this is just going to spin forever. It's a ridiculous notion.
I took it the way that Brit did, which is they didn't have to pay for exclusivity. The game was on fire. It runs terribly on the platform.
Yeah.
They paid and put work in to make it come out at launch at all.
On time.
essentially. And doing that ended up leading to Xbox not getting to come out because they paid for priority of their thing without having to have it
Well,
stated.
not priority. Again, that's not the right way to. And this
No, but
is
if
the
they-
thing.
And they're
This
taking
is why
developers.
it's funny
is
that
true.
my DM said there is confusion about this, because there clearly is. Look at what everyone is saying and doing. There is confusion about this.
But I'm not saying
It's not-
priority away from it's just they paid to make sure the PlayStation version came out, which led to the Xbox
On
version
time.
not coming out. Yeah.
So, because the developers said themselves that they were basically having technical issues, that should be obvious to anyone. Like the PS5 version isn't in the greatest shape.
No, it's very
So-
bad.
Pretty bad. Pretty
You know
bad
what it's
shape.
like,
So-
Nick? It is like a Dragon Gaiden, or Like a Dragon when that came to series consoles and not PlayStation, and it
PS5,
wasn't
yeah.
anything to do with what Microsoft did. It was, funnily enough, it was Sony's own contract language that messed that one up. It's just a by happenstance exclusive. I don't think they outright looked to make that happen.
The other
It
example
just
would
happened.
be Protocol, right? Something
But
Protocol.
like,
Blue.
but
No,
this is the thing. Like,
Dead
no
Space
one
game.
would want to. No one. Yeah, no. Callisto Protocol.
That's the Protocol.
No
right?
one.
Yeah.
No one would want to demonize PlayStation more than me. And I'm the one out here saying, no, I don't think this was the bad thing that it's being framed to be. Like, my now, all my DM said was, it's not what everyone thinks. It's not an exclusivity deal. They paid to help get the port done. That's all that my DM says. So my assumption is they were probably going to delay both console versions because they like. Are they a big team, Game Science? I don't think they're a big team.
I don't know.
idea.
They're not.
And they were
they're not
probably
that-
struggling with both console versions because
they
contrary
They're
to
struggling
popular,
with PC too. It doesn't run well there.
Yeah.
contrary
PS5
to popular
is bad.
belief, the PlayStation 5 isn't this amazing console to make games for. I've actually spoken to developers who shall remain nameless when I've asked them, hey, what did you enjoy developing? What did you find the easiest or hardest to develop on? You know what they say to me? Switch number 1, Xbox number 2, PlayStation 5 number 3.
Wow.
That's what the devs I've spoken to have said. But just like with the PS2, you don't have much choice. The PS2
Yeah.
was a bitch to make games for too, but what do you do when it's got 150 million consoles? You got no choice. Yeah, but the PlayStation 3, that did cop a lot of delayed games and skipped games and all that sort of stuff
'Cause it was
because
so
it hadn't
hard.
sold.
Yeah.
That it hadn't sold as much as the others, so it wasn't as important to release on PS3. But PS5, it's the quote-unquote market leader between those two. So you don't have much choice. Just like the PS2, they didn't have much choice. You can't tell me the GameCube, OG, Xbox, and Dreamcast weren't infinitely easier to make games for than the PS2. So again, devs I've spoken to, and that's just a small anecdotal segment, have told me that the PS5's not as easy to make games for as Xbox is.
Series S though, Nick. Series S.
It
Yeah, but
is
the
probably
Series S, the Series S does hamstring
it?
some developers. But again, you got to remember, it's not one size fucking fits all. Just because one developer finds the S not a problem, that doesn't mean that another developer doesn't. Remember, how many times have I said to you guys, all developers have varying talents and varying levels of talent. Some developers are just better than others.
Also, experience plays a big role,
Oh,
right?
and most of them are now having to make this work, which is actually
Exactly.
harder to make work. WuKong plays pretty well on a Steam Deck, which means
Really,
it
huh?
can be fine on Series S.
It's
So-
the issue with Nick is, I mean, you've read Tassi's reporting. Your IGN's reporting is what got me going. Okay, that's interesting because they do not normally.
But
wait.
IGN were only reporting on Tassie.
No, they weren't. Look at this. However, IGN understands that no tech issue would delay Black Myth Wukong. That has been reported to Xbox. Rather, the Xbox delay is a result of an exclusivity deal. Neither
No.
Game Science nor Sony have published, the source said. And this is on top of the Forbes article. They're corroborating it. They're not using his source.
They would have been having technical issues on both, on PlayStation 5 and Xbox.
That's
They
why
would
the
have been
technical
having
issues wise, it's
on
not
both.
really a story because you always have tech issues developing games. The last 2-3 months are
Especially
always
when you're a smallish indie
Yeah.
dev. Like,
no. So they're saying it's
my
not tech
my
issues
guess
delaying
is
Xbox. They're saying
my
there
guess
is-
is they were probably going to delay both. They
Yeah.
were probably going to delay both the PS5 and Xbox versions. Sony stepped in because Sony gives a fuck about China. Because remember, other issues with it, Xbox has always had issues with like language shit and what is it? They've always had localization and language issues. Microsoft, so they probably had some language issues with China as well to compound everything. So they were probably going to
Conjecture.
delay them both. They were probably going to delay them both. Sony gives a fuck about China, so they probably saw that this was going to be a big game, and they're like, you know what? We don't want to have this game delayed by 6 months to a year when all the hype is gone. Let's step in here and help them get our version back on time to release with the PS5 version, PC version.
PC version.
That's what I assume has probably happened here.
So do you think that'd be considered a deal? An exclusivity deal?
No, I don't consider that a deal. And that's why that's why my DM said this is confusion, and that's why I think this is just a perspective thing. Some people are choosing to take the perspective that, oh, this was kept off Xbox. I don't think it was. I think they were both going to be delayed. And Sony stepped in to avoid that happening on their platform. That doesn't mean they fucked up the Xbox version, if the Xbox version was going to be delayed regardless.
It's a lot of ifs, though, right?
Yeah, but if you have enough ifs
I
and
mean,
maybes to back up your argument, you can say
put it
anything.
this way. Put it this way. Like, I get it. There's like the joke around the insider wars, but if Tassie and IGN of all places are
Exactly,
saying
yeah.
like they're not small nobodies.
Not just Tassie, Forbes under Tassie, right? It's not like he's tweeted this. It was a report.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So like, they wouldn't have written that unless they were sure.
Yeah.
But it was unnamed sources, which means they were fucking lying. According to Alana Pierce, if you don't name your
Yeah,
fucking
that's got
sources, you're a
journalism
fucking liar. You're
Yeah.
just a
Yeah.
fucking liar if you don't name your sources.
true.
So
That's true.
Tassie and IGN are just lying out their ass, aren't they? If we're equal for everyone, Alana, then they're fucking liars too, aren't they? So
Ultimately,
why would we believe IGN and Paul? No, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Fuck her. So we're fucking liars for not naming sources. So IGN and Tassie are fucking liars too. They have to be because they didn't name their sources. Why didn't they? Because they're liars. They must
though,
be.
speaking of sources, a rumor then spread in the Reset Era thread that Jez's source was from. Actually, Jez I think said he spoke to someone at Xbox that talked to him about this.
So it sounds like someone
No,
at Xbox
that's-
assumes.
Now, what did Jez say?
No. I think that rumor is misconstruing Jez's.
So Jez talked about this
response from-
yesterday. No,
Yeah,
Jez talked about this yesterday on his podcast.
His source is someone at Xbox. Is that what Jez said?
I think he mentioned something like that. Don't quote me on it. I was just going through the Era thread, not.
But he
necessarily-
said that he
You're
got his
quoted.
response from Xbox.
No,
Like,
not the
that's where
response.
the quote come from.
I don't think so. I think he was talking about something else. But he kind of doubled down as well on his podcast yesterday.
Yep,
I mean-
and I'll double down right here.
Ultimately, it doesn't.
I've taken Jez on publicly many times. Guess what? I still haven't lost yet.
Ultimately, it doesn't.
I'm not going to back down.
It doesn't really matter, right? The game will come to Xbox when it comes to Xbox.
Oh, it'll still
probably
come
be-
to Xbox.
and it'll be in a better shape than it is right now. Because right now it's in a terrible shape on PS5. People can convince themselves all they want. It does frame gen from
The
30
only
FPS.
thing,
Like, come on.
the only thing everyone seems to have agreed on is that money changed hands.
Hmm.
That's the only thing everyone seems to have agreed on. The only point of difference is why that money changed hands. So Grub, myself, who else was there? I think Tom Warren, although he deleted his tweet. As
You
far
probably
as
realize
we're
how
all
dumb
aware,
this whole conversation is.
as far as we're aware, this was not a typical Sony money hat.
Yeah, because
As
they're
if
not
to say,
advertising
here's-
it at all, right?
They
Not
haven't
in the
been.
West. Not in the
Yeah,
West.
the,
In
the
China, they're
marketing
advertising
deals
it.
always get that notification at the end of their trailers.
Yeah, exactly. So it is different. It's weird. It's not the usual affair.
Yeah, I for whatever reason, I just think there maybe people at Xbox got confused. Maybe people at Xbox made some assumptions.
Like you were.
I mean, it could be the other way around too.
But
Right? It
I've,
could be your
I've
source
said my
also
assumptions are
making
assumptions. I've said that openly. But again, these are pretty logical assumptions. We see the PS5 version's not in great shape. You guys have just said the PC version's not in the greatest shape. Clearly, this team was struggling. So I don't think the team was lying when they said we're optimizing the Xbox versions. I'd like to take this developer at their
They're
word
optimizing
when
the
they say
PlayStation
that.
versions right now. So yeah, definitely not a lie. Like,
Yeah, so it's a pretty safe assumption, I think, the one I've made, that they were probably going to delay both console versions.
but if money exchanged hands, Nick, and they don't mention that, let's say Game Science, I mean, if they don't mention that, yes, PlayStation sent people over. You're muted, John. Sent
Yeah.
people over to.
I was
on.
going to say, I think the problem is that Game Science specifically said, "Oh no, the only reason we're not doing an Xbox version
Yeah.
is because of the Series
I don't-
S."
I
No,
don't
no,
think
they didn't. They didn't
I
say
don't
the
think
Series
they
S.
actually
No.
said that themselves. It was leaked into Chinese gaming forums.
That wasn't Game Science either. Those were the developers of Phantom Blade Zero, I'm pretty sure, who said something like, "Who even buys this console? No one buys it, blah, blah, blah." And then Phantom Blade Zero's developers had to go and say, "No, we don't say that, blah, blah, blah. That's not what we like." It became like this thing. Yeah.
Definitely sounds like a thing.
I don't think that was Game Science. And from what I know, there's been no explicit mention of the Series S regarding this. And heck, speaking of the Series S, every single time someone brings that up as being a trouble to consoles, they say, "Look, it made delayed Baldur's Gate 3 and they flip and stop because there's no second or third game they can immediately go to, right? That shows this is delayed because of Series S, blah, blah, blah," because that's not been the case. It's just another friggin' SKU. Developers are used to it.
But that's what I said. That's what I said to you earlier. I go, the whole Series S thing is just a developer thing. Some developers don't struggle with the Series S at all. I've got developers in the Discord that laugh whenever they hear about the Series S being shit on for holding back games. They laugh and they're like, the Series S isn't a problem. But then other devs are like, "Oh my god, the Series S fucking wiped out my ancestry and has destroyed my family." So
I'm guessing
that's the varying scale that we get with the Series S.
If you have decades of experience in the industry, you're used to developing things for a wide variety of hardware and ranges, especially on PC.
It's depending what is your engine? Is your engine new, or are you on DirectX 11 like Baldur's Gate 3 was, which is fucking old as shit. It's incredibly old and crazy.
Here's the part I find weird, because now we're going to go on a Series S tangent. Here's the part I find strange about the Series S. If the Series S has the same CPU as the Series X, then why would it lose performance modes in some games?
GPU overhead. It really depends what the engine what does the engine need. They got it into Starfield now.
That's really cool. Yeah,
it's just when you have to drop so much on the GPU side and just the actual system RAM and what's available. Like, where are your bottlenecks? There's always a bottleneck somewhere with every game, every engine, every scene. How can you get it consistent in that thing if you don't have the overhead? Because
Nick,
it is a cheaper
I think
machine.
The answer is pretty simple. It's just time and effort spent on the game. Like, is it worth it? Is it worth spending another month, 2 months to, blah, blah, blah?
I think if Microsoft had their time over, the one thing they would and should change in the Series S is the RAM.
Yes, fully agreed. I think so too.
It should have had the same RAM as the Series X.
I quote me if I'm wrong, but I think, or stop me if I'm wrong, I think the RAM was also expensive at the time of the Series S releasing. Like, a lot of PC components were really high in price when they really shouldn't have been, and the RAM was one of them.
And they still haven't gone down much. And they're going to go up next year with supposedly upwards of 15% with TSMC just because they can.
Jesus.
I just think it would have done much better had it had the same RAM as the Series X.
I mean, Series S, we've talked about this before, but the next coming years, I think, is really going to be the showcase of the console. Right?
I also think it hasn't mattered because everything's still on last gen. It hasn't actually done anything. It hasn't held anything back. Everything's still on Switch. Everything's still on PS4.
Well, that's the other stupidity
Xbox One,
of it.
So, yeah.
That's what annoys me. Yeah.
Go.
That's what annoys me about all the Series S discussion, right? Are people immediately jumping to the conclusion that WuKong's not on Xbox because clearly the Series S is holding it back. And I'm sure if I'm Xbox or in there, I'm irritated as hell because it's like, that's not the case. Everyone's jumping this gun. Right, I had a friend yesterday tell me, "Oh, I don't think GTA 6 is even releasing on the Series S." I'm like, "What the hell do you mean?" He's like, "Yeah, I think they're only going to release on the X." I'm like, "That's not how it works. Not a single game is released on the X and not the S. That's that's just not how the platform works." But that's the impression.
Don't get me wrong. Some games you probably can blame the Series S. If there's a developer that just struggles to downport or whatever, the Series S could be to blame.
I don't think so.
What?
You mean games that have skipped Xbox? I don't think it's because of the Series S. I don't think any game that hasn't launched.
No, I'm not talking about skipping. I'm just talking about other issues. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if with Black Myth Wukong, the Series S has played a role in their struggles.
Yeah.
They're even struggling on the platforms they are on now.
100%. Yep.
So I wouldn't be surprised if the Series S has played a role in this game not coming out on Xbox yet. I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean, yeah, at that point, though, I just say Xbox, Series in general, Series X or S. You know what I mean? It's just the platform.
What they're going for with the GDK is you can essentially just have a game and a PC port if you do everything right. That wasn't ready early on. It seems to be in a much better shape now.
Yeah.
So
I mean, we've seen indies release only on Xbox and PC multiple times now, where it's kind of like, okay, that's
some with Game
surprising.
Pass deals and some with not.
Yeah.
I think if you are a more US centric audience, it's fine being on either. Like being on Switch number one, but if you're not gonna also be there, like Rogue Legacy 2 was only on Xbox at launch because they had a really good experience. They said with ID at Xbox, like they've got programs there to get tons of stuff. We focus, and I get it. They're big things. There's a huge focus on what doesn't come, and there is nowhere near the focus on what is now in comparison to before.
Yes.
It is better than it has been in a very long time, but it's not perfect. It's not where everyone would want it to be.
It's not the default content,
yeah.
right? So they got to fight every time for a lot of these games coming.
And they've got that program now for Southeast Asia, focusing on getting games, if not right at launch, at least eventually. I think it has done some pretty good work so far, and they just have to show that they're committed to keeping that going for a long time, because it's not their biggest market, but it can be a place to grow, to finally get this shit that they haven't before. So
yeah, agreed.
Yeah, go soon.
Yes, I do. I'm assuming the news is ending, and then I'll dip out right before the next segment. Though technically there is one other big piece, which is kind of, I think, should be talked about, because otherwise people are like, hey, why don't these guys talk about Concord?
None of us played it.
Why do we
Not
need to
one
talk
of us.
about Concord?
It's a massive, massive bomb, and I think that's worth talking about, because it is. I don't think you can underestimate just how terrible it did. That sounds really console worry, but like, dude, it's just the truth.
It's
like,
I would say it's very sad, because
it is super
I
sad.
don't think
God.
much like I don't think Redfall was that bad. I don't think Concord does not look bad. The bit I played on PC was
if
fine.
it was on PS Plus, I'd play it a bit at least. You know,
Yeah,
made by
it's-
Destiny guys, I'm sure it shoots well.
It's an interesting case because
No,
they so wildly missed how that genre works. Like, they've got a game that's fun to play, but that genre has to be free to play. It has to be built as a live service game that it's all your company does for a long time, because that's the only way. And it has to be built in a way that can pull in other IP, because all the biggest live service games in general will pull in other IP for various skins and stuff
Unless
people
they're
can
big
buy to
enough.
keep them alive over time. There's
Unless they're big
very
enough.
few that don't do that.
Riot is what I'm thinking of. They're big enough.
Yeah,
But
they
very
are
few people.
essentially like the only one.
Yes. Yes.
Everything else, like even friggin' Genshin had like Alloy and has had a ton of 8 billion anime
I mean,
characters in it.
we all saw this coming.
No,
But
there's no way you saw it not breaking more than 1,000
Yes,
concurrent.
yes,
players
I did.
coming. No way.
I said after I
Yeah.
played the beta that I didn't think it was going to do
I
very
saw
well.
it get announced.
is-
I saw the reaction online, which was, "Oh, it's another hero shooter," and then I thought, "Oh dear."
yeah, but
But
that's
it's not
It
even
is-
that.
It is shockingly. It has done
Like,
shockingly bad.
that is extremely bad. Not breaking 697 concurrent users on Steam, but that's terrible.
And
That's
the
like-
reports coming out that it might have sold less than 25,000.
About 25,000.
There's no
and
way anyone
PlayStation.
expected Concord to sell under 25,000.
It's not
Why?
this
Why?
bad.
because
It's
that is
just-
that is like there's a failure, there's a bomb, then there's whatever the flip that is.
that is.
But it's a-
Ace
but what do you
Attorney
mean?
Collection Xbox numbers.
Yes,
it's
like it's a
shocking.
first party game published by
more than
PlayStation,
that.
and it had advertising, because when I'm on Twitch watching things, all my ads are Concord.
And
Yeah,
and creators
I-
stopped playing it after their
No,
paid
not
segments.
playing it. Not. I'm not watching Twitch.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm not watching Concord. I'm watching something else.
And then
my
the ad
ads
comes
for
up.
the stream were Concord.
But even they had a lot. They paid a lot of people to play it, and those people
Yeah.
stopped because they started losing followers while playing it. It's weird. This game is more toxic than it should be. It should not
Yeah,
be
that's what I'm
this
saying. It's
polarizing.
super weird. Most games have at least a decent launch. Right?
Battleborn was
And
just
then they
kind of
die
came and went. A very, like a lot of things come out, they don't hit or they do okay the first day.
And then they
But
go
this
away.
this one hit its peak on day one and did not go up on the weekend, which never happens.
It dropped
It's just
to double-digit numbers. And yes, sorry for those listening, Steam Concurrent is not the be-all end-all.
no.
Yes, the game is probably bigger on PlayStation 5.
It
100%.
has never been high on the most played or most sold list. There, it was like
I've
number
talked to people
500.
that have had 10-minute queue times. Like, it's reaching the point where I could literally see them giving refunds for the few thousand people that bought this game. You know what I mean? Like,
But it shouldn't be a surprise, though.
this bad is
Everyone said at the
my
start.
opinion.
Everyone said at the start. It's a hero shooter that they're charging $40 for.
Yes.
And anyone that played the beta, like I mean, go back to the episode where I had played the beta. I got into the beta and I played the beta, and it was just the shooting wasn't the best, the balancing wasn't good, the time to kill was like half an hour. Like there was, the foundation is there for something okay, which is what I said back then. But it's clear they didn't change anything from the beta.
Do?
So, sorry.
If let's say you're Sony, what do you do at this point?
There's nothing they can do.
No,
if realistically,
it's never coming
this
back.
dead. Of,
Yeah.
That's what's shocking. Like it failing, not a shock.
Yes.
It
I expected it to
failing
fail.
this hard is where I'm like, I can't believe it, because it's like
I can't think of a single new multiplayer game with 10-minute queue times the day after it release. You know what I mean?
It is one of the biggest AAA flops I've ever seen.
I had some pretty decent queue times with Gears 5.
Gears 5 had online
Very
issues.
quickly.
Gears 5 had online issues.
Very quickly with Gears 5.
Yeah, Australia,
was-
though, isn't it?
I was shocked at the queue times I was getting on Gears 5, like the day after.
I mean, Gears 5 at release had networking problems. I think that probably played a role into that.
I don't know. But this Concord stuff doesn't surprise me at all. Like
they'll put it on PS Plus, right? That's obviously the next logical step. Is just
Well, yeah, like Phone
honest,
Stars is
They
going
should
free to
have done
play.
that.
they should have done
Should
that.
have done that straight
100%.
away.
and they did that Sony thing that they do. It's all
Yeah.
about the graphics. It's all about the graphics. Got to make sure those graphics
Its
and those
big selling
animations are
point-
great.
Its big selling point were the AAA cutscenes for the story. Like that was like the differentiator, and no
But
one
it's a
cared.
multiplayer hero shooter.
I know.
Who cares?
Like, to put it in perspective, Nick, I think I read somewhere where it's like this is going to lose more money overall than Borderlands the movie did, which is one of the biggest bombs
Well,
in the box office.
The
we've seen
developers
ever.
said that this was in development for 8 years.
Which is, by the way, 2016 is the year
That's
Overwatch
insane.
came out.
That is insane that this game was in development for 8 years. Unless that team was just ultra tiny when it first started.
I'm assuming so. And like
Like,
pre-production.
Yeah,
ultra,
I think it
ultra
was 6
tiny.
years of like full. It's not anymore.
That's still a long time for a hero shooter.
But NC brings it up, and I'm like, yeah, what is fair? What is fair games? Like, what are the
That's
games
the
that
issue.
survived their Bungie purge? Because this one got the okay, but this is
I
one
don't
of the
see
biggest
fair
bombs I've
games
ever seen.
performing
Still
well
reckon
either.
Last of Us should have happened. They should have let The Last of Us come out.
But then
At least it had the
But-
IP behind it.
That was also Naughty Dog then has to become a
Exactly.
Last of Us factions, and that's it. Like that's all they do,
they don't have a
which is
Raven
true
that can
because
take
like
over.
everyone is ruined.
So
by
staff them
Epic.
up for it.
It's not just to staff
that
them
easy.
up; it's becomes your entire thing. Because
So
if it
isn't-
takes off, that's what Epic is. All Epic does now is Fortnite stuff. That's their entire
Naughty Dog's
publisher.
in LA, right? Is Naughty Dog's in California, I think?
Sony, I think they're all in Santa Monica area, aren't they?
A super expensive location
Yeah.
too, including developers. Yeah, it's I don't know.
There's nothing they can do now because they're not going to change the core fundamental gameplay or anything like that. And for me, that's the biggest problem with the game. The shooting doesn't feel the greatest. It doesn't feel terrible, but it doesn't feel
Were you
that
guys
great.
Sorry, really quick. I'm not going to say who we were speaking to, but I think we were speaking to someone, and they mentioned that there was a game where a week before that game's release, they were like, "This isn't fun." And then it's like, what the heck happens? And that's game development, right? Then make some changes, blah, blah, blah. The game releases and things are okay. In Concord's case, it looks like things weren't okay. You know what I mean? Like,
No.
yeah.
It's dead, Jim. It's dead.
They can't
I feel
realm
bad for
reborn
the
it.
devs. I feel really
bad.
bad for the devs because
Really
you know 8 years to work on something.
8 years?
For it to
Yeah.
flop like this, but that's the thing.
Yeah.
With they 8 years ago, a live service game hero shooters probably sounds like a pretty lucrative and great idea.
Yeah, it does.
You're a
Or
bit late
even
to the party now, mate.
Everyone laughs at Battleborn, but look at Deadlock. It's incredibly similar. It's just
game's gonna
better.
blow
It's better
the
made,
F up.
and it's huge.
Yep.
But like you also had 8 years for Helldivers 2, and it exploded, and it did amazing. And it was never going to be a forever game. So even though it's died off now, it did what it had to. It sold a ton. It made a bunch of money, and it'll have a little dedicated fan base for a while. And that's just not.
And maybe
Likely
it'll
to
get a
happen here.
boost on Xbox.
Yeah. Oh, it will get a
Maybe.
boost on Xbox.
Maybe.
But like any upcoming games as service games, even Splitgate 2, I'm a little worried. About
Nah,
the
Splitgate's got a bit of name behind it.
I had a good conversation with.
I gotta watch
the
it. I gotta read your
CEO.
interview. Yeah.
It's not a watching one; it's a reading
Read it,
one.
Yeah, you got to be one of
yeah.
the 25 people that read his interview.
Yeah, I asked the question. I was like, "Are you worried about this? Like, when you look at games like Concord and other things, and you're like, you're coming out in this space as a free to play live service. You know, I call Splitgate an arena shooter, and the CEO of 1047's like, it's not all completely like it's got, you know, arena shooters are very much like everything's in a fixed place,
Loadout,
and
same thing. Yeah.
and this is a bit different, but like the big underlying thing for them is, you talk about Halo a lot as well. We talked about Halo Infinite. It's like, what was the phrase he used? I'm paraphrasing, but I would never have launched a game without making sure I've got all my ducks in a row.
Yeah.
And he's very confident that the team at 1047 Games with Splitgate 2 have got their ducks in a row. Because one of the big questions I asked was like, hey, you had Splitgate 1, it was doing amazingly, and then you like, stop.
Yeah.
Stop everything. And why did you do that? And that's his answer. He was like, we could try and stuff up really quickly and like suddenly come up with a plan.
Yeah.
But that would have just failed. So we said, okay, let's go back. Let's redo everything from scratch, fix all the things we hate, and plan this properly. And now that's what we're going to do. And I think it's going to do quite well. I've liked playing Splitgate 2 quite a lot.
You even did it on stream.
I did do a stream, yeah.
But Aarsal, it is time
It is
to say
indeed
goodbye.
time for me to go. Perfect.
It was very nice having you on, no matter what Nick says behind your back.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for having me, guys. I've got like multiple messages from people. Hey, where are you? Why aren't you here yet? Food's served. So I got to get the heck out.
Go.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, chat. And I will watch the rest of this episode later. See you guys.
No worries.
Ciao
Bye,
for
Sal.
now.
Ciao.
All right. I think that's as good a time as any to segue our way. Sasha.
No, let's keep talking about Concord.
Okay, what do you want to say?
I feel very sad that it's not doing well. I feel
I
bad
said
for the
that
devs.
too. I said it.
Yeah.
I said it was sad, and I was frustrated playing the beta and seeing a foundation for something potentially good there. It just shorten that time to kill, tighten up the shooting, get your balancing right, because the balancing is just fucking way off. Like, where a hero shooter may have worked for them is if they, but then it's not really a hero shooter. I feel like it should have just been a straight shooter with different character skins that you can put on your character. Because the problem with hero shooters is balancing is such an important part of it, because all the characters are different and they've got different loadouts and they've got different this and they've got different that. Balancing is so important, and if you don't get that right, the whole fucking thing falls apart. And then everything else is exacerbated. So if I happen to pick, so let's say, you know, they fucked up their balancing, right? And I happen to pick a shitty character because I feel more comfortable with a character that's got a traditional gun and a certain look and whatever. So I pick this character, but this character happens to suck. All of a sudden, the time to kill being fucking 47 minutes is exacerbated by the fact that I've got this shitty character that's got a pea shooter for a gun. And it just makes it 10 times worse. Like, I just... Yeah.
And it's
I
a genre
feel,
not accustomed to having to pay to enter it anymore. People are used to
and
just
that
being
as
able
well.
to play.
Like, whether we like it or not, free to play is the new way now. Whether that's a good or a bad thing.
There are some genres
unfortunately.
that just, that's the only way they really work.
Yeah, that's it. That's the only way you can do it.
Yeah.
Titanfall was the last... Titanfall was probably the last multiplayer-only shooter that got away with charging. Full price. Like, Titanfall was a full-priced game.
Yeah, outside of COD.
No, but as in the multi... Like,
COD
Titanfall is multiplayer only.
Well, yeah. Oh, only.
No,
yeah.
But
a lot of
Titanfall was multiplayer
you look at the
only.
stats, a lot of people do just buy Call of Duty for the arena multiplayer.
No, I know. That's been a thing forever. But the simple fact of the matter is it has a very big, expensive campaign attached to it as well. And zombies and this and that. Titanfall in 2024 would have to have released as a free-to-play shooter.
It would have had to be...
wouldn't have-
or it would have had to been what Titanfall 2 was, which was single-player, multiplayer,
With a campaign.
and
Yes,
a
yes.
co-op mode that was actually very fun. Frontier Defense.
Yes. But now, like Titanfall 1 now would have to be free to play.
Mhm.
And they'd have to hope that... Now, Titanfall's obviously incredible, so I feel like it would have fared a lot better than Concord.
I mean, that is essentially, they took out the wall running, but that was a lot of what Apex Legends was building off of Titanfall in this big free-to-play thing that they were also shocked at how big it became, so they then had to staff up and really focus just on Apex Legends, and sadly, no more Titanfall.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right. So we know Titanfall would be successful as a free-to-play shooter because Apex Legends exists.
Yeah. I mean, they just took out the Titans and the wall running, but a lot of it is Titanfall, the guns and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, it's ultimately built off of... I got
so good. I know it wasn't, especially during the beta, it wasn't your cup of tea, but I got so goddamn good at Titanfall 2, being like 110 and friggin' 2 in a lot of matches.
Nice.
When you take all the creeps and everything.
Titanfall 1, though, man.
I broke that game.
1.
I think I was Legion mainly, and just, my God. That was my, it was so intense that I could only play 2 or 3 matches, and then I was so hyped up I had to take a break.
I loved Titanfall 2.
I loved
one.
Yeah.
What the multiplayer in 1, I mean, 1, that's all 1 was. It was multiplayer. It was so perfect.
I got I didn't like 2's multiplayer until I got the movement, and I could move faster than I could in 1, and then I loved it, even though I didn't like the maps as much.
I didn't hate Titanfall 2's multiplayer. It just wasn't as good as the first one.
It was very different.
It's just the maps were objectively not as good, to the point where they just brought all the maps from 1 back into 2. So they were basically admitting that their maps weren't as good. The whole battery thing with the Titans was stupid.
I got pretty good at that, so I did not like it at first, but I got good at it.
The Titans were made of paper mache. They were just...
Not Legion.
They weren't strong. They like the Titans in number 1. But when someone jumped in a Titan, there was this amazing back and forth of everyone on the opposing team is like, holy fuck, someone's in a Titan, we're fucked. But then you'd have the team coordinating to take the fucker down as well. Oh my God. I want to play Titanfall 1 now. It was such a good game. It was such a good game.
Wasn't it broken for a very long while? Like it was
hacked to shit and back.
I thought 2 was the one that got hacked to shit.
No, I'm pretty sure it was 1.
Might have been both. No, and I mean, anything that uses that old Valve engine is very easy to hack. Source engine.
Oh, Titanfall 1.
But
I've still got the poster. Like that, I don't know if you can see it. Right in the top corner of my box there, you can see that little edge of a poster right there. That's a Titanfall 1 poster that has been on my wall since 2014. It's still there.
I wish I could get an Elite controller that was the Titanfall shell from the Titanfall 1 controller.
I've still got that controller.
Mine had such horrible stick drift, and you couldn't fix it, that I sold it for parts for like $200 because it was really late, and someone just really wanted that shell.
Oh, okay.
Fair.
And we were very broke, so I was like, oh shit, yes, I don't care about this piece of plastic.
Love Titanfall. Miss that fucking game to death. Are we going to talk about anything to do with the PS5 Pro? No.
No, it's all just the same shit.
We covered a lot of it on headlines.
There's a leak, kind of.
Someone drew a picture of a marketing material they saw on Billy Kun.
I mean, it's coming.
Yeah.
We know it's coming.
And its main selling point is going to be ray tracing improvements.
Cool. Extra puddle reflections.
There will be some, I bet you there will be some games that do get like a better frame rate, and that'll be cool. It just depends, do you want to spend $600 to $700 for that? So,
but almost everything is 60 anyway.
Yeah.
On the PS5. That's what I don't understand.
Most multiplats have that. It's really only there's only a select few games left, like Hellblade, that don't.
So all we're really going to get with this thing is increased resolution in those games with 60 modes.
It should at least catch up, if not go by Series X in resolution.
To the Series X.
Yeah, and then better ray tracing because newer technology for it. Other than that, unsure. Hopefully it's worth it. If you're going to charge that much money,
I don't think it will be.
Yeah.
And I say that as someone who bought the PS4 Pro day one. I don't think the PS5 Pro for me will be worthwhile because half the time the resolution you don't even notice because, look at Digital Foundry. They suddenly don't give a shit about resolution, do
We're
they?
in the post-resolution era.
So what's the PS5 going to achieve? All it's going to do, like the Series X has been beating it for resolution the entire generation. So all the PS5 Pro is going to do is go, okay, well, you still get your 60 mode. Some games may get a 120 potentially, but I doubt it because the CPU is the same.
That has been one of the funny things this gen is that the Series X has like way more 120 hertz mode
120,
games, but you never hear about it because most of the people covering games don't actually use it.
A lot of people still don't know that Rocket League's 120 mode was pulled from the PlayStation. So they released the patch, the PS5 patch for Rocket League. It fucking broke everything. They've pulled it, said, we'll bring it back again later. Something like 2 years later, that hasn't come back and they have not bothered.
And that game benefits a lot from the higher frame rate. It just feels so much better. It will be... I'm very curious. What's the price? What's the sales pitch? Because, they're really good at selling people things, even if they don't make the most sense. They're very smart about how they word things and allowed to get away with more. I don't like that they get away with more, and I don't want it to change. I don't want Microsoft to be able to get away with more. I prefer Microsoft gets treated the way they do, but then PlayStation also gets treated that way. And it has been a little frustrating hearing a few times from people I know and like that are like, yeah, we treat PlayStation different, but it's because they've earned it. And it's like, that shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter that you've liked their games more, I guess, or you're just more used to them being dominant. Like if they do something shitty, or if they put out a product that doesn't make a ton of sense, you can just talk about it like normal. And it will be curious to see how people react to the Pro, because it's the same CPU, which has the way their stuff works, they can't change it. Like the way their back compat is not the same as Microsoft. Microsoft, if they put out a Pro, they could have a brand new CPU in it, and they could make it all work. As we know with Jason Ronald, it's not easy, but they can do it. And one of the things we talked about with him a lot is just how hard it is to make all this work, because it requires so many years of prep.
Yes, that was one thing we learned from Jason Ronald. Things that we take for granted, that we think of like these simple little things,
like quick resume,
actually probably took the longest to plan and implement.
Yeah, like quick resume was a many years thing. Like once you know you're going to have an SSD and you're figuring out how everything works, it took them a very long time, but they got it to work. And it's one of those things, like their engineers are so damn good, and they don't get credit for things just working because people then become accustomed to it. It's like the Apple thing.
We're spoiled.
Yeah,
we're spoiled.
Oh, look, Apple's finally doing this thing. And then you're like, oh, yeah, I've had an Android. It's done that for 6 years. It just doesn't work as well because they have to make it work across 800 devices instead of 3. So, yeah, I don't know.
Said it before, man. We're very spoiled by Xbox, and now everything just works.
Most of the time.
Very, very spoiled. Well, it does. Most, like, quick resume
majority
works
of the time.
incredibly well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love quick resume. Don't get me wrong.
And how our save files just... Although my Balatro save file did fucking break at your place and I had to start all over again.
I think that was just because
devastated about.
It might have got, quit out of before it had done its thing.
Oh, I don't know. I was so upset that I had lost everything. I was upset.
But then you saw how fun and quick you can get it back sometimes once you know how that game works. But yeah, I get it.
Now my high score is not 1.4 million anymore. I've lost that. I mean, we always have it on YouTube as proof. But
yeah, true.
But
that was a good high score.
Yeah, that's why Xbox is my main platform. It's not the games. It's the platform itself. It's the ecosystem that I like. Little things that a lot of people don't give a shit about, like parental controls and family setups. And
if we got you a computer, like if we were able to get an NZXT partnership and you had a computer and you were jumping through all that shit and going for super high frame rates and your save's just there, it's so nice when games are played anywhere like that. There's so many of them now, too.
I don't know. For me, it's those little things in the ecosystem that matter more than the games. I play 2 games, 3 with Balatro. I play 3 games. I don't care about the games.
10 out of 10 Balatro.
I don't.
You don't
for
get
me,
to
it's
fight that 10 anymore. It's a game's a 10.
I still wouldn't give it a 10. As much as I
You'd still
adore
be wrong.
Balatro, I still wouldn't give it a 10. It's not a 10, but
Oh.
it's an amazing game.
Sorry about all the ads. I'll click delay again. I didn't have it open, so if it was playing them, it's because YouTube is insanely insistent about it lately.
Well, speaking of ads, if you're watching right now and you haven't yet backed our wonderful Kickstarter for Console Wars, the card game, you should probably do that because there's only 3 days left before that Kickstarter is all wrapped up. We are enabling late pledges, but it might end up costing you more. So get in while the getting's good, please. Thank you very much.
And John's brain is melting, so is it time to hit that button?
My brain was
where are you?
melting during earlier conversations, but yeah, we can hit that button. Let's do.
You know what John should do if his brain is melting, and now that I'm back
Play
home.
Returnal?
Now that I'm back home and I don't have to deal with all the yucky food in England anymore, I finally came back to Control. Thank God. I missed having Control because John forgot to tell us about the Control at his house so that me and Jesse could have some of that. So,
Yeah, I'm pretty much out. I've
Trust
gone through
me.
everything they've sent. I feel bad.
even if you live in England, don't eat any more food in England. Just go to www.drinkcontrol.com/XboxEra and order yourself some Control. It's a meal replacement. And if you live in England, you definitely want to replace those meals. So use Control to replace them. It's
you go.
super nice. It's a great replacement for English food.
Done.
Hitting that button as Nick immediately goes through Patreon and finds a couple of people to play for.
I already put it.
I need to remember to resize Name a Game next time. It's very small. As you can tell, I can't go on. Oh, and speaking of low latency, Nick, I can't go on low latency because you can only go to 1080p if you're on low. So
Yeah,
I did
but
not.
I think that's worth it. I think that's worth the trade-off.
No, it's not. Not at all. All right. We are in Name a Game, and as you can see, I'm resizing everything from a 1440p to 4K. So, boy, there's some things that aren't the right size.
Well, while you're doing that, I'd like to wax lyrical about how awesome our wonderful patrons are.
Not good enough. More.
That's later. That's
No,
later.
Well, you just look God, and we love them so much that every week we have a game show that Nick rips off of Australian radio, where we act as champions to win them some game codes from Jesse's long list of
Shorter
Like
list now. I've been
game
handing them
codes.
out a lot.
like candy. And yeah, if you want to be a played for as a champion by one of us, you can head over to patreon.com/XboxEra and pledge your support. This week, Nick, who are we playing for?
We are playing. I am playing for Kevin Skinner, and you are playing for Marcus Kilgore. Kilgore.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right.
What was the name of the fish I had at Fish and Chips?
Haddock.
Haddock. Okay, yeah, because
Yeah, Haddock's
someone
great.
AJ 99 Rukin asked me, and I said something started with H.
Yeah. Haddock is my favorite fish. Grew up on it a lot in New
Smoked
England.
haddock is
Have you-
best, though.
Have you ever had flake in Melbourne though?
I've never been to Melbourne.
Well, there you go, mate. Wait till you have some flake.
I'm never
when
going to go
you
to
come down.
Melbourne. Criminals.
Whatever, man.
All right. What's the theme this week, Jesse?
Games that came out on the Xbox 360.
All right.
Oh, we're doing name a game, aren't we? Not what year, my dear?
Yeah, as long as I have an idea for Name a Game, I do Name a Game. What year my dear is a backup when I just can't think of anything or I'm too busy. Like probably next week.
Will you have an opportunity to put these names in the private chat?
Yeah, they're all easy. Most of them are easy anyways. But it's not an opportunity. It's like, how much do I want to click? All right. Number one for dumbass names, you got to think of a game that came out on the Xbox 360 is Insane Uber. Insane Uber. Sick.
Fuck.
Crazy Taxi.
Correct. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Nope, can't do it too well. We'll get pinged.
That buzz was like milliseconds.
And it's that rollback netcode, man. You can think you made it, but you didn't. Oh, I gotta make these small because I'm not doing multiple lines. All right. Number two with John up 1-0. As I do feel bad for chat, they're going to be very far behind now. But goddamn it, this stream looks so good. Number 2 is Subjugated. Pilgrimage to Kanye's surname.
I know this game and I've forgotten the name.
John.
Enslaved Odyssey to the West.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes. The Ninja Theory game. Yeah. I forgot the name
Really
of it.
great game as well.
Completely forgot the name of it.
All right. Boop, boop. Actually, properly hide this. Oh my god, this name's too long. I gotta resize it. All right. Number 3. Potential sweep for Mr. Jonathan in his sleepy time. There you go. It's in chat. It is Boulder Orb, Contests, Proffers, Surface, Ball, and Racket Game.
What?
Right there. Boulder Orb, Contests, Proffers, Surface, Ball, and Racket Game.
Proffers.
I was told that Kat, aka the partner of Vital Sloth, absolutely loves these stupid ones. So I made a real dumb one for her. John.
Rockstar Games presents Ping Pong.
Incorrect. Nick.
Rockstar Games presents table tennis.
Correct.
Oh, there you go.
Hey.
It works in the end, as dumb as it is.
Because I'm thinking, I'm like tennis. I'm like something with tennis, but
Basically, I
I
gave you your point. You're welcome.
Yes, he
You
did.
did. That's okay. I've done
Very
that for
nice.
you many times, so that's
Yep.
okay.
That's right. You're welcome.
All right, buzzers are cleared. The next one is Smack Guy Exoneration. There you go, in private chat. Smack Guy Exoneration. Boop, boop, boop. Nick,
Oh shit.
starting the timer.
Hitman.
5, 4, 3,
Fuck.
2.
I can't remember
1.
the Hitman.
It is not Hitman Fuck. Sick.
Hitman Absolution.
Correct. Ding, ding, ding. John
forgot which
wins
Hitman
for
it was.
the person nicknamed before who I forget.
Marcus Kilgore.
Ooh, Mr.
Can't
Kilgore,
remember. So
reach out
many
to me
Hitman
anywhere.
Games. So many Hitman games, and I forgot which one it was.
All right, for funsies, the next one, probably the hardest one, even though it's only one compound word. Brain theft. Brain theft, one compound word. Published by Square Enix.
Brain theft.
Remind me, Jesse. This was like a fucking atrocious game, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Fuck.
Horrible.
What's the name of it?
It's not one.
It's
It's,
not
not,
a
a. It's not a huge game, but it was a Square Enix well-known,
Yes.
like mega bomb. I think.
Yeah. Fuck.
No, thank you. I've
And
got
it
a
was
wife.
like it wasn't a JRPG either.
Mm-mm.
It was one of the rare non-JRPGs by Square. Fuck, I just can't remember the name of it. I just remember that it was such a huge bomb and terrible game.
Ooh, chat got it. Way to go, NC.
I'm trying to remember what
Brain
it was.
I wish it would stop dinging.
I don't know.
I changed the DPI on my mouse by accident, and so now it keeps dinging, and everyone can hear the ding.
I can't remember the name.
Oh my god, stop dinging.
What was the
All
name
right.
of it?
We're gonna
Brain
call this one.
theft.
It's been long enough. This one was Mind Jack.
I've never even heard of that.
I have. I remember. I don't know why this game stuck in my head. I just remember
Yeah.
that it was like. I remember hearing about it and what a bomb it was and what a terrible. And then someone's like, "Oh, it's made by Square Enix." I'm like, "What the fuck?" I'm like, "Why did Square Enix make this game?" And I.
It's one that's like it's like a 40 on Metacritic. It's unbelievably bad. All right. Aw. Next one. Smear of the Shinobi. Smear of the Shinobi. Nick.
Mark of the Ninja.
Yeah, it was for you. All right. Going through them quick because John has already won 3-1 in case anyone's wondering why that's not changing up there. The next one. and I gotta hide it, make it all look professional and resize this shit, is Cardinal Perished Vindication. A game recently leaked as potentially finally coming to PC and supposedly Game Pass and PS Plus. It is not on PC. One of the biggest games of the generation.
Perished.
Cardinal Perished Vindication.
Man, my brain is not switched on today.
Tried.
Man, I don't know.
Oh,
Nick,
Red Dead Redemption.
correct?
Oh, yeah. Cardinals in red, the colour. Okay. Fair.
Yeah, I was thinking cardinal as in like a priest.
Yeah, same. I was like, Father.
I'm like,
priest,
yeah, I'm like, priest dead something?
Crying
I'm like, what?
sister?
Bright brother?
All right, a few more for funsies. This one's kind of long. It is, in fact, oh, I gotta put this in private chat for you because it's so long. Terrace Trooper 3 Triple Smash Connected Version. Terrace Trooper 3 Triple Smash Connected Version.
Oh,
One of my favorite games of the generation.
Terrace Trooper 3.
I feel like we should know this game.
You should. It's one of the biggest of the generation. Beats and beats and beats, beats, beats in my head.
That doesn't help me at all.
Wow. I
I
guess
have
you
no
don't like
brain.
Elena in her stage, do you?
Terrace Trooper 3. Terrace.
I feel like
I
uploading
mean, something
a song. Hold on.
soldier, warrior.
Give me a sec. I'm going to upload a song from this game soundtrack. Don't look at the thing.
Triple Smash
Trooper.
Connected version.
Oh,
Oh, yes, Nick.
Street Fighter 3?
Correct.
Third Strike?
But what are the last two words? It was a very specific version.
Online edition.
Correct.
That was the Xbox Live Arcade one.
And I was going to play whatever wants to friggin' process. Come on. Wow, that uploaded fast. It is really
I ended
nice
up buying
having
that just before the
good internet.
360 store closed down. Oh, yeah.
Like the soundtrack in the third Street Fighter 3, good. Second Impact, good. But Third Strike, oh my god.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened with that one, but that was amazing.
Engage.
So many good
Round
songs.
one.
Even if this guy was one of the
Engage.
dumbest looking bosses ever, still an incredible soundtrack and fight for it. Okay, back to last couple. Two more. The next one is a shorty. 2 words.
The buzzer's not cleared.
I got 90 things to click because you want me to type in chat. It is. Come on, go away, you stupid thing. Stare at canines. Stare at canines. 2 words total. Nick.
Watch Dogs.
Correct.
Of course, I get them all after I've lost.
That's the way it goes.
Watch Dogs was an Xbox One game.
It was on
and you
360.
said this is...
It was on 360.
360 as well.
Yeah.
It's on 360 as well, mate.
It was. Yeah.
Really?
Fuck off.
Wow.
Google it.
Yeah.
Google it.
No, it is. I literally
Okay.
was on the Wikipedia for 360 games.
Fair enough.
There were games all the way up to 2015 that I could have gone
Wow.
through. Fucko. Yeah, what are you going to say now, huh? Bitch. All right, next one. Final is the reddish yellow cube. The reddish yellow cube. 3 words total.
Oh, yeah.
Nick.
The orange box.
Correct?
Fucking hell, man. I got all of them as soon as I fucking lost. I fucking got every single one.
Well done. When it didn't matter.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just gonna go back to listening to this for a while. Okay.
Every
that's
time I
it.
hear
That
this
was
now,
it
I
again.
think of engage, round 1, engage. Whoosh.
That game just had so much good friggin' music in it, man. But
Street Fighter 3 has aged beautifully.
oh yeah,
It's actually one of the rare,
just insanely technical, but still super fun. Like anyone could play.
I remember Street Fighter fans hated it back then because it was so different. It was so different to Street Fighter 2 and all the 17 versions of Street Fighter 2 that had come out. But I look at all the Street Fighter games now, and they feel a lot like Street Fighter 3.
This was the song I was singing.
Yeah, they built all the new Street Fighters off Street Fighter 3's feel and mechanics. Street Fighter 3 is great.
Still headlines evil.
And I remember, I hated it. Back when it came out, I did not like it either. Back when it came out, I just didn't appreciate its greatness at the time.
Oh, I loved it the whole time. No.
Now I
that's
do.
music
Street Fighter 3 is fantastic.
Young and Yang.
Are we going to get dinged for this?
No, it's video game music.
Okay.
This sounds like James Bond music.
Yeah, this is Yun and Yang stage.
Yeah. It's 100% Bond music, though.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah. Good game.
I hate that the volume goes up when you use fade in, fade out. But yeah, that was Name a Game. We're now on to John's least favorite segment. I'm sorry, patrons.
Yep.
It's true. It's true. And I suppose, as it's part of the gig, I should probably thank them all for how brilliant they are and sending us to Gamescom and making it all happen and possible in the first place. I should do that.
Go ahead.
Yep.
I dare you.
Yeah, I kind of just did, right? All right.
What would be great is if you all loved us so much that I wouldn't have to pay for business class out of my own pocket next time. That would be even better.
An extra bit of love, though. That's a lot of extra love.
That would have been
It's
doubling
like
what
4 times
we
the extra
earned.
amount
Yeah.
of love.
Now that I know Qantas has a bidding system, I should be able to get those business class seats cheaper next time. Hopefully.
Start working on it for Los Angeles in June. And we got 2 slots last time. If we can tell them 3 slots, and hey, maybe we can get it done. 47 like us.
Hopefully this time I'll be press.
Well, yeah, no, it would literally be only for... There would be zero reason to go there if you're not press. It's just a press event.
There is nothing
I'd like
else.
to go to LA for a holiday.
No, you wouldn't.
Be nice.
Yeah, honestly.
There's a lot of amazing places in America. I would not say Los Angeles is one of them.
Yeah, but I'd swing over, just hop on a train or something and
It's
head
very
over to
far.
Vegas. Nah, LA to Vegas isn't that bad. MVG told me it's not even that far.
By train, it is 8 hours.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'd rather do 8 hours on a train than a plane.
They don't have a train there. It's a bus. It's a fucking Greyhound. You don't want to be on that for 8 hours.
Oh, okay.
But hey, our patrons are pretty fantastic, and we
They
do
are.
love them a lot. Especially our grand benefactors, Torn Raptor and Crowd 56. But our MVPs, our executive producers,
New
everybody
MVP,
that
Sebastian
supports us.
Pompey. Thank you, Sebastian.
Yeah, love you very much. But one of the perks all of our patrons get from the $6 tier and above is they get to head over to the Patreon lounge.
That's everyone.
Cool Kids Club. It's everyone.
You let everyone in, yeah. The $6 and
Wow.
above were show exclusive stuff mainly.
Oh, fair enough. Everyone. Even if it's just a cup of coffee a month, you can come on to the Patreon lounge.
Just saw
and
that
ask
message now.
a question of us, and we'll answer it, which we're going to
just
do right now.
I just went to further up in the chat. Magnum. Nick looks at the chat. I've lost like 8 weeks in a row.
And also
if I'm looking at the chat, I'm doing a terrible job of it.
And it's now 20 seconds behind, like 15 to 20 seconds, so it's not going to help.
Yeah, and we're on lag. So what would looking at the chat get me? Oh my god. I haven't won in ages. I looked at my spreadsheet. I'm like, holy shit, I haven't won in like months.
You'll come back, bro.
What a strategy. Yeah, the last time I won was when? Like you're now, well, I may as well update it while I'm here. 21-12. You're beating me.
Wow.
You're going to owe John a game this time. And John will be nice enough, we won't even make you do it.
It's true. Nick, you know my really dusty Xbox in my office?
Yeah.
I've just looked. I put my Xbox hat on top of it. And now there's a spider, and I think that this spider was living inside the top of that Xbox.
Cats.
I wouldn't be surprised. The layer of dust that was on that Xbox was unbelievable.
I don't use the one often in here. But yeah. Community questions. Well, let's go, champ. It's 2 a.m.
Anyway.
I'm kind of tired.
Anyway, we love our patrons, and we love everything that our patrons do for us, and how they make absolutely everything possible except my upgrade. Outside of that, though, they're awesome. Especially our grand benefactors, Torn Raptor and Croat56. Would have been nice to meet Croat56 over in Germany too.
It would have. It would have been nice to meet all of them, to be honest. Have a
Yeah.
big Patreon session.
We met all sorts of people over there.
We did.
We even may have met a certain mod on a forum that we used to frequent,
That's true.
who will remain nameless.
Yes.
He was cool.
And I'm back.
Yeah. People are cool. People are cool.
In person, most people are great. It's online where they're all
Why
pricks.
is that though? I
You're-
don't think I'm any different online to
The
how I am in person.
anonymity of not actually having to worry about someone just punching you in the face.
I don't think I'm any different online.
No, you're insane online and off.
Yeah,
But
but
you are
said
you.
that you said that you were surprised at how nice I was to get along with.
How I was happily surprised at how all of us just felt like old mates the moment we started hanging out. Like there was no, there wasn't a warm up period. It was just immediately like meeting best friends.
It was awesome. It was really awesome.
And you are not, you do not hide your eccentricities. And I don't really have any. So I think it was a good mix.
No. Like I said, but what you see on this show, that's just how I am. I'm not slightly exaggerated.
Oh, yeah.
Like there was a period there where everyone was weirded out because I did talk for like ages. Remember? When was it? We were at a restaurant or I can't remember where we were. We were somewhere and I was just sitting there not talking because for whatever reason. And everyone was like, we haven't heard Nick speak for ages. And everyone was weirded out.
Oh, I don't know if I was there for that bit.
I can't remember. And I was like, no, just don't have a reason to talk right now. So I wasn't talking. And you know, Tom Warren came back to John's place. That was cool.
That was cool.
And we were looking on Twitter. This guy was just like going ham on
I
Tom
put that in the
Warren.
clip. I put
Yeah,
that
I know.
clip
I
in
saw
there.
that.
Yeah.
There's someone that was just like, I don't even respect him as a human.
Human being.
And we were like, oh my God,
Yeah.
relax. It's like,
It's
calm down.
It's one of those
Oh my
things you
God.
try and tell people. It's like, it's not, I get that it's something you care about. It's a thing you are into, but you don't get to know anyone as people. They might be great. They might be awful. That's one of the things. It's always like, when you meet your heroes, sometimes they can just suck. But when it's just somebody who's just covering an industry in a way you don't like, it's like, it's not that big a deal to just lose your shit. Like I get not liking someone and not wanting to watch anything they do or anything like that. Absolutely. But people get so attached and they feel so, it's really nice to feel like you're a part of something. Like I think the XboxEra community in general, because we've tried to be vigilant about not letting the people that are just there to shit on everything and everyone take it over, is really good and healthy overall. It's not some kumbaya, everything's amazing, because we've had to fight against that too. Like it's people who just enjoy video games and like talking about them and want a place to do that like adults. And you just don't get that most of the time online because it's also very hard to get engagement that way. So
It's good shit.
You know what was the best part about meeting Tom Warren? Discovering that he's into house music. When we were driving back to your place in his car, I noticed he was playing like house on Spotify. I'm like, are you into house music? He's like, yeah. I'm like, oh, it's so good to be in a car with someone who listens to good music. It was so good. I was wrapped.
every
It was so
opportunity to
good.
shit on John. You know who's great? Kat Morton. She was awesome. I really liked her a
was good.
lot.
Yeah,
Good
Kat's
value.
awesome.
Good value.
She's a good lass.
I didn't mean to show off her legs so much in that playing of the card game, but it probably didn't hurt.
Yeah, she's lovely. She's a top bird, as we would say over here.
Oh,
Yeah. And we don't get offended about it when we say
No.
it.
We don't get upset.
I think as the internet is more and more a thing, you will find more and more Americans who understand that when you use certain words, it's because it's your culture and it's just fine. And if people are loud about it, they are the minority now. I think more and more colloquialisms are understood. And if they're not, tell people to go fuck themselves.
All right. Community questions. Let's go.
Community questions. Let's go. First question. Jesse Brother. Panel, happy return to your homes as well as your return to us. Even though John is back to hating us, but only on Tuesdays. Jess, your new internet seems to be running aces. Now, I was never the biggest fan of VGC, but since they announced the review roundtable for Star Wars Outlaws that will include freaking Dreamcast Guy, that site and YouTube channel are now dead to me. But enough about Dreamcast Guy. Oh, man. We didn't even talk about that situation.
It's a misstep from those guys, I think.
Was it, though?
I mean, they had
Was it a
John on. It's
misstep?
not that different.
Was it a misstep? I'm sorry, but you don't get Dreamcast Guy on and claim, oh, we didn't realize. Bullshit. Bullshit. You knew exactly who you were getting on. What happened was they didn't expect the backlash that they received for it. Because, and I'm not going to say this to try and offend anyone. Jordan, let's be real. Jordan prefers the PlayStation platform. Jordan Midler has a preference for the PlayStation platform, let's be real. And decided he was going to get another person who prefers the PlayStation platform on his podcast. It's that simple. It is very much that simple. But then, of course, they didn't expect the backlash they got because Dreamcast Guy has his shtick and he has his audience that he has cultivated and all that sort of stuff. It's not a secret. And the funny part is I actually feel for Dreamcast Guy in all of this. Like, he's been... Come on. People have been shitting on him very publicly when he did literally nothing. He was invited on a show. He did nothing more than receive an invite to appear on a podcast.
Yeah, like in that context, yes. But I think
Yes.
Paris Lily called out like a public tweet, and Paris has got a sizable following. It was like, this is not a good look. This is a guy that just makes up shit and blah blah blah. And then everybody did what the internet does. Let's fucking jump on the bandwagon and
people in glass houses, but that's another thing. Come on. Probably the wrong person.
But I'm just saying that would have kick-started that conversation.
It
and
did.
Then it would have just
I know.
snowballed, and you know how it is.
But everyone, all of a sudden, I was seeing stuff was coming up on my timeline of people just constantly shitting on him and showing how they've blocked him. I'm like, come on, this is a bit much. The dude technically did nothing.
I feel
He did
worse for
nothing.
him in the fact that VGC then publicly apologized.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like,
It's
I
not-
actually felt for him in all this.
It's not that he did something this time. It's all the other times he's done something that earned this.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. Like, I understand he has his thing, right? But
Well,
is
in
it
the end, it
hugely
just gets
different
his,
to what a
in
lot
the
of
end,
others
it gets
do?
his name out there. So I doubt he really cared that much. When
Oh, I
you're
know,
in that
but-
position, like, you're just any press is good press type. So
Is it hugely different to what others do in the space?
it's pretty bad in comparative. And look, I will say this: it's not a PlayStation exclusive thing. There are plenty of Xbox focused sites and stuff. Oddly enough, not many
of
Nintendo
course.
ones. But no, he's in that group of people that I'm just like, I want nothing to do with. It's a very large group that includes a lot of various things they cover. So when something like this happens, you've earned it. You've earned this type of response in the end.
I just don't think this specific instance earned it.
No, it's
not like
it wasn't
it's not
anything
like
this
he
time.
put out-
It was everything the other times.
No, I know, but it's not like he put out some recent video that he said or did something really controversial and he's copping backlash for it. All he did was sit there one day, get an invite to be on a podcast, and all of a sudden he's copying it all over Twitter. It's like, that's not very fair.
Life's not fair.
I don't know, man. You build your platform on just being toxic about everything. Sometimes that's just going to come back and bite you in the ass.
And
you know what I
sometimes
mean?
when
And
you're
it
doing
did.
an Exoprimal review and you see him on the other team, you target him and you kill him 20 or 30 times. It was a lot of fun.
And then you watch his review afterwards where he's like, "This game
I
sucks."
don't know. Maybe it's a me thing. Maybe it's a me thing, and I don't like, regardless of who it is. I mean,
Because you know
there's
it's going to
exceptions
happen to
every
you
rule.
one day.
I agree with the context and the sentiment with which you are making your statement. I don't disagree with that.
I don't know. I just don't like seeing those sorts of pylons, especially
it's
when
horrible.
someone didn't really do anything to deserve it in that specific instance. I just don't like seeing it,
No, pylons. Shit.
regardless of who it is.
We say
Again,
if it was Hitler.
Exceptions to every rule. There are a couple of people within the industry where if I saw them cop that kind of pylon, I'd be like, suck shit. But that's, I won't name
My
who
brother did
those
say enough
people
about
are.
Dreamcast guy. He's got a lot more text in his question.
Yeah, I know. But I saw that and I had to talk about it. Sorry. Speaking of awful things, back when I used to watch actual television, suffered through the commercial breaks, the funniest, worst ones were where they wanted you to call and order some lame product like Flex Seal or ShamWow. But the worst one was easily this contraption called the Wax Vac. The freaking commercial shows some dude sticking a Q-tip in his ear and screaming like he just stabbed himself in the head with a fucking fencing sword. Then a little girl pounding the side of her head to knock the wax out. It was bloody ridiculous. So this week's question is, what are some of the funniest / worst ones that you cats remember? Oh, God, I don't know if I remember any of them.
I
I
haven't
remember
had
all the
TV in
ShamWows
so
and all
long.
the different mops and Gorilla Tape and Alien Tape.
Did you guys ever have Sillet Bang over there?
What?
Sillet Bang.
No.
So in the UK, there was a guy called Barry Scott, and there was a cleaning product like a flash spray, cleaning spray. You'd spray on your kitchen and stuff to get rid of grime and dirt or whatever, right? But it used to be advertised in the UK by a guy called Barry Scott. I don't know why Barry Scott is from. I've never bothered to look into it, but the advert from when I was a kid was, "Hi, I'm Barry Scott. Bang!" And the dirt is gone. And it was just that. Or you just hear his voice.
Oh, and the dirt
coming
is
through.
gone. I recognize that part,
Yeah, yeah.
and the dirt is gone.
"Hi, I'm Barry Scott." I'm like, who the fuck is Barry Scott? In fact, for the first time in 40 years, who the fuck is Barry Scott? And why is he doing it? He was an American voice
Abdul,
actor.
it was
and
called
he was a cricketer.
Crank Yankers. Abdul, it's called Crank Yankers. Look it up. American show, I believe. Crank Yankers.
Yes. Would not fly today. Crank Yankers.
No, not at all. 2004 was a very different time. 20 years ago. Holy shit. Yeah, very, very different show.
I'll tell you what the best adverts are though, ever.
What?
The Terry Crews Old Spice adverts are the best.
Never
fucking
saw them. They weren't here. They didn't air in Australia.
Dude, go find the compilation on YouTube. You'll be in fucking stitches.
Did you guys get the Cadbury Gorilla ad
Yeah.
with Phil Collins?
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. The actual
What an ad.
best commercials were Segata Sanshiro for the Sega
Ah,
Saturn
they
in
were-
Japan.
as far as
They're
gaming
amazing.
commercials and the jump in ones.
Yeah, and they're a full story. Like the very last Segata Sanshiro one where he sacrifices himself to divert the rocket from blowing up Sega HQ. I cried.
Yeah, they were good. But that Cadbury Dairy Milk ad with the gorilla, as far as just regular TV ads goes, so fucking random. Why is a
Honestly.
gorilla playing drums to "In the Air Tonight"? Why?
Perfect ad. But Nick, you've seen the "Hello, ladies, look at your man. Now back to me." Yeah, you've seen that one. Okay, because there were two types of Old Spice. There was the really attractive dude, and he was like, "Hello, ladies, look at your man. Now back to me. He's not me, but he could smell like me. And then they do that, and it was,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
he'd have like these elaborate sets where everything would just fall into place around him. He'd be like, "I'm on a horse" and shit like that, and it was great. But then Terry Crews did them, and they were more like if College Humor did Old Spice adverts.
Yeah.
But then they used to own other products, like they'd be advertising Lenore fabric softener, and they'd be like, "Ah," Terry Crews would come smashing through the screen and be like, "Old Spice is too powerful to stay in its own commercial." It was honestly, there's a compilation on YouTube. They are all fucking brilliant, and they're just dumb. And then you get the really handsome guy and Terry Crews competing, and it's just so fucking good, man. They're the best ads without a shadow of a doubt.
So many good ads over the years. So many.
Jeez.
Okay. Deadly Headley, who
Second
just announced on Twitter that they're not doing the Xbox Series podcast for a while. Like, it's technically on
dead,
hiatus.
apparently.
It's on hiatus. It may come back in another fall.
It's hard to do this stuff every week. I get it.
Oh, boy, is it. Hey, guys. It was great seeing you hang out in person last week. It looks like you had a blast, and I'm glad you got to experience that time together. IRL in real life. Earl. Outside of the main cast, who is your favourite character in Friends? Jack Geller is definitely up there for me. His lines always crack me up. Much love, gents. Deadly.
You guys won't like my
boy.
answer on this one. I've
What's
never
your
watched
answer?
an episode of Friends, and I will never watch.
Bullshit.
I
Bullshit.
have never watched an episode of Friends
Why? Why not just watch it?
because I don't want to. I barely watch Seinfeld. Even I'm not into it. Not for me.
Fun fact, on the business class flight over to Doha on the way to London, I watched Friends for roughly 12 to 13 hours straight, which was amazing. Made the flight fly by. Just watching Friends 12 to 13
I have
hours.
seen episodes. I have never sat through one because I found it so dreadfully dull.
No, you should. Friends is great.
No.
I know people who have just started watching Friends now, despite the fact that it's now a 30-year-old show. And people are still like, "Oh my God,
Love
this is
it.
so good." I'm like, yeah, man. Friends is timeless.
Yeah.
It's
always been bad.
Question: best recurring character that isn't one of the main cast.
Outside of the main cast.
It's got to be a
Ooh.
recurring character, so we can't pick people like Brad Pitt like special guests.
Yeah.
You could
Jack,
make an argument for Bruce Willis because he did recur.
yes, and Tom Selleck,
Yeah, Tom said it.
John Favreau,
Yeah.
Janice got really good.
Yeah.
They found good ways to bring her in, like they
So many
didn't overdo it.
So many
Just
times.
when you're not expecting her, and all of a sudden they're talking, and then you hear, "Oh my God," just out of nowhere. They did that very, very well. I'm trying to think. Who's the favorite outside the main cast? Shit.
That's a really
That's a
hard
tough question.
I think about it. Get to the next question. And answer it later.
Tough question. Jack Geller is a good nomination, though. Jack is great.
No one
They're
likes
damn-
Emily. Emily can go get in the fucking
Yeah, no, Emily, no.
boring.
Emily's no good.
I
I didn't like Emily.
no one liked Emily, mate. No one.
Who else was good? Maybe Jack is the right choice.
I mean, yeah.
Rachel's dad was good too, though. I like
Yes.
Rachel's dad as well.
Oh man.
He was good.
Ursula.
We've lost 30 viewers during this conversation.
Have we? Oh, well.
Ursula.
Nah, she's like
Does that
an
not
even
count?
more annoying version of Phoebe.
She's
Like
technically,
even more annoying.
she's technically just Phoebe.
She is, but she's even dumber and more annoying than Phoebe.
Got another backer for the card game.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
Jack's a good one. Jack's a good one. I don't mind Jack as an option.
I'll take it.
I agree.
Yeah, I like Jack. He's like, I watched the episode on the plane where they used Monica's boxes to protect the Porsche from the water. And he's like, but there was all like mud and gook and stuff. I'm I'm just like, what? He's good. Okay. Julia. One of our patrons. She was in the chat earlier.
Yeah, I like her profile picture
she's
because
still-
Pentiment is great. Goddamn,
Oh,
Pentiment's
she's still
amazing.
in the chat, from what I can tell. What made you the most excited leaving Gamescom? Oh, so I assume we're talking about stuff we liked.
Yeah, that
at
we saw
Gamescom?
and can talk about.
Replaced.
Indiana Jones. And then very, very quickly followed up by Replaced.
For things coming soon, Shattered Space. It is, I didn't get to talk about it before, but it is one big ass planet. Everything's on that planet. It's all built around it, so it gives you more of that Skyrim or Fallout feel where everything just takes place there, but you're not locked into it. Coming along with a ton of other improvements. Like I love having an excuse to go back and play Starfield. For things not super close, Atomfall. It wasn't what I thought it was going to be at all. It was way more interesting.
Gunther.
We're done with that question.
I don't like Gunther. You know the actor who played the guy living upstairs, Mr. What's his name?
Mr. Heckles.
Mr. Heckles.
Shekels?
He
Heckles?
was in Billy Madison.
Yeah, he was.
I always remember him as the dude from Billy Madison. But yes, Julia, Replaced for me. God, that game was beautiful. Like that is like legitimately not even joking. But again, you know me, I'm not a realism guy. I don't give a fuck if a game looks real. Great if it does. But Replaced is just holy shit. One of the best looking games I've ever seen.
If I hadn't already gotten the review code for it, Space Marine 2 would have been up there. But it's also like I don't have to be excited about it because I can literally just start playing it.
It's a very good looking game also. Actually kind of surprised that Black Ops 6 not like I expected it. I expect each COD to sort of improve.
I think you need to see it in person. Once you're playing it. Well, I mean the multiplayer they don't go nuts with because it's all about running as fast as good as it can. They'll never go crazy with graphics.
Multiplayer 2019 and Modern Warfare 2 look good even in multiplayer.
It might be more you like that art style better and what they were going for with lighting and stuff.
Maybe. Okay. 99 Rukin. Hope you guys had a great time at Gamescom. We did. I'll make my question short. Give a prediction and unpopular opinion. For me, it would be Microsoft will buy a Japanese publisher, one last big buy, and keep the games multi-platform. It will be between Sega and Square Enix. For second part, all games should be everywhere. I want to see Halo on PlayStation and Uncharted on Xbox. Now your turn. A prediction. My prediction is Microsoft ain't buying shit anymore. That's my fucking prediction.
Oh, they definitely will. It's just not. It's not going to be for a while.
I don't reckon.
They are a company of acquisitions. They definitely want to buy more. They just won't be for a while.
Unpopular opinion. One console future. I've always wanted a one console future. And I don't mean as in, so PlayStation's the only console. I mean, because that's unrealistic. It's never going to happen. I want that DVD type situation where anyone, like an OEM thing they were talking about with Xbox, there's an association that is formed, just like there's a Blu-ray association, DVD association. There's an association that is formed between Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo, and all the major publishers, and they all agree to a spec that we get, and they agree to a period of generations that change, I guess, 10 years, 7 years, 8 years, and anyone can make a console, but they're all the same spec, and then developers only have to make one fucking game, because guess what that would do? It would make things so much cheaper for developers, easier for developers. We'd go back to the old 360 days where we start to get sequels quicker and faster. Pipelines get streamlined. It would just make everyone's life. People only have to buy one console. We don't have to have this bullshit where we're all buying fucking multiple consoles and all this bullshit. We all just buy one console and developers can breathe easy because they just make one fucking game. And that's it. Fucking utopia as far as the gaming industry goes. Fucking muted. Fucking muted.
I think prediction-wise, Microsoft will buy. They'll buy another developer, but they won't buy a publisher again. I don't think. And I think, unpopular opinion, exclusives don't matter.
At least not to the level people think.
Yes and no. Yes and no. We've talked about this before. Yes and no.
It's an unpopular opinion.
Haroon Muhammad. So who makes the OS API? They all have their own. They all have their own OSs. That's the beauty of it. You choose the console you buy based on what operating system you like and based on what, whatever you like, which controller you like the best.
They would have to be skins on top of the same OS to be one console. Like different Androids, because the OS is what runs the games. It would be like Windows. What do you mean, what? The
Microsoft would
API
license. Microsoft would license the operating system if you wanted to live in an OEM world.
Yeah, the OEMs all have to. The operating system is the system that everything operates on. That's the name. So it's how the games work. Like you have the to the metal PlayStation API, and games are built for that. You have the fork of Xbox Windows, and games run on that. You have Windows, and games run on that. You have Linux and Proton and the way the Steam Deck works, and games can run on that.
But part of the association, there'd be an understanding on what everything would run on.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. There just has
in the
to be
end, most
one,
games
and
are coded to C++ anyway. Like most games are built on C++.
Would it be a DirectX 12, DirectX 13? Like the actual API and everything it runs on has to be one if it's a one console future. So you have to figure that out. Whatever it ends up being. Easiest would be
as much of an issue.
It would be every issue. I wish Jason Roland was here. It is how the games run. Like it's just it's the most basic thing for them. It's figuring out what is the operating system these games are going to run on. Then the OEMs can have their own skins on top of that for the way they look and stuff like that.
But if the hardware is standardized, doesn't that take a lot of the headache out of it?
No, because the hardware runs on software. So the software has to be standardized.
Okay.
And like the OEM, it's the hardware is a base level. So it has to be at least this. And if you want to go higher than that and have higher costs, sure. But everything has to work at that base level to begin with. And yeah.
Well, I'm sure the association that would be formed would work that
yeah, that's what I'm
saying.
They would have to figure out what is the library and everything that it's going to run off of.
And I'm sure given PC is a thing, they'd probably all end up on DirectX.
The easiest would be, the most compatible for the most stuff would be to use PC, because that would also give you back compatibility on everything that's come out on PC in the last 20 years plus.
Yeah.
But
I'm
yeah,
sure
also
work it all
how
out.
the online network works, all that type of stuff, all of that all has to be the same if it's a one console future.
I doubt Nintendo and Sony would have a problem with Microsoft taking care of that part.
It's just the big thing is the amount of money you make off of it. Like they all make so much money. Nintendo less, but like PlayStation makes a ton of money charging people for online and having people pay through and getting that 30% of the transactions, all that type of stuff. It's very complicated. It would be amazing though.
It would be. It would be. I've wanted it for forever. I reckon I'm sick of buying multiple consoles. I'm sick of it. I don't want to do it anymore.
We got to get you used to PC. It's a pain in the butt to learn, but once you got it, it's pretty good. But like prediction-wise, I don't know. There's nothing. I don't think there's going to be anything crazy. It's going to be a while before gaming really turns it around and sees huge investment again. So I don't see purchases that aren't saving companies from bankruptcy for years. So while if they buy something, it's going to be another situation where this thing's going to die if they don't. And so they get it super cheap and it won't be anything huge because then it is just another massive fight. So nothing big for a while. Gaming doesn't pick up until GTA 6. But even then, the era of generations and everything we know is just not, it's never going to be the same because things work too well, cross-buy, cross-play, all that shit really messes it up. And an unpopular opinion is, I think that's good. I don't like the old system. I don't think the old system helped us as customers. So I'm hoping, especially that regulatory bodies like the EU and the FTC gently force giant companies to stop being dickheads. I know Microsoft doesn't want to be because they're losing essentially in the old system. And so they are ahead of things because I don't think the old system will be as fruitful as it has been in the past. Because my kids in that generation don't give a shit about it. Not the way it worked. Not anymore. But it's a long transition, and it can always change. And the only truth is, if you actually knew this stuff and could guess it, you'd be a very rich executive in the gaming industry because nobody actually knows. So we're all guessing.
Me. I know.
Hytham time.
Next question. Okay. Hytham G. Welcome back from Gamescom. I bet you gents drained your wallets like what I'm going to do with mine on October the 17th at New York Comic Con.
No, I just kept billing John.
Especially at the M&M store in London.
Was it just buying cool M&Ms or was it like...
No food. It was all merch.
Okay, I was going to say merch. M&M merch, really?
Merch. Oh, there was some cool stuff. And I know my kids would love, and all my nieces and stuff like that would have loved it.
And as much as you say you hate your kids, you were very focused on getting them cool stuff.
Yeah, I did.
No
my daughter liked her. My daughter liked her Pandora charm, and my son liked his toy thing. I said you can only get that at the Xbox show in Germany. That was the only place you can get it. But here's a good question: is this? If you gents go on a trip to LA, California, in a popular restaurant called Hell's Kitchen, and hear Gordon Ramsay cursing his ass off, because I would laugh my ass off when he does that to the chef's sloppy cooking. And have you gents ever watched that show like me? Yeah, I used to watch Hell's Kitchen and Kitchen Nightmares all the time.
I've seen clips, but no.
It's his US stuff is put on pretty heavily. Like you see the UK stuff, and he doesn't yell at people like that. That's always the thing with
not to that extent.
No,
but
it's picked up. Like you go to the older stuff, it wasn't like that at all. It's definitely become this is popular. I'm going to really lean into it. Reality TV show stuff.
Yeah.
But
on Hell's Kitchen especially. Hell's Kitchen especially, he fucking hams it right up. Kitchen Nightmares, it's more... In Kitchen Nightmares, he's more exasperated at what he sees. And if one of the restaurant owners who he is trying to help fights him, then he fucking goes all in on them because he's there to help them. And some of them are just stubborn, insufferable pricks to him. And sometimes he will fight them.
Yeah.
Kitchen Nightmares I used to watch religiously.
You wouldn't see that in real life. Is what I'm saying though. Like Hytham's like, if you go there and you see him doing it in the restaurant, it's like that's not happening in real life.
I don't
in
think
his restaurant. No.
Yeah.
It's for the cameras.
Yes.
If you saw them recording
do it in real life, if he did do it in real life, I would laugh. Yes. P.S. And did you gents witness the injury Gordon Ramsay suffered from the bike ride? Man, it was something. And have you gents ever had that experience, something like this? Yeah, he had a real bad accident.
Yeah, he was very lucky. Like full.
Wasn't that while we were together?
I think it happened like a week before. Like I think I pinged you a link or something. But I've come off a bike twice or 3 times, and it's very painful.
I have. Oh yeah. Do you want to hear my one? I was like probably 16 years old, 15 years old, and me and a mate were riding on like a gravel track. So not dirt, not bitumen or anything, gravel. And we're riding. Must have hit a little rock or something, and my bike has gone straight over, and I've gone over the handlebars and slid because it was gravel. So I've just slid along for like a good meter or 2 on this gravel. My mate kept going because he didn't realize what had happened, and this was like a full movie where I was like, his name was Julian, and I'm like, Julian, I'm like trying to scream out to him. I'm like, fucking Julian.
Is this on a push bike?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I've come off of like motorbike.
Oh no, I'm too scared on a motorbike. I would never ride a motorbike because I would die.
Ow.
And I'm just like calling out to him, and he's looked back, like he's gone like 100, 200 meters down. He's looked back and seen me just like half dead on the ground, ridden back, and he's like, "What the fuck?" And he's picked me up, and I'm just covered in blood, and gravel.
Yeah, I bet that hurt.
Too far away from home, so we're door knocking. We were just going to people's houses, knocking on the door, asking them for like Dettol and stuff, the antiseptic and shit to clean me up before I went home. And I had to ride home covered in like blood and scrapes and sores.
Ow.
Finally get home. Mum is like dying on her ass because she's seen me covered in blood. And like, you know, cleaned up again, changed my clothes and everything. And then my dad walks in the door, takes one look at me and just bursts into laughter. Like fucking arsehole. Just full bursts into absolute laughter, seeing me covered in blood.
I was an idiot. I had a 50cc scooter. It only did like 44 miles an hour top speed, like maybe 50 going downhill. But once I came off of it, I was not paying attention, and we were going along in a little posse, and I smashed into the back of my mate. Ended up going into oncoming traffic. Like came off, and the car like stopped, and I was laying on the horn, and it sounded really bad because the horn was just going like in a car accident. But the other one I used to wear because I was a grunger back when I was a kid, proper like 1950s style leather. And I was like telling my mate, "Oh no, I've fully got the hang of this now. Like I've lost the fear. Totally know how to do this." It was really fucking icy, and I kind of went to just do that, like a little slalom, and my back wheel just went nope, and I just like came off, and I remember just tucking my legs up, and the leather saved me. I just went along the ground like just for ages, just like a turtle. I was just like fucking hell. But I came out of it with just like the first one, I lost like a load of skin off of my leg, where the jean just wore straight through, and it just rips your skin out. It's fucking grim.
My brother in chat will remember a couple streets over from us growing up. I think it was Prospect Hill. So like our hill on our street, it would go like that on the incline, like pretty bad, not too bad, but it got pretty tiring to walk up. Prospect Hill was almost like that, where the cars had to all park sideways because you would just start sliding if you were parked straight. And I had a bike, and I went up, and I went all the way down that hill on the bike, and I was going way too fast. And I was like, I'm trying to brake. Brake locks on the front, just right up and over, bam, right on my back. I was like,
fuck.
It was about as fast as you can go on like just a regular kid's bike, and it was as fast as you can stop on one, and it really hurt. But I was a very big kid, and outside of getting the wind knocked out of me and having a very sore back for a while, I wasn't too worse for wear.
Ow.
Jesus.
Yeah,
that was a type of road you could not go up it if it had snowed or was icy at all. It was just, it was such an incline that it was impossible to go up.
Your prospects of going up that hill were pretty low, huh?
Where's the mute button? Yeah, see, he knows that was a steep hill. It was very, very dangerous.
Okay. Next question. I just don't know which name to use. I don't know if I should go.
I like Mooditude.
Mooditude. Or I love animals.
They'll both be on screen.
Mooditude. I'm a big fan of your show, but can't often listen live as I'm usually at work. It was awesome watching you guys do a show in person. It reminds me when I get my mates together and have those epic chats. Anyway, my question is a little long, but hear me out. I feel like I'm an odd gamer in that most of my gaming is Fortnite, Master Chief Collection, and some older games. No, that's totally normal. However, I just bought a Series S to play a few games that are coming out. This machine is fucking incredible. Everything looks great on my not new TV and always plays smooth. My question is, as an Xbox podcast, I think you guys need to give the Series S much more love. We do. Also, have any of you ever visited New Zealand? Because don't listen to Nick. My hometown of Christchurch is better than Melbourne. Let's not get carried away. We gave the Series S a lot of love in the early days. I bought two. I got one for each of my kids.
I think it's a wonderful little console. I think it's great.
It is.
Like, especially for younger gamers or people that don't have or the need for like 4K and all
4K.
the frames and all that sort of shit.
Yeah.
Perfect.
When
It's
you
a
go
great little
back,
Fortnite box.
the further we get away from last gen for all of us in this circle, the less people remember how just awful the loading time and performance was. When you go from a 1S to a Series S, it is as night and day as modern gaming can feel. Like, it is crazy how performant it is for its price. We are in a group where people are just like, what's the best? And it's not the best, so it's bad. But it's like, no, for what it is, it's very good.
Take all the development side out of it. Just as consumers, as customers, the Series S is awesome. It is a perfect little Fortnite box. It is actually if you play Fortnite and Master Chief Collection and Rocket League and Minecraft and all that sort of stuff, the Series S is like this perfect little box for that.
That was the bundle my son bought.
Box.
It was a bundle that came with Fortnite and Rocket League skins of a Series S. For,
same here. That's what I got for my kids.
And he got it for like $160 on sale, and it was like, you cannot beat that for the performance of it.
That's what I got for both my kids. That purple themed skin for Fortnite and for Rocket League. The whole color scheme was purple.
This one was black and gold.
The gold one?
Yeah,
the gold one. So there was the two.
Nice.
There was the purple and the black and gold. And they were wrapped. They got all these V-Bucks and they got Rocket League credit and they got skins and all that. And they both got Series S's. And even for 4K TVs, like, it'll still do the OS in 4K. And the Series S can even run some games in 4K. There's not a lot, but there's a couple. I think Ori runs in 4K and a few others. It's a great little box. Really, really good. I was almost tempted to bring one with me to go overseas with. Almost tempted to. Given how small it is, I probably could have brought it on the plane and played on the plane. As to the other part, look, New Zealand is very much visual. It's a beautiful country. And I'm sure it's fine as a holiday destination. I don't know if I'd want to live there.
It
reminds me, like, it's kind of like... Sorry?
I've got relatives in New Zealand.
Do you?
Yeah, and like they've just described it as it's a much quieter UK.
Yes. It is. It's sort of... Yeah, it is. It's quiet, it's calm, it's chill. Beautiful. Yes, visually very, very nice, but I don't know if I'd want to live there. That's all. It's sort of like Sydney. I love Sydney. Like, as a holiday destination, I would take Sydney over Melbourne. If it's just about a holiday. If someone comes to me and says, I'm going on a holiday, I'm picking between Sydney and Melbourne, where would I go for a week? Sydney. I'd say go to Sydney. But to live, you live in Melbourne. You don't live in Sydney, you live in Melbourne. And you guys will know why when you come down here. You will know why. Melbourne is where you want to live. Okay. Open. Welcome back from Gamescom. I hope you all had a blast. We did. Even dealing with my inability to get a good coffee over there. It was still good. Do you think the first thing I did when I got home, man, I got home at 6 p.m. from my Uber ride from the airport. Within 2.5, 3 hours, I was going to get a coffee. Oh, man, it was one of the best coffees I've ever had. Do you think the Indiana Jones PS5 announcement could have been an olive branch to Sony in order to get some sort of deal moving along? I was trying to figure out who benefits from that announcement, and I can't think of anyone other than Sony. No, it's the latter. No. It just benefits Sony. It's what Jeff wanted.
It's just a bad decision from Microsoft.
Jeff just wanted to fucking tighten his pants up on stage to be like, oh yeah, it's getting that PS5 announcement. Oh yeah.
He seemed very nice in person, at least. Like, people were talking to him. He was super cordial and nice and very kind.
I'm sure he is. I'm not calling him a bad person. He's just a PlayStation fanatic that doesn't particularly hide it. And that's it. It's got nothing to do with him as a human being. I'm friends with a couple of my best mates online are PlayStation fanboys.
They buy you things.
They buy me things, some of them. That's okay for you to love PlayStation. That's fine. You have bad taste in games. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't make you a bad person. Just, you like a shitty platform. That's all. Whatever. That's okay. That's fine.
I have had Twidget up the whole show. We haven't got a single super chat. So I'm just going to show
Oh,
this.
wow. We haven't either.
Yeah, I just realized. I was like, oh, yeah, we haven't. I've got it all set up. So I can show if someone talks. Like Nisa Howe or Nick. You should come to the US. We have a lot of good coffee shops. We do. There are a lot of great places to get coffee here. It's an enormous country, Nick. I promise.
It's not as good as here.
You have no idea.
It's not as good as here.
Doesn't matter if it's as good. Is it good on its own?
I understand that. It's just that when you live in a place that basically has the best of everything, it makes leaving incredibly difficult.
If that was ever a possibility, I agree with you. But it's not. So
It's just incredibly difficult. And the thing is, me being who I am, I struggle to hide how I feel about things. Even if my intentions aren't bad, I struggle to hide how I feel. Because particularly, and I don't want to look ungrateful. I don't want to seem rude or anything like that. It's how I am. If I come from a place that has the best coffee, and then I go somewhere where the coffee's not as nice.
Dayglow in West Hollywood, California, has been voted the best coffee shop in the world.
Dayglow where?
Dayglow in West Hollywood, California. Number 2 is Nomad Coffee Lab and Shop in Barcelona. Then there's a place in Colombia, Paris, London. Nothing in this top 8 from Melbourne. Shit. All right, now to the next question. We've determined Melbourne not the best place for coffee. I read it online.
Okay. Next question. Laserwolf. With all these collections Capcom is releasing, it got me thinking, what collection of original Xbox games would you like to see released? I'd like them to hurry up and release the Gears collection. And fucking hurry up and do that.
Brute Force remaster, surely.
No, it says a collection. A collection.
Yeah, just Brute Force. Three times on one disc.
What about like a Fusion Frenzy collection?
It's like 2 of them, wasn't there?
Well, that's more than the one. That's Brute Force.
I mean, the main one would be
Crackdown collection.
Fable.
Fable.
Yeah, Fable would be the one for me.
Yeah.
Crackdown would be a good collection.
They get more John on
Good
camera.
shout. It's a good shout.
There you go. More John on
What
camera.
else? What else would be a good collection?
So off fucking center, I've got to completely change camera.
We already got Halo. Yeah, Fable's the next logical choice from OG Xbox. And there's so many Fable games.
Yeah.
Like outside of the main 3, you've got
Connect, though.
pub games, the Connect one.
Yeah, you wouldn't do Connect because you can't play Connect, but
No, I
everything
know.
else. Yeah.
What else? The Fable's the next logical one. What else is there that they made multiples of?
Not a lot. Forza collection. Go relicense all those old games.
Forza.
That'd be impossible. That would be impossible.
Forza Horizon collection. I don't know. What else? Can you think of anything else?
Not really. No, there's not a bunch where they just made a ton of games. They're not.
Yeah, where they made multiples on even just OG Xbox, let alone across the 2 or 3. I can't
Like a
think
lot of
anything
the,
else.
there's a billion games in this because it was like, there's also just a bunch of arcade games, and arcade games were just made non-fucking stop during the 90s. So you'd have a ton of stuff to put in a collection. They're not old enough.
I can't think of anything.
Flight Simulator collection. You'd have a bunch of those.
Hold on. Let me just look something up here.
Also, like, yeah, the original Xbox didn't have that many
Splinter
games.
Cell. Splinter Cell.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could do that.
It was, what, 2 or 3 on original Xbox? I forget.
Yeah, there was 3 of them on OG Xbox. Splinter Cell collection would be good. I know that's not Microsoft, but still,
Yeah.
that association is there, and maybe Microsoft could partner with them and say, "Hey, we'll fund this. We'll fund a Splinter Cell collection."
Probably be easier to do a 360 era collection because you just had so many more games then.
Yes, like the Gears collection. What else would they have?
And Fable, which would mostly be 360.
How good would it be if they could partner with Nintendo? Because Nintendo would have to be involved. Now that they own Activision and they have a good partnership with Disney, a Marvel Ultimate Alliance collection.
Yeah.
1, 2, and 3.
Well, just a Marvel collection where you get a bunch of Marvel games. Just get a bunch of things that are Marvel
boy.
licensed games.
Oh boy. That'd be good. Okay. Next. Didact Brew.
He said just Didact is fine.
I know. But I like reading the whole name.
Wow.
He's in the chat. Well, he was in the chat. Is he still in the chat? Yeah, he is.
Poor
He's
John
still in
just
the
wants
chat.
to sleep.
And he said, and he also said, that I was very hot. Jesse said that too.
John just he gets so mad at the patrons that he's very tired now.
No, it's like I thought Nick wanted to go early because it's Father's Day. But it's
no,
like
you stop thinking Nick ever
I'm
wants to go
already
early.
here now. I'm already here now. I've missed
I
what would
wanna
have
go
been the morning part. Welcome back, everyone. Hope everyone got a well-earned rest. I wanted to ask you all to play Age of Mythology Retold. I know Nick loves Greek mythology, and that game realizes to the fullest how cool it is. I took a photo of that. Having it released both on PC and Xbox at the same time with crossplay makes this the most user-friendly RTS ever made and the perfect starting point for the genre. MS has these niche franchises like Age and Flight Sim that are amazing, but never really get attention they deserve. How can they leverage this variety better than sizzle reel Game Pass trailers? I feel that at this point, Microsoft should do an RTS crossover of their franchises, or a crossover thing with the rumoured Crimson Skies reboot, Playground 13. Man, that's another one that just... got that DM. Don't say anything. And then all of a sudden, I'm hearing others mention it, and I'm like, why do you keep telling me I can't say stuff that others seem to be able to say?
Because we tell you you can't say stuff if it's on the show. So there's no point.
It's true.
Say it on your Twitter account.
I got that DM too about Playgrounds 13 and Crimson Skies.
It's because all of you hear from the same guy and refuse to believe it.
It's not. It's not the
Yep.
same guy. I think there are multiple guys within Microsoft that are leaking stuff. Multiple people, which is probably why Microsoft's having so much trouble tracking it all down. Because if it was one guy, they'd be busted by now.
As far as Age of Mythology goes, I was really interested in trying it out, but I am going to instead stream Dragon Age Inquisition to refresh myself for the Veilguard when that comes out, because I want to do that review.
Games like Ara and Towerborn, I doubt many know what those are. I doubt that many know that those are MS games, and I feel that MS, like they did recently with the Blade announcement, believes that in the Xbox tax more than anyone so does this stuff on purpose, especially after the hate that Starfield got. Microsoft believes that the Xbox name is toxic at this point. Another example of this is how the new Sniper Elite game got announced, only with a Game Pass label and not Xbox, and of course how Microsoft hyped the PS5 indie announcement.
I thought that Sniper Elite had Xbox on it.
Can you guys hold on for just... Keep talking. I just need to step away for just 1 second.
Yes, go yell at your kids.
And that's the end of the show. We've really loved having everyone. Swear for go.
Well, like the Sniper. I'm pretty sure Sniper Elite had the Xbox thing on it.
I don't know. Like, I don't think Microsoft I don't think they believe that their brand is toxic. And it's not. It's just not
Yeah, it's all
as
there.
well loved.
Oh, God, I wish this fucking giant thing would go away. Okay, well, it is all here. It does say there. Like, it's got Xbox Series, Xbox One, Game Pass. There's more to it, but it's blocked by this stupid fucking shit on GameSpot's thing. And then it says PS5, PS4, Steam. Like, it's all there. It said Xbox right on it. This is just the reveal trailer. I don't know.
I'm sure it's fine.
So what was the question? It feels like there wasn't actually a question there. He's telling us to play Age of Mythology.
No, MS has these franchises that are amazing but never get the attention. How can they leverage this variety better than sizzle reel Game Pass trailers?
I don't know. They're not mainstream enough.
Yeah, I mean, they're mainstream in Europe, and that's why they really pushed it well in Europe. Like, those games are very big, especially for the European audience. I think they're pretty good at aiming them at the right people. And it's just about having realistic expectations about how good it can do.
It's like those sim games. You don't see those simulator games really get advertised on mainstream gaming shows because there's a very, very hardcore but small audience that adores those in Europe.
And funnily enough, with Flight Sim, it's bigger on console than it is on PC, I think they said. Like the actual microtransaction focused marketplace does better on console than PC, because I think in PC you can probably just mod it if you really want.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I think understanding scope and scale and budgets and properly scoping and paying for things is more important than trying to force them to be bigger than they can be. So as long as you're not overpaying for a genre in a game, it doesn't have to do incredibly well. It can just do really well. It can do fine for that genre, and you're good because you scoped properly.
Yeah.
What is it you can't face?
Oh, man.
Okay. Townsend. Good evening, chaps. What is one game that you enjoyed the story so much that you feel it's almost criminal that it hasn't been expanded further into TV or movies as of yet? For me personally, I truly believe the world needs a full Mass Effect series done right. Apologies if this is alienating you a bit, Nick. Winky face. Thanks as ever for everything you guys do.
I don't disagree. It's got to be Mass Effect.
It's just
It's such a rich world.
it would be so expensive.
I don't care. If the Expanse can do it, it's possible.
BioShock.
Yeah, BioShock would work.
The dystopian underwater world with these big monsters and little girls that fucking extract that fucking juice out of people and shit. Could be turned into a pretty good movie or a series.
One thing I would like to see that I think wouldn't be too expensive would be Indica. Just a crazy, weird alt history Russia during an earlier than normal world war with this very like deep, smart, but heavily troubled nun trying to get through. It's got boobs in it, so it can be on HBO. So
Nailed.
And I reckon BioShock could work as a movie too. Twist and all.
Haven't they
twist
tried?
and all.
I thought they tried making live action BioShock.
Did they?
I might be overthinking. I might be misremembering.
I reckon that twist would hold in a movie too. Like you could just literally recreate that as a movie and have the voiceover dude telling the main character, "Hey man, quick, would you kindly go over and do this?" And like you're watching this guy do it, and then it gets to the end where he has to fight him, and all of a sudden he's having his little monologue, and he's like, "You'd be surprised what 3 simple words can do." And he's like, "Would you kindly?" And then the main character's like flashing back through everything. And then the audience is watching. Now, all of us that played the game would already see it coming. But the audience is watching going, "Holy fuck, he was controlling him the whole time."
Yeah, that was Ned Stark's head in Game of Thrones Season 1. Like, all the book people knew, but everyone lost their shit.
Yeah.
What? Ned Stark's head. What?
I think Red Wedding was the one that did it.
Oh.
That was the one where people completely like, what?
I was because they made it even worse than the book in some ways with the...
Yeah, and also a lot of them were like, "Oh my god, but Robb Stark's a main character," and it's like,
Yeah.
he was never a main character.
Yeah, but the show made it seem like he was.
Yeah, of course.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what's so clever about it.
And then,
Yeah, that
much
was
like
shocking.
everyone else, the show's producers got really sick of waiting for George R.R. Martin and everyone growing out of their parts, and so they just said, fuck it, and wanted to be done, sadly.
Yeah.
That book's never coming out.
Can't wait to
knows?
see the Gears of War thing.
Yeah, I'm
Apparently, there's a Terminator cartoon.
it's
now.
good. Terminator
I've heard,
Zero is good.
I need to watch it.
We
so-
did 3 episodes.
Really?
After this, we're going to start watching more. I think it's 8 episodes total. Really liking it so far.
What's it on?
Netflix.
I'll see if it's on any other streaming services. What's it called?
There's also
Terminator Zero.
a Greek mythology show on Netflix called Chaos with Jeff Goldblum.
Wow. Wait, no, that's Owen Wilson.
Wow.
Everyone should go watch
Terminator
The Fly.
Chaos.
No,
Did you say
no.
Terminator Chaos?
Terminator
it's called-
Zero. The Greek
Oh,
mythology
Zero.
show is called Chaos.
Oh, okay. So you got those mixed up in my head.
Yeah, Terminator Zero, pretty darn good. I'm liking it quite a bit. Yeah. I think it's 8 episodes so far. It's like an alternate timeline for the original movie, if that makes sense. Or it might be Terminator 2. I think it was late 90s. Something like that.
Terminator 0.
Yeah, it's good. I'm liking it quite a bit. A lot of 3D animation, but it's good 3D animation. Like, it looks hand-drawn on top of 3D most of the time. Very R-rated. Bloody as shit.
Okay.
And that's it gives me some hope for the Gears cartoon on Netflix, because they've had some real good cartoons like Blue Eye Samurai and
Blue Eye
stuff.
Samurai was fucking awesome. I loved it.
Yeah.
What about fucking Invincible?
That's okay.
Yeah. I'm not a huge Robert Kirkman fan. It's better, much like The Boys, it's better than his comic.
Come on, man. Invincible is fantastic.
Yeah, it's going to go some places. I've read the whole comic, yeah. It is funny. Reading
Are they following the comic well?
Yeah, they're following it way more than they did with The Boys, because it's just better than, like, The Boys comic. I was not a fan of The Boys comic. It's so miserable. It is such a miserable world. Everyone sucks. It's so bad.
Oh, okay.
Like, it's not bad. It's still well done, but it's very different from the show, and Invincible has been way closer.
Okay, Terminator 0. I'll have to get that
Yeah,
queued
we're gonna
up
watch more of that
on
after
Netflix.
this. My wife was like, I don't care, and then I started playing it, and she's like, oh, it's really good. Like, yep, it looked really good.
Okay. All right.
Terminator was whoa.
Next question. Lee Layfield. Hey guys, hope you all had fun at Gamescom. We did. Did you guys manage to grab any swag? We did. T-shirts, game codes, etc. Also, any news on when The Thing remastered launches? And did you get to go hands-on with it at Gamescom? It's my favorite horror movie. We did not. I didn't see it there.
Where is this?
Swag-wise, yes. I don't have my Ben Fox T-shirt here. I don't have... I tried to find my
wristband.
Fortnite and God of Gore T-shirts, but I didn't get a chance. I have my Game Pass Casino chip and my Doom Dark Ages pin, which is amazing. I've got this winner chicken dinner bar mat thing.
Oh, I got a code for Jackbox Naughty Pack, but it's just a retail code. It's not a review one.
I got a code for... Can I say what you gave me a code for?
I gave you a code for Space Marine.
Yeah, Space Marine. What else did I get a code for? I don't know.
I gave John a code for that too, and we played co-op. It'll be in the review video. I pulled a lot of co-op stuff out of there.
Why didn't you invite me to play?
You would have been asleep when we
three-player?
played.
Yeah, we played
okay.
earlier. Yeah, it would have been like 3 a.m. for you.
Oh, okay.
It is 3-player though.
Yes, it is. It's 3-player like Gears.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, we had fun at Gamescom. Gamescom was good.
Aarsal got more swag because he stood in more lines. I was not going to do that.
Yeah, I didn't want to stand. The funny part is, I wasn't that interested in seeing or playing that many games. I wanted to try and meet people and just... I enjoyed the holiday aspect of everything the most. That is what I enjoyed. And
Which
if we
is
do
why
it again next
it's
year...
It's funny that you wanted to be pressed, because then it would have been way less holiday.
Yeah, I know, but I still wanted to get in there and meet people. Part of what I wanted to do was my networking, which I still did the best to do with what limited access I had. And I made good friends. I loved meeting Marcel. Because he and I have been friends online for like a decade. I've known him. So it was great to finally meet each other.
Marcel, the mime.
He backs the game as well. He backs Console Wars, the card game.
Didn't he back like 3 of them?
He may well have done, because he's a legend.
Or was it Tony that did that?
No, Tony didn't. I think it must have been
so then it was Marcel. Marcel that backed like 3 of them. And, you know, met Tony and became very, very good friends with Tony. He messaged me after he left, and then I messaged him that I was catching up with Gaz, and he's like, hug Gaz for me. Tony was good. Stein did not like me at all.
We didn't get a hands-on with The Thing, but it's a great movie, so I look forward
I haven't
to
seen it.
The game was great, so...
I've never seen The Thing. Believe it or not.
It's a good movie.
It's awesome. Yeah. John Carpenter at his best.
Okay. Second last question. The penultimate Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Good old Collingwood. Happy Father's Day, Nick. White Rabbits, Aarsal, John, and Jesse. Quick questions. John, will we see and hear some one-on-ones videos based on meeting people at Gamescom?
No, the only big interview I did was written. I wasn't allowed to film. I was allowed to record the audio, but afraid not, my friend.
Yeah, I was allowed to record audio, but no filming people for videos or anything.
Next year, if we do it again, you know what I want to do? I want to get the wireless mics again, to take a fucking, what do you call it? Selfie stick.
Mm-hmm.
Take my phone around, record some, just talk to people. Hey,
yeah, we
Marcel,
had
how are you,
that
buddy?
gimbal. It was really nice.
Yeah. I want to try do that next year. I think people would enjoy watching stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Because I did bump into some cool people that I think people would have liked to have seen on video. Aarsal, was this your first visit to Germany?
Yes,
I'll answer
it
for
was.
him. Yes, it was. Yes.
what
There
I'm
was a question crossed out.
Because I was able to. I probably said it during
Jesse.
the show. I had to take an Uber.
Yep. Jesse, there was an Xbox Gamescom event in Los Angeles. Was XboxEra invited?
No, because we are UK PR in their eyes, so we don't get invited to US stuff.
Nick, now there is no football. What will you do with your weekends? I'm fucking
Masturbate.
devastated. I was watching both footy games while I was over there, and I knew Collingwood would win both those games, and missed out on finals because just one more game was all we needed. We fucking would have made it. So upset. It's so weird that we're not in finals. It's devastating.
Yep.
I don't know what I'll do with my weekends. Play more games? I don't know.
Crack on.
Boots. Question for John's cat. Boots, how did you feel when 3 hairy and suspicious funny-sounding humans came through the front door into your domain?
She loved us. She immediately
She's not here
decided-
to
yes,
ask,
Boots.
but she's a slut, so she loved it.
Boots loved me.
Yep.
Boots, and it was good to be around a cat that doesn't molt like crazy, like mine does.
Yeah, Boots is good.
Last question. SJ Dub. Hello, Gamescom crew. Glad to see you guys all made it back home safely. The in-person podcast you guys did for Gamescom was hilarious and is something that I hope you have the chance to do again in the future. We would definitely plan it better and...
Literally, all I needed to change was not having it be on highest quality. That's why I kept crashing, because it was set to highest quality. That's why the second thing we did with the camera and all the crazy shit worked perfect.
It was perfect.
If we had our time again, I reckon we could have just... what we ended up doing, we could have just done it in StreamYard because we had the background. We were all just on the one camera anyway. We could have set up my camera, had it hooked up to the Mac and run it through StreamYard, and it
Would
would
look a lot worse.
No.
It does.
No.
It looks. It's 6K bitrate. I ran at 30K. It looked a lot better.
Yeah, but our camera was still very blurry.
Oh yeah, because I didn't have enough time just to set up the actual.
I
key.
know. That's why I said based on what happened if we had our time over.
If we
Just
had our
based on
time
what
over, we
ended
would
up
have spent
happening.
half an hour setting it up, and it would have been perfect.
Yeah, instead of playing that bullshit card game.
It was fun though. The card games are fun. I just needed to have set. So OBS has its quality things. It was set to highest quality, which will choke a 4090. So it definitely chokes a Legion Go. So I lowered that down to speed. The next podcast, the next thing we did, the live stream with the game with all the camera movement and everything. No problem. Perfect.
With predetermined Game of the Year Astro coming out next week and reviewers already with their copy of it, is it really that important that Xbox has a family-style game like Astro or Mario? Maybe it's just the small circle of people that are around me, but I don't think kids care that much about games like that. The only people I know that are excited about Astro are old guys with beards. Nick. When I look at my nieces, nephews, and kids of friends, the only games they play are games like Fortnite, Roblox, or iPad games. Have a good one, SJ. Both are true.
It would never hurt to have great games in that genre.
Yes. Like, Astro is the reason my son wanted a PS5. Like, literally, Astro is the reason. So, it works. It does work. Yes, he still plays predominantly on his iPad or whatever, but now that he's got a PS5, he plays Fortnite on his PS5. He'll play Astro. He's already pre-ordered Astro and the controller. He will get those when they come out. So yes, it does matter very much. It
To
really
at least one
does.
child.
And Mario is iconic.
I feel like it's all anecdotal. I don't know. My kid loved Hi-Fi Rush. He doesn't care about any other platformers. He's bounced off all of them. It's whatever game speaks to you, man. You know.
He hasn't played Astro because you don't have a PlayStation.
That's true. He has not played Astro.
I bet you
got
if
a
he
PC,
played Astro,
eventually
he'd
you
want a
can put it on
PS5 for himself.
Well, he ain't getting one because I can't afford it.
Bet you any money. Sell that Series X that's gathering dust.
Nah. You won't get anything for an Xbox nowadays. Besides, it's my capture unit for when I do use it. So.
Anyway, SJ, I think it's very important. If Microsoft had a really good Banjo game right now, it would help.
There you
It
go.
would help. Not saying it would solve all their problems.
the end
it
of the
would
show.
help.
It's the end of the show.
Yep.
It's the end of the show. I'm so
End of the
tired.
show.
It's 3:10 in the morning. My kids are going to wake me up in like 3 hours. I'm dead.
Karma. You wanted to send me home at 6:55 a.m. from
No,
the UK?
I didn't. You chose the flights. I sent you home at a reasonable time of the morning on a Saturday, and you
No,
went, "No, I
you
don't like
didn't.
that flight."
No.
Yes.
That was you organised my ticket back from Cologne to London. That was you.
Because it was going to beat the original flight, and then you chose completely different ones.
Yes,
It's not
that
karma.
I had
It's not
till the
karma.
afternoon. So you could
Karma
have got
would
a
be
flight
like
from.
the new podcast time is 8 p.m. on a Saturday night, UK time. That's karma. Enjoy getting up at 4. That's some karma. That would be karma right there.
Had to get up at
Delightful
3 a.m. just to
karma.
get to the airport.
I was up at 2:45. You don't see me bitching.
It's true. You don't. But anyway, on that note, I do want to go to sleep. So we're going to close this one out. It's good to be back. A big thank you to everybody that sent us to Gamescom and made it amazing. It was one hell of a week.
Yeah.
2 days left on the Kickstarter. If you haven't backed it yet, you definitely should. Even if you don't play card games, I guarantee you'd have fun if you did. Even Nick liked it because he won from nothing.
And it's a
but we'll
nice
be-
looking package.
Oh,
the
it's
actual
It's going to be in my background forever.
thing. Yeah, the actual thing is nice. I didn't bring a set home, by the way. You were supposed to give me one to bring home.
You didn't come out for the last night. What
What do you mean?
I don't know. I'm just trying to make bullshit up now. I didn't remember it.
Like we were staying in the same place.
I don't
What are you
remember
talking
these
about?
things. Oh, but yes. The good news is as well, a lot of the feedback from Gamescom has meant changes to the actual game, like simplifying things a little bit for everybody.
Like those
So-
cards that got 75 words crammed in on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's not so unusual, but yes, there is a lot of simplification.
It's a very fun game. I'm not into card games. I had a lot of fun.
No, it was good.
It's good.
It was
funs.
good.
It's funsies.
If some of the rules can be just somewhat streamlined, it's good.
They have been. Yeah, I'm quite pleased with where it's at now. So, but yeah. All right, folks. Well, we'll see you next time because otherwise I'm going to collapse on stream.
Yep. And if you want to see me, I'm on another podcast same time tomorrow.
There you go.
On someone
Who are
else's
you going on?
podcast. On the Weapon Wheel podcast. I'm on the Weapon Wheel podcast tomorrow morning, 1 hour earlier than what this podcast starts.
Cool.
I've been trying to get onto this podcast for 6 months, and this was the only opportunity.
Well, have fun. Have fun and good times. And
See how
everybody
we go.
else, ciao for now.
See you next week. Ciao for now.
John wakes up late again in the afternoon. Controller in his hand, life in full cocoon. Coffee spills beside him, games are on his mind. Hours planning his next move, yet he's far behind. Lazy days in a digital haze. Lazy ways in this virtual maze. slow. Lost in worlds a million, but none where he'll go. Why chase the real when pixels feel so right? Reality concealed behind that neon light. Coffee spills beside him, games are on his mind. Hours planning his next move, yet he's far behind. Lazy days in a digital haze. Lazy ways in this virtual maze. Screens glow in the twilight, fingers tapping slow. Lost in worlds a million, but none where he'll go. Why chase the real when pixels feel so right? Reality concealed behind that neon light.